for a big 100-pointer with the Blissey. You can see right now Zipto, they're going to be going all in for the Groudon. They've got to be careful with Piachu. He is so low. He's got the shields though, so he should be okay unless they don't have the damage. He's super low. Okay, there's the buff. 10 seconds to go. Do they have enough points to make the dunks? I'm not sure if they do.
Both are connected.
Another pretty big, 92 in, and then there's another potential almost 90-something up top that just didn't.
And trying to get my streams to connect is just super unbelievably annoying.
Going to stay ahead at the end of this game. Yeah, actually, they were really close to making that comeback. If that top almost Hundo Burger got in, and then they got one more little score, that could have been it. They were just a split second away from that happening. So a little bit scarier than I think maybe Evil Geniuses wanted, but they are staying alive.
Look, I think they did such a beautiful play in that top lane after securing the knockdown.
I hope it stays like that. I hope it didn't like.
The Groudon. They made the perfect calculations with the time of that time remaining in the game. They said, let's just go for the back caps. We know that they have to rush the Groudon to win this game at all. So they got the extra points in. They gave the Groudon away. They knew there just wasn't enough time for Zipto to come in and get the counter scores. EG, I mean, if they can keep this up going into game number 2, this set should be theirs. But at the same time, I think we also have to identify that Zipto, although they didn't pick the best lineup for the playstyle that EG pulled off, this is still a really formidable team. They are extremely flexible, and I think after experiencing that game number 1, they'll have a better idea as to how to deal with EG coming into game 2.
And I do think that this draft from the side of Zipto was really trying to be an early game draft, and they did win the early game, but the ability to come back was just so huge from Evil Genius. As you can see here, Chris Smith, our MVP, and on this Surfetch that
people are just going to get spammed. That's so funny.
So far today, I'm not sure if I'm sold on it quite yet. It has won a decent amount of games, but compared to some of the other picks, I'm curious to see why these teams want to choose it. However, they won, and that's exactly, I mean, that's all the proof that you need here with Chris Smith as our MVP.
Yeah, look, if they can get Chris Smith to get MVP for game number 2, 2-0, that would be the dream here for EG, because right now, EG, okay, we got to do some math here, Chef. Does EG need to 2-0 this set to stay in Worlds? They do, don't they? Because if we look at the score for the previous matches, I do believe they were also 2-0s. Yeah, 2-0, 2-0 for the previous games. So they would have to force a 3-way tiebreaker in the group to stay in the tournament.
Yes, I think you are correct. I believe so. So then it would be a 3-way tie, which would be even more confusing. Yeah. I don't know how that one's going to be solved, but all we know is that they do need to 2-0. I do believe that's correct. However, as usual, I will say never trust the casters on our tiebreakers or our seeding or anything that we say, or really just any information in general. I think it's safest not to at least trust me, I'll say. But I do think from what I'm seeing in a 3-person group that if it was 2-0, 2-0, then you would need a third 2-0 to tie. Otherwise, we're going to see Looking for Organ and Zipto come out on top. So, wow, that's, I mean, fighting for their lives. Like I said, they truly did stay alive by winning that game. Even if they lose another one, that might be it for them.
Yeah, they really got to pull it off again in game number 2. But just seeing game number 1, though, I feel like I can trust EG to be able to pull it off. They've just got to figure out how. Yeah. Right? Like, that is the key here. How do they pull off that win for game number 2? Like, how can they guarantee the win? Because knowing Zipto, I don't think there's any way that they pull off their draft from game 1 and game number 2 again. I think it's just too risky. You've got to have that late game assurance. It can't just be all on Mule on that Mimikyu to do the heavy lifting. Because, like, sure, they had a Miraidon, but because they weren't able to really pierce into the back lines, I feel like the Miraidon was a bit scared to make a move sometimes, because he was just thinking like, oh, there's a Cypher in this game. I'm a bit scared to stick my head out, you know? It's like, I'm just going to get jumped.
Right, some of the pokes damage seemed pretty good in the final fight, but one thing that I really want to point out that I think their comp was missing was they were doing so well at the start of the game, right? Like, I really felt like they were ahead, and I mean, Mule especially was just so far ahead of everybody else as far as level. And then they lost like 3 objectives in a row, and a lot of it was because Kyrios was on that Espeon, right? So the Secure was so good, and I feel like if they had a way to either challenge Espeon a little bit more or Secure of their own that was a little bit stronger, they could have continued with their momentum, and that was really what their comp wanted. So we are going to see the sides switch here. Zipto now going to be first pick, as Evil Geniuses will be second pick, but I just think that Secure is, I mean, forever Secure has been important, but specifically in this matchup, I would really take a look at it for Zipto Esports.
Yeah, I really do think they have to challenge Kyrios. He got away with too much in game number 1, especially considering they were objectives that also award experience, right? That was experience that Zipto needed to be able to pull off their early game play. But, okay, going into game number 2, so it's going to be Groudon yet again. Bans, though, Blastoise, Mew, Snorlax, question, I'm thinking for EG, would I ban anything from Zipto? I kind of feel like EG didn't really feel threatened in that last game, so...
Umbreon.
Maybe the Mimikyu, right? But...
Hang on. Psyduck? Umbreon, they're thinking...
No, Umbreon.
I'd say Umbreon, yeah. They're locked in the Umbreon ban.
Well, they were, yeah, which is interesting because they were the ones who chose Umbreon last time, right?
Yeah.
Well, they probably just don't want the other.
Also, I point out that I was surprised that Ducky didn't actually invade. Ducky's been invading a lot in the previous events, just being very annoying, and I say that in the most positive way possible. I'm a huge Ducky fan, but boy, I do not want to fight against that invade from Ducky, which is really funny because Roland very well known for invading and stopped being the person invading on this team. But wow, interesting. First 3 picks. I mean, okay, sure, Ducky getting Psyduck is quite funny, but Blissey, that is a super high priority first pick that I didn't expect. And then seeing the Urshifu as a counter high priority pick, and then normal Lucario is a high priority pick. I don't think I understand how to draft in this game anymore.
Okay.
I might be confused. Maybe chat knows.
So I do have a little bit of a theory. So I think the first pick, Blissey, firstly, Jong plays a fantastic Blissey. Second, I think they had to take that away from Roland.
Yeah,
they had to take it away from Roland, played a really great Blissey, so you had to get rid of that enabler. Made it a little bit of an awkward opener. I can't put my finger on Piachu's Lucario. I think that one, again, as you said, right, it's a bit of an odd one to pick this up so soon. So it makes you think, like, okay, if you're picking Lucario now, what kind of funky stuff are we going in for the final 2 picks? Because Espeon makes sense. Take that away from Curios. He played a really great Espeon in that previous game. But look at the other side, right? We still have some really strong Pokemon. Ducky's got the side. Duck is the Ducky. I mean, we did say it was going to be an interesting pick. I didn't think it would be Cinderace.
Yeah, Cinderace we actually saw banned in one of our previous sets, interestingly enough, against Dark Peach. Cinderace getting a little bit more popular recently, but to see it as kind of the gutter pick, I like that. It's really interesting. And then Trevenant, actually, with how many strong defenders are available?
It's Ward 2. It's also Ward's Trevenant. Yeah. He plays a nasty tree, so it is a signature pick from Zipto. And they did kind of fix their issues in that previous game too. They have the sustain, and they have self-sustainable Pokemon too. So Zipto, they have patched up their problems from game number 1. But for EG though, Curios coming in with the Desi pick, which I think is rather interesting, considering that they know that they have to get a 2-0 in this set to possibly stay in the tournament. So to pick Desi here, this man has to have the most confidence he's had in his entire life.
I think there are so many juicy Spirit Shackle targets on this other team. Like, you hit anybody and they are going down. Obviously, you really kind of don't want to pick Trevenant, but I mean, anybody else. I feel like this is a great pick. You are also going to be able to outrange their Cinderace, and that's just going to make it a tough spot for them. Cinderace really is going to be a really core part, I think, of going into the Zipto team.
I'm surprised Cinderace is
being the one who outranges with the damage. I think it makes a lot of sense, but again, it almost feels like we're in a game 3 here, because that's just how this group is playing out. If Evil Geniuses lose here, I don't think they can make it out of the groups. They need to win a 2-0, and then it will go to even tiebreakers.
Yeah, so everything is on the line here for EG. If they want to stay in the tournament, they have to win with this lineup of theirs. And I think some people would look at it and say, you are absolutely crazy. But look, I think if there's anybody that knows what they're doing, it's EG. You don't simply pull a draft like this in a game that is basically deciding whether you do stay at World or not. So, yeah, we'll have to see if EG is going to be able to pull it off, because if they do, that itself would be huge.
We are going to have a little bit of a pause. A pause for the cause, as good old Doom Snacks would say. But we are triple bird comp, and I'm always a fan of the teams that have more birds on their side. We can take a little bit of a look at actually how this is starting to play out, as we can see the mini-map at least, and we may have an invade. It could be an invade on the top with the Chansey, or it could be an attempt to just kind of like go around and score. We are going to unpause immediately, which is awesome to see, but we'll see what happens with them. And like I said, we've got a lot of potential invaders.
That's definitely an invade.
Yep, and kind of an aggressive counter invade we can see as well too. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to kind of jump over there. We are going to be, there we go, and let's see, did we manage to steal anything? No, just taking a lot of time. Stealing a lot of time away from Kubfu is really important though. I don't think you're going to be able to escape that, but just waste a little bit more time. Roland accidentally.
That could have been disastrous if you actually let him through, but thankfully Roland is able to get the knockout. So Chansey's going to get a free trip back home, and also gives a little bit of extra space there to Vin on that Kubfu, so he can get into that Urshifu evolution as quick as possible. Up top though, we do have some assistance there. Mule going to be providing support to Piachu on that Lucario, get the score in too. So I guess that is some good news for Zipto. Yes, they lost their Chansey, but they did have a little bit of extra breathing room in that top lane with just the Surf fetched.
Ooh, look at this.
There's 4 Pokemon.
Yep, everybody crashing for the these spawns, and so far not a big
Kyrios
engagement
is here.
though. Yep, that's going to be big from the side too, but he's just still a little baby. Not going to be all that much. Big KO though, so they will be spreading that experience around a little bit. A small win here, I would say, for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, just a small win, but regardless, a win is still a win. So EG, I think if they can just try to pull off the same thing like they did in that previous game, just get that experience, even just have a slight level lead over Zipto, and then just absolutely take over, because they have Pokemon that can run through Zipto no problem at all, especially that Urshifu. Urshifu, one of those amazing Pokemon where if you can get that Pokemon going, it really can just sort of sit in the middle of the battlefield and is a tough Pokemon to get rid of, because if you look at what Zipto have, they don't really have the best lineup to get rid of a potential Urshifu. They don't really have the best lockdown. They do have a little bit of AoE lockdown, but nothing that's just single target guaranteed knockout for a Pokemon such as Vin. But everyone's getting ready for that Regidrago, Chef, so we'll have to see if EG gets this again. Oh, but they get the pullback onto a huge Pokemon. No Trevenant. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, the Trevenant's going to be a really big part. Like you mentioned, there's actually not a lot of crowd control in general.
They can't without the Trevenant. They have to give it up.
Yeah. There's almost actually zero crowd control on the side of Zipto, aside from the Trevenant. So the Trevenant making some huge plays, which obviously they can, but it's going to be so important for them fighting in the future. Yeah, Piachu 1v3, probably not going to be able to do all that much. We are going to see the evolution for Kyrios, and this tier 1 goal zone getting lower and lower right before this Regieleki spawns. So we'll see if they choose to continue to prioritize this top path, or maybe they'll just continue to keep Kyrios up there, as quite a few now fighting down and bottom.
Yeah, look, I think he's comfortable being up there by himself. He's just getting so much experience. And I guess the great thing with Desi too, can solo those objectives. That is one amazing thing about Decidueye. Yes, in team fights it does tend to struggle sometimes, but if you leave him alone, he can grab those objectives all on his own. In the meantime though, Zipto trying to go for a big push in that bottom lane to get that boost for themselves, but Ward unfortunately on that Trevenant not looking too
nice
happy.
KO
Himself
by
does
the
get taken
Urshifu.
out thanks to Vin. And unfortunately, whatever Zipto had planned, that's going to be, I guess, postponed for another day.
Yeah, maybe another match at this point. This is looking pretty tough.
I don't think there will be another match after this, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I mean, another... Wait, well, they could make it... No, they wouldn't make it out. No, they would make it out. They could make it out, right? If they tie, there's a chance that they make it out. Yeah. That's right. Sorry, the tiebreaker is really confusing me. If they do manage to get another match, is what I'm saying. But it's not looking good, is all I'm saying. The big thing here is, like I was talking about, they have two frontliners. One of them doesn't really want to get hit, and that's Lucario. The other one wants to get hit, and it's level 7. And level 7 versus level 10, max damage on the other side, and like 9s and 8s, it's not looking good. Ward is getting melted in every single team fight immediately, and then it's just like not a fight after that.
No, I 100% agree. Ward is starving for experience. If he can somehow get a little bit more experience under his belt to tank up a little bit and just survive that 1 to 2 seconds longer, that might be the time needed for that Cinderace or the Espeon to just come in and clear out one of those Pokemon and Evil Geniuses and maybe even sort of tie up this power imbalance. Right now, though,
they went in? Oh, that was a miss up for the...
against, trying to go for a Bliss Assist as well, just to keep their teammate alive. Jong coming in with the save onto Mule. There is a bit of an attack boost here if Mule wants to turn things around, but with the Regieleki, it makes it a bit tough to engage into Evil Geniuses. Regieleki going down, but EG already knowing their limit has already backed up, so there are no casualties for this.
Is the sound quiet? For which one? My voice? Or
resources to try to keep Mule up there. I mean, he's level 10
are you
right now.
talking about the voice or my
that is going to be their main damage
or like
to continue to feed the experience too. He's level 11, so just using one Unite to try and keep him up.
I've been having audio
A
issues.
chunk of damage from that arrow.
Oh, Kyrios, he's just constantly throwing arrow after arrow. And it's specifically at Ward too. Like, he knows if Ward is too damaged, he doesn't really want to be on the front lines. And there's no Bliss Assist as well. It was just used in that previous team fight. So there goes Ward yet again. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to survive in this team fight. They are still kind of hanging around here. Zipto, are you overstepping your bounds here? They tried to go for Ducky, but Ducky is still hanging around. And now Vin wanting to pursue up the Jong. Piachu coming in for a backstab onto the Desi, which is a great pick. Looking for Roland here on that Hoopa. He's going to try and play with them against the wall. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Now Vin wanting to turn things around. Ducky is here for support too. But I think right now Evil Genius is thinking, okay, maybe it's
let me see if this...
If they can meet with Chris Smith, then they can turn this into something else. But Chris is like, oh, it's just Jong. It's just
John, we don't need to do with that. Mule, though, would be a really nice target. Who is going to kind of be joining?
It might be that the stream might be a little loud.
Because they were too busy just kind of feeding him experience, which is, I think, exactly what they need to do. It needs to be, going for the engage. All right,
Does that sound better?
Friends are coming, and they're gonna be able to get at least one person down. So, oh my God, another great shot from Kyrgios. Blissasis is gonna get KO'd in the middle of it, I think, and yeah, none of this is gonna matter.
I lowered the audio on the stream.
Didn't really work out for Zipto. Like I was saying though, I think really all they got to do is they got to try to bliss assistance onto
And
a ton of damage coming from the
I did something. I don't know what I did, to be honest.
Because it is looking very difficult.
Yeah, look, we have to say props to EG. Like, I think every fight up until this point, they have been the ones to decide where, when, and why it happens. And
I always have issues with audio.
They've also tried to
I'll probably, maybe I'll need to get a mic at some point.
They've been constantly pushed back because EG, they've been successfully juggling all of Zipto's resources.
But live streaming is not going to be my main form of stuff, of like media.
I think if I was him, I'd be
It's mostly YouTube videos.
I can't even survive long enough in these team fights to contribute to the team. Like, it's just really, really hard. I think at this point, he's going to have to play further back because if he stays in the front lines, he gets knocked out, frontliner is gone, and it just leaves Zipto wide open for EG to just run down the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to try to set up maybe an ambush because otherwise I just don't know how Ward's going to get anything done. But the problem is they've got such good options for checking tall grass. You've got the Decidueye, you've got the Psyduck, you can honestly just face check with the Surfetch, which is exactly what we just saw right there.
And the
Hoopa as well.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Everybody can face check those bushes. So I don't know what you would do if you're Zipto. I kind of feel like you just got to play really out there. But with 6 seconds left to go for the last final 2-minute stretch here, I think they're just making the call here, Chef. They say, guys, it's do or die. If we don't do something now, it's going to be over. Ward just sitting right on top of the Desi so far, even using the Unite too. Not going to get the knockout. The Kyrgios is very low. There is going to be some shielding as well. The team's trying to go in. Blizzard is going to be used, but the Cinderace is already gone. Damage dealer down and out for Zipto. It's just the Lucario and the Espeon.
Blissy's out. Oh, the Lucario's dead.
Zipto Esports and are looking to get a 2-0 victory in this best of 3.
Well, hold on real quick. They've got it. They make sure that they are not
I
getting
think that
stolen away
sounds
from this one. No,
fine now, probably.
I
don't. These replay shots are really funny to me. I don't know how they're doing it, but they've definitely got a budget increase for the last season of Worlds for Unite. They just said we'll go all out for the last season, and then we'll never see them again. Or this is what's gonna carry over for like the World for like a championship for Unite when it gets put in Japan.
I don't know. I think he might have been able to avoid them, but if the Espeon catches him, then that could be a bit of an issue for the team. Oh, EG, they're hiding in the bush, just waiting for that opportunity. Up top, though, you can see Zipto looking to want to attack that top tier.
I like those shots. Can we get the entire game like that, though?
Look at this, backcap versus backcap. EG says you can backcap, we can backcap as well. We don't care, we've got the points, we have the insta-score, whereas for Zipto, they're going to have to fight for their lives. 23 seconds to go. I don't know how they
I like this shot. Why are we not getting this throughout the entire game? I think it looks so cool.
But instead, Evil Geniuses are going to create the first, what was it called? The Chaos. Oh no, I can't forget this now. The Chaos something. The Chaos situation. I'm going to remember the actual term. The three-way tie. Yes. Sorry, old UCS
I think that
Evil Geniuses,
everything should be fine now. We're good. We're all good.
Now we got to see what the tiebreaker ends up being for them. I think I might have heard one of the tiebreaker was in my ear, but it was a little quiet, so I'm not sure. So hopefully we can hear kind of what the official ruling is on that. But a great Chaos Trigger, thank you. I want everybody to know that Spraggles ran up to me, and he's going to make sure that they are going to fire me after this show because I did not remember what Chaos Trigger was. So this is our first Chaos Trigger of the tournament, and tiebreaker, always really confusing.
It's insane, 3-way tiebreaker. I'm pretty sure, like, at some point, not just Zipto, but maybe looking for Org, both of these teams is kind of sighing a sigh of relief, thinking like, oh, okay, there's no way we get a 3-way tiebreaker. And then after this match, they're just like, oh, everyone's like sweating bullets, like, oh, okay, it's not over yet, guys.
I kind of expect, based on the reactions from EG here, that they are qualifying and they know what the tiebreaker is because they are really happy. And obviously, you'd be pretty happy if you won the tiebreaker, or you got into the tiebreaker situation when you were in threat of just not making it. But they look even happier than that to me. So look at that. That is a literal sigh of relief that we just saw from Finn right there. So I think there may be a chance we'll have to get official word. Right now, though, we can take a look back at some of the moments, but felt to me like Evil Geniuses was just in control the entire time. I really liked their drafts.
Their drafts were great. I actually think they handled their early games really well. Like, they understood the key plays that Zipto had to pull off in those early games. They denied all of those plays, and there were also times like we saw in game number 1, for example, Kyrgios just getting those snipes on the Espeon, denying away the Reggie, I think it was Reggie Drago and Reggie Steele. It was like one of the Reggies down bottom. But you're denying experience away from Zipto, who was at the time running a very early game experience heavy lineup because Mule was on the Mimikyu, right? Mimikyu wants to get as big as possible, kind of functions in a way similar to a Scyther, where if your Mimikyu just blows up in the early game, that is it. You should have the momentum mid to late game, and your opponents just generally are not going to be feeling safe. So EG, masterful control over those 2 games.
My internet's
like what happened to
kind of
EG
sucks. Gonna be for real.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean,
it's kind of not been doing good.
Pressure. Obviously, there's a lot, that they got to carry on their shoulders. They know that they are one of the top teams in North America. And I mean, going out in, I have to preface this by saying that going out in pools at Worlds, already you've proven that you're one of the best teams in the entire world. Even just getting here is amazing. So anybody who's even here is already legendary. But when you are such a well-known name and you're in such a well-known org now, and you've got
there's so much
trying to like repeat Worlds with,
good stuff happening.
Go out in pools. That is really tough. I know that there's just a lot of pressure.
Like, so many teams are like really good other than the US.
Everything came out. So yeah, we'll get.
I know a lot of it's in Japan, but I think it's really good that other places are actually being still competitive in Unite.
Because we still have matches ongoing. We still have a lot of groups that are undecided. So, okay, Chef, I wanna get your opinion on this, okay? Because we've had some matches on stage and also off stage as well. We have a little bit of an idea as to what regions are doing well. Now, originally, who do you think, or what regions do you think we're going to perform at Worlds this year? And have you been proven wrong or right based off of what's currently happened in our group so far?
I mean, I thought Japan was going to do well, and so far they've done really well. I don't think that's a huge like hot take or anything like that. But as far as the other regions, I was kind of feeling like especially Europe could be a big upset type region, and we just have seen them, I think, do pretty well in a lot of their pools matches.
Yeah, actually true, right? I think EU, and this has been something that's been happening for the past couple of years, I think EU really wanted to, the region just needed to somehow either survive. We never really saw the region thrive. So I think in a way, we're starting to possibly see that, but we're not done yet today. We're basically just starting the broadcast, so anything can really go as these groups kind of figure out, who's going to be the top 2, who's going to be the bottom 2 as well. So we'll see if EU is going to be able to maintain their strong command in their groups. We will give you guys updates in a couple of matches as to how some teams are going. It looks like, though, the interview is ready. So let's hear from our winners from our previous best of 3, EG.
Let's go.
All right, here we are up on the big stage with the big winner, Chris Smith from Evil Geniuses. Amazing 2-0, and you needed a 2-0 in that moment. How was that mentally moving into this match?
Yeah, it was definitely stressful at the very start of the day, going down 0-2 against a team we knew we should have beat, but we know that no matter what, we have to keep giving our all, and we just prepped as much as we could for this team, and I think we definitely showed it with 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell me about, I didn't get to see the match. I know you were on one of the feature stages back there. What happened in the 0-2? Like you said, this feels like a team you should have beat.
It definitely felt a little unlucky when it came to endgame objectives, securing it. And our team has historically not been the greatest at the start of the day, losing to teams we should never lose to. But, once we get warmed up, I think we're the best team in the world.
Yeah, you guys have had an amazing run. I feel like the story of Evil Geniuses this season is almost there, almost there, almost there. One step away on the precipice of being the champion. How does that feel going into a competition like this where the best in the world are competing?
Yeah, it has always just been almost there, second place after second place, but after NSE, I told myself that would be the last time that would happen, and this tournament, we will be there.
Amazing. So tell me a little bit about the match that was the 0-2 earlier in the day. What do you think was the big difference maker where you come up onto this stage against what you would have assumed is the harder team?
I think it's definitely just getting the early nerves out and just sticking to what we play best, sticking to the drafts we have prepped very well, and I think they showed out very well.
Amazing. So there you have it. I know we have a crazy three-way tie in this group, and we are still figuring out exactly what this means, but congratulations. You needed a 2-0 for sure, without question, and you got it. Chris Smith from Evil Geniuses. We're going to send it back to the booth. Take it away.
All right, well, Spraggles, I can confidently say that what that is it is a Chaos Trigger. That is my confident answer, and that's in the books. And if I'm wrong on that, then, well, I'm not wrong on that. But yeah, we are going to have to see exactly how that tiebreaker works. Of course, three-way ties are always the most complicated things in esports. But I mean, great to see just how happy we got to see Chris Smith there. It's like I said, one of the players that's newer to Worlds here, and I mean, there's some younger players on that team that I'm so glad that they get to kind of show off all the work that they've been putting into the game. And this is the perfect and kind of last time to do it here at Worlds.
Yeah, so I think right now everyone's just kind of holding their breath, right, to see like what happens next. What's the next step? Are we going to be playing any more games? Are we going to be looking at stats? You know, like we don't really know what's going to be happening for that group. So once we do get updates, we will let you all know what's going to be happening for Group D. But let's say it's kind of chaos down there because nobody knows.
Chaos Trigger.
Nobody knows what's actually happening for Group D. But we've basically concluded all of the matches for that particular grouping. So if you've been keeping up with that one, we are done and dusted for Group D. But of course, we do have plenty of other groups that are going to be playing today. I don't believe any other groups are done, I think. Oh, actually, Group H might be almost.
Yeah, so we're gonna get that
done.
match. We're gonna do that match. I don't know if it's right up next, but pretty soon. Of course, it's just the Pool H right next. Okay, I'm getting a confirmation from Soph behind the camera that is up next, which is gonna be an awesome game. Stamina up against Root Dig to just be a pure game decider, set decider to see who makes it out of what I believe Spraggles called the most difficult pool that we've ever had at Worlds, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong. So Rejects has already proven that, and can see who comes out number 2 out of a 3-person ridiculous pool. So I'm very excited to see how that one's gonna go. But I mean, it's just ridiculous match after ridiculous match all day today.
We've had some really crazy groups, and I think there are some groups that break my heart as well. You know, you can't, unfortunately, this is the nature of competition. You can't always have what you want. But as we do get ready for our next upcoming matchup, folks, we are going to go for a quick break. But don't go anywhere. We've got more Pokemon Unite coming right up.
everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series at the World Championships here in San Francisco, California. It's me, Sophchan, with Spragos this time around. We don't usually cast, but this is a special moment, and this special match indeed.
Oh, what a match. You and I have not gotten a chance to cast together, so this is going to be a blast. And
Oh,
this
they're just
game is
fully
so
letting
important. We
everyone
talked all day about
just
how
match up with
important
everyone.
Group
Okay.
H is.
So it's
The
not just
Heartbreaker group.
one
The
person over.
Holy what happened group. Group H,
Okay,
Dignitas,
fine.
Reject, and Stamina. Reject beat both
I
Dignitas
want-
and Stamina in some different ways, but they won their sets.
Yeah,
Meaning
Reject is
good
awesome.
to go. They're heading to day 2, and they're the kind of
I
team that
will
you can
glaze
see
them
in the
forever.
grand finals. So are these other two squads.
I
Right
want
now, it all
Dignitas
comes
to
down
win
to
because
this
they're
best of
my
3.
number
One of them
3rd.
will be leaving
I
our
really
tournament.
want
The
them to
other
win.
heading to
Ender
day
deserves
2
a
as
win.
the second seed out of Group H.
Exactly, and we know as well that these two teams now on a record of 0-1 with Root Dignitas and Stamina. We have an NA kind of Mexico situation here for these two, which is super fun as well because we had some different things happening during regional league, right? Mexico was with Latam, so they didn't really face each other, although sometimes we have Mexico in North America. That wasn't the case for our regional league, so we'll see how these two are going to face.
Well, one thing that's really interesting, I was talking to Toon just outside by some of the stages where we're watching all of these other teams compete, and we will get you updated information as soon as we can
Dude.
as to what's happening in all
These
of our
guys
groups.
have
I
got
was
to
talking
stop
to Toon,
hanging
and obviously
everyone
they had a
up.
a tough loss into Reject. Seemed insanely calm, seemed
Okay.
really ready to go for this next match. He, however, did mention that they've scrimmed Stamina many times,
Ooh.
and they're one of the only teams that seems to always hand Dignitas a loss. So
Wow,
Stamina apparently
wow.
has been a really strong matchup into Dig, but Toon seemed completely ready for this. Ready for day 2, not stressed at all. I cannot wait to
Spragos'
see
outfit
how they
isn't
show up on
as
that big stage. As we
crazy
talked
as
about
it's
before,
been in the
Stamina
past.
is this kind of team that I think
Probably
could
because
beat
they're
anyone in the
doing-
world and has
they're switching
no
casters
fear
with each
in their
other.
play style. We're gonna
So,
see if Dignitas can shut them down or
This
not.
is weird.
We'll
I don't
see,
know.
Because like you said, it's not
I
just
liked
the
when they had
situation
duo
of them
partners.
Stamina being a team that can take down Root Dignitas. Root
It's like
Dignitas
every
also coming
Minecraft
from that
player.
1-2 loss against Reject in the first match of the day. Although Toon was very calm, it's also something that will shake up your spirits in some way. And Stamina, like you said, much like with that passion that we mentioned from the aggression that Brazil brings, that's also what Latam brings in general, and I love that. It's just that little bit of sparkle and flair that these teams can bring and just destabilize, because both of them are extremely experienced.
Yeah, I have to agree with you fully. Each region definitely has its own flavor to it, but it feels
I'm gonna
like
go get something to
LATAM as
eat
a whole
before
that kind of got put
this
into
game
one
starts.
umbrella
I'll be back.
is an extremely aggressive region. They will aggressively take fights. They will limit test the entire tournament. Peru Unite is another team that I just feel like at any moment they are on the razor's edge of everything going wrong and winning it all, which they did last year. And a lot of LATAM has that energy. They love to scrap. They love to brawl. They love to outplay their opponents. Dignitas, on the other hand, does feel like a team with ice water in their veins. They're calm. They're not worried about that. They are looking for incremental wins throughout the match. And I think a part of their play style that really epitomizes this to me is watching their bottom path with Otter and Zugrug. They do an amazing job of just winning. Winning this piece of farm, winning this next piece of farm, just a little bit here and there. And all of a sudden, they've amounted a level lead, they're evolved, they're stronger than their opponents. That feels like the Dignitas playstyle to me. Make their way to some of the end moments with a score lead, with a level lead, with a confidence lead. And even if your opponent wants to get squirrely, wants to, scrap, wants to fight, you're ready.
Oh, they're so ready. They're always ready. And it's not just in regards of that momentum build-up that you mentioned, Spragos. It's also about the fact that when it comes down to the last-minute team fights, they know how to play. They know how to rotate. They know how to position everybody, and especially with Otter, like you mentioned. The fact that their Espeon has just been, coming through, it is a worthy ban, but still, when it comes through, they just do so incredibly well. And it's not just the team fight, they're able to really seal the deal, taking that objective at the end of the day. But Stamina, on the other hand, they know as well that with that little bit of that not just experience, but play style, they know that if they need to flip and steal, they can do it as well.
Yeah, Stamina to me, I was talking to Dupe Snacks backstage about this before the first game. It feels like they're the kind of team that is ready to play chicken with you. They are just ready. They're driving the car straight at you, and they are not going to veer. They are ready to go, and I love that about this squad, and I think that's why they're so scary. They're the kind of team where you could never feel comfortable for a moment against them, which is, a huge part of their play style. Never at any point do they want you to feel like it's okay to not watch what Stamina is doing, because the second you do, they are taking that objective. The second you do, they are flipping, whatever is in the center there. They're ripping Kyogre Grout on Rayquaza right off the map. Dignitas had a really strong start to the day, but as we mentioned before, you do have to wonder
what are you talking about?
They
lost.
Losing the run back against Reject.
Exactly, and
they didn't really have a strong start.
Groups, no, actually, 3 at this point. No, only 2 groups that we had, only 3 teams in this group stage of Day 1 World Championships. So it's the added pressure of, okay, you don't have to play that much, but it means that every game that you play counts even more. So let's have a look at the rosters here. As we were talking about Stamina, we have Mufasa, Kira, Minato, Hitman, and Anisus. Just this team that has so much world's experience in each of their individual players, sometimes in different teams, but this year playing as a unit as Stamina all throughout Region League.
And then we take a look at Root Dignitas on the other side here from North America. Zugrug, Otter, Toon, Inder, Zealot. If you've been following the game the entire time here, let's say you've been watching Unite since the very beginning, you've seen some of these players since day 1. In fact, so the first game I ever cast off of a broadcast, it was a tournament that was being played with Unite, was TTV. And I saw Inder, and I saw Zugrug, and I saw Toon, and then at the time the other players that were on TTV no longer playing, Lutano and Goof GG. I was watching that as my first game ever. And now coming to the last tournament for Unite in the Unite Championship Series, Root Dignitas is in a position to win the entire thing. They've got to beat Stamina right now, and then they may have to run back into Reject, which selfishly I want to see so badly.
Yes.
I know that as a caster, I want to be impartial.
This is what Reject did
to
dig in
to
Root Dignitas
to win this, mainly because I need to see them play Reject again. I need it so much. It gives me so much life, and it also will destroy my vocal cords because I'm screaming at 9 a.m. here.
Yes, I know. Not just 9 a.m., but potentially now in a little bit.
True.
When we finish a 2-0 or 2-1.
This might be more split than before.
I totally agree, and I don't judge biases. You know how I am about Brazil, so we don't judge in this house. We are in the same level.
This is great. We're the most biased casters right now in the game, baby. We have who we want to win, and we don't care. This is going to be so exciting. There's no question, bias aside, wanting to see a rematch and all that aside, no question though, Stamina, incredible team. This is their last opportunity. This is Dignitas' last opportunity here in UCS. Sadly, one of the best teams in our tournament will be going home here in a moment. For every team that gets to soar, another team has to pack their bags and take the airplane home. And you do have to leave immediately.
I think it would look better if I did.
Yeah, you do. You
if I did it this way.
You can't like judge the other teams. Like I would have been better than that. No, you cannot. You just fly away. Just take your Latios and you just go.
Yeah, if you have a Pokemon
Center
that
might look better.
It's canceled.
It's
they don't let you go. It's canceled.
Yeah, you just
it looks
split
aesthetically
in the
more
middle,
pleasing.
Your hotel booking as well. You gotta change your flight. It's just it's a little difficult to deal with. But we know if they are ready to play this series after all they've played today in this group page, that was the scariest group.
When's the prediction going up? I want to gamble.
Pokemon Unite World Championships. Well, I would say
I want to gamble all my points on Root Dig.
Reschedule their flights.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. This really is the most. It's the most stacked group I feel like we've ever had in a group stage. It is the most consequential because it's on the world stage. It's the world's group. It's not even, it's not LAIC, it's not NAIC. It is worlds. and one of these teams will be heading home after this. It is a 3-team group. Just so many things had to fall in line for this to happen, and it did, making this the most exciting, I think, day one we've ever had at a World Championship.
I think it is the
Not
most
just
exciting
that,
day
as
one.
a whole of a day one, but also as a start of a day one that we had to the culmination
day
of this
one group.
page. Right now, Stamina Esports versus Ru Dignitas, and just the rivalry that we know these teams can have because they know each other. Like you said, they scrimmed a lot. And Ru Dignitas knows that although they haven't played against each other during regional league because of the separations, you know, for Latam and NA there, you're also talking about a team that has been dethroning them in the scrims. And that means a lot, especially for morale after you lost on that 1 and 2 against Reject first series of the day. So this is such an impressive, just so much pressure around this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're taking a look at our group stages here, so Group A, really interesting matchups right now. Exist 1-0, Team Peps 1-1, Tuzi 1-1, SideQuest dropping their first game. It's
There
really
isn't even a
interesting to see
B
how that
stream.
shakes out
You
as
can't
we
even
move through
watch
the rest of our
those.
groups here. CC out of Japan 1-0, BH3 1-1, strong basketball player 1-1, and Legends reappear out of OC.
I really wanted to
0-1. And as
see
you
the
can as
Team
we're moving
Pep.
through, Japan is cooking all the way through our tournament here. Tell me a little bit about Group C.
Absolutely. We got Grêmio, so no bias here from me. I casted that game with Chef.
Fennel
and it
hasn't
was a
played at
fun
all
one
yet?
Against the Dark Peach now on 0-1 alongside Onyx Rise.
Oh, probably because they're in the main
And
stage.
it was
They're going to be watching
sometimes
all
in
of their
group stage, you know,
games.
Sprago, sometimes things can be a little bit unbalanced.
Zeta
in
Division
regards to
also
the
hasn't
experience
played.
that both teams can
They're
have
also
in a
probably going to be
matchup.
main
But
stage
that's
too.
what we have there, 1-0 for both
Onyx Rise
Grêmio
lost,
Esports and
Dark
Volticons,
Peach
and
lost.
0-1 for Onyx Rise and Dark Peach. Now on Group D, Evil Geniuses that we just watched the series of as well, now tied in a 3-way tie, 1-1.
That's crazy.
With Cito Esports and looking for Org.
Yeah, we are still trying to get 100% verification on who is going to be moving out of Group D and how that tiebreaker is decided. We have run into a Chaos Trigger, which is a pretty exciting time for Pokemon Unite. And as soon as we have that definitively,
funny.
we will tell you exactly what is happening there. Moving to Group E, T1. I'm a big fan of these teams from Korea. I think Korea is extremely strong in this tournament. I think they're the teams that everyone's talking about. Fennel, Reject, Dignitas, Peru. They're kind of the big teams that have won major tournaments. But Korea is always there, always in the hunt. And I feel like this season they have looked phenomenal.
Yeah,
they
but
are 1-0 in their
they were
group.
talking.
Zeta has not yet played. And 7 out of APAC East was the team that they had beaten.
Them always being in the
Exactly.
hunt
And
reminds me of
honestly,
what
I'm just so
EU
excited to see T1 play as well,
had a
because
lot.
with the changes that we had this season, right? Sprague,
They had
just for
some
regional
big,
league that attracted so many just well-established orgs that
some
is
big
just so
names,
exciting to cast.
and
with the
they
likes
were
of
like
T1,
favored to win
with Evil
Worlds,
Geniuses.
and they
We
just
have
like
Grêmio Esports, even Grêmio, if you don't know,
and they didn't
is
even make
a
it out of day
established
one.
football team in Brazil, so that's who's sponsoring that Brazilian team. But going back into the rest of the groups, we have Group F with Team Nemesis, actually on a 3-way tie here as well, 1-1 for those teams. Let me check here. Yeah, Lunex Gaming, Team Nemesis, and DreamHack Esports, while Fennel has not yet played in that group, which is honestly very interesting. Like,
yeah, I feel like we're saving the final boss a little bit, right? We all know that Fennel is one of the best, if not the best teams in the world. I think they're the favorites to head to the grand finals.
Psyduck
But
ban?
right now, I need to know who's going to
Espeon
day 2
ban?
out
That's
of
pretty
Group
good.
H, the most disgusting, meanest group we have ever
the
had.
meanest look
The
ever.
meanest look ever. The
This is the
Umbreon
craziest
of
group,
our
I think, in the tournament.
here, as Stamina
I didn't
Esports
even
and
realize
Blue
this
Dig
when
head on,
when
and we've got
Spraggles
Psyduck
did the
banned.
poll.
We've got Mew. Over to the other side, we have
did the
Espeon
group
banned
polls.
out by Dignitas, so it's not something they're going to be looking to pick. They're going to stop Stamina from grabbing it here. They also banned Scizor, but we know Scizor, with a lot of these teams, that's a Scyther. For Alligators, our next ban.
Exactly, and I just feel like it's just so standard to have a Scyther ban against a Latam team, and that's what Ru Dignitas just did. That for Alligator is the last ban, like you mentioned, for Stamina. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Snorlax for the side of Ru Dignitas, with the first pick being for Stamina Esports. They most likely should be looking for potentially a Blastoise here. Instead, a Zacian.
Yeah, they grabbed the Zacian there. We've seen NESUS on this many, many times. They are incredible
Lapras.
playing this Pokemon.
Wait,
There
I can
are
predict.
players that
I can
could
predict.
run it on all of these teams.
I have predictions now.
They've given so much priority to Blastoise today. I would not be shocked if Dignitas runs it.
I'm gonna give 1,000
Umbreon banned out, the
to
mean look
Dignitas.
possibly coming out into this match here.
Yes, it does. And, well, it's very on brand alongside that Eldegoss as well. There's going to be a lot of survivability
we
for
love gambling.
Dignitas. We'll see where the damage is going to be coming from, though, considering that the Espeon for Otter is out of the question. Although now Stamina Esports with the next picks, they go for that Blastoise that wasn't selected by Root alongside of Blissey.
Yeah, Blastoise, Blissey, Zacian here for Stamina. I swear, if this is a draft that I'm playing solo queue, I'm so mad right now that I have to fight this. It's just such a brutal comp. The Bliss assistance, the unrelenting pressure early from Zacian, and then the fact that I have to somehow get around Blastoise, constant repositioning, the Surf, Hydro Pump. Over to Root Dig, though, we've got, once again, a Alolan Raichu. We saw it earlier on Toon. I'm interested to see if Toon plays it. I know Otter has played this Pokemon many times, and Zealot feels like they are at home on Quaquaval, having great games at the start of our day.
Definitely a big fan there of Scarlet Violet. And honestly, this Pokemon is amazing. I just love their style. On the side of Stamina Esports, the last two picks will be a Miraidon and a Cinderace. So very good artillery there from the back in case Anesis doesn't manage to land that Sovereign Sword effectively.
Here we go, final pick over to Dig. We have not yet seen Yveltal on broadcast. At least I have not cast an Yveltal game. I apologize if someone else did. I have not seen Yveltal yet. I'm really excited to see what this looks like here. I don't know if Otter is going to take this in the bottom path or they are going to give Toon. It looks like it, yes. Otter is going to take the Yveltal. Toon now back on the Alolan.
Well, this is going to be fun.
Stamina Esports, they have, I feel like just on paper you see this composition and you think, this is going to be so hard to fight. The Cinderace just being helped by the Blissey. Blastoise moving you around, the non-stop long-range damage that Hitman is going to provide on that Miraidon. Root Dignitas was definitely a newer-looking team, a fresher comp, if you will, but Stamina with tried and true Pokemon that seem to always win.
Yeah, like you said, it's just a very standard, straightforward, just very easily executed and well known in a competitive space that Stamina has there. Meanwhile, Root Dignitas is flexing some of those new Pokemon with Yveltal and
we're getting Groudon
as well. So we'll see how that's going to be on the hands of this team.
Yeah, we're getting Groudon.
I have not yet casted the Yveltal pick today either, and that is a brand new thing for UCS as we're getting into this very meaningful, impactful, consequential, like you said, Spragos match that is Root Dignitas versus Stamina Esports.
That's right. As we look at Thea Sky Ruins with Groudon in the center, our battlefield to start this best of three, one of the most important best of threes that you are going to see today. Group H, unbelievably strong. Stamina Esports will be your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. Let's get it underway. So,
yeah, we're already here on the bot side. A lot of aggression. Zagrog is on 50% HP, so they need to be careful there. They're still not yet there. Umbreon, they're trying to collect the experience, but it has been primarily taken by Hitman.
Yeah, Stamina right there with some great secures. We're going to see how much of it we can get for Root Dignitas, but look at the aggression right here. Seeing if they can steal this away. We once again have a possible steal. No, that one does head over to the side of Root Dig, as we already have a fight breaking out.
Oh, very interesting there, as it is going to be a takedown there for
that was so close.
Forcing out an eject button as well from Mufasa that goes onto the pad. They do escape, but it is going to be the K opener for Root Dignitas on top side.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Root, and now they kind of get this for free, right? Eldegoss is able to evolve here. The Squirtle is pushed out, and we are converging on the top path.
Would you look at that? So many members here. We got 4-on-4 for this top side. It's already going to be that score bunny, or actually that reboot that gets taken down. So a lot of opening.
Very aggressive from
this goal.
Dig.
41 points scored so far. There is an evolution there. There is allowed for Stamina Esports to survive just a little bit longer, but still, Zacian does get punished in that push. And now they're looking to go for a huge invade.
Yeah, they're moving through the central area here of Stamina. The stored power just continues raining damage through even after hitting those wild Pokemon. But Mufasa trying to push them out of this central area. No, that is secured by Root Dignitas. Amazing start for Dig.
Lovely
Nice.
47
Let's
points scored
go.
so far. That red buff on the Eldegoss. We know how much the Eldegoss can do with a red buff too. Here on the bot side, Otter still trying to find some of those levels back, and they have been able to do so actually because of the pressure on the top side and that rotation. Meanwhile, Stamina Esports with a lot of 5 levels across the board.
Yeah, this is rough for Stamina right now. So, I mean, a great start.
not great.
Here, let's see if they can make anything happen. Eldegoss picks up the KO, and unfortunately, that is on the central area Pokemon of Stamina. Just about everything that could go wrong for Stamina has gone wrong as a Mean Look picks up another KO, and Regidrago being ripped apart here in the center. See if they can make something happen. Kira now watching this, looking for a possible secure.
Oh, W
It's
Kira.
Come
always
on.
the Blissey! Spraggles, why do we even get surprised?
We shouldn't. We really shouldn't.
We should be so used to this right now, but
Blissey's
Dignitas building such a steady
Blissey's are
lead.
so good at
Level 8,
securing.
now 9 on that Alola Ninetales, 7, Alola Ninetales, Alola Raichu, excuse me, 70 points on the board and almost ready to take down this top tier 1.
Yeah, and here we have an objective in the top path. So, but it looks like Stamina is going to go straight for this Regieleki. We'll see if Root Dignitas can secure.
Oh, so good because of that Mean Look. Hitman was stuck, but they are not going to be able to find any of them now with the Electro Dip. They are able to escape, and it's Stamina Esports who confirmed this one with the War Turtle.
The question is Root Dignitas going to be able to defend here as we have all 5 members of Stamina Esports in this bottom path, and they actually peel away. They're looking for other moments, other opportunities on this map right now. They decide to walk away from the Regieleki and just look for some experience. They are behind. They need to get their levels. They need to get their Unite moves. Dignitas right now already has a level 10. We don't even have a single Unite on the side of Stamina.
And not a single point scored by Stamina either. So they're just trying to find what they can. Here with the Electro Drift, they're going in onto Zagrod, but that is a defender. Gotta be careful. They're going onto the other side of the pad with 5
Oh, he
points
is
to be
Wish.
scored by Hitman. But then now they're in trouble. Dignitas is not gonna get any of those members getting taken down themselves, but it is the Zacian that is not gonna be available for this fight. Dignitas still standing. They haven't found Hitman, who's going to get a cheeky reset.
Yeah, you know, that was actually a pretty good fight from Stamina right there. I'm surprised. I kind of thought that Root Dignitas were going to have that one in the bag, but a really strong start. Blastoise coming in, trying to make something happen, but getting caught in the Mean Look and ripped apart immediately.
Yeah,
That was
and honestly,
unfortunate.
it feels really harsh right now with 3 level 10s on the side of Root Dignitas. There is a level 10 on the Cinderace who could be the saving grace for the side of
Yveltal
Stamina
is
when we go to
crazy.
final stretch.
Here we go. We're looking for some experience right here. The Electro Drift Miraidon now using their Unite move, possibly looking for a KO, but no, it's just kind of too little too late. Does push them off the pad here. They are not able to score because of that now 69 to 158. Stamina, unfortunately, has got to find some wins somewhere on the map.
Yeah, and well, in 20 seconds, they might have some wins, or at least some win conditions with the Reggie spawning on both sides of the map. Huge rotation with the 4-person push here by Root Dignitas to the top side. They could find Mufasa. Zagrod just waiting to get that Mean Look, but they are a little bit exposed. Gotta be careful as well. There's the damage that comes through Veronissa's on the Zacian, and it will guarantee that the front liner for Root Dignitas is down.
Yeah, now we're looking to see how Dignitas wants to move in and take this fight. Zealot actually getting extremely aggressive right here while Toon peels back. Anysus moving in, looking for a KO right there. And no, they are not moving in for the fight just yet. Regieleki very low, but it's resetting.
Oh, Reggie Steel is going to reset. Kira's getting taken down immediately by the Alola Raichu, and now Toon is just stuffing away. Anisas is forced to get back into that berry. So Root Dignitas has all the pressure here to take this objective. On the bot side as well, that is Root Dignitas. So if they want to take Regieleki plus pad on top side, they can.
Wow, this is just so tough here for Stamina. And you can see Root Dignitas is even waiting to take this goal zone because they recognize they're going to open up a huge amount of experience for the side of Stamina. So they were holding it as long as they possibly could. Toon now scores 69 to 238. Root Dignitas winning on just about every metric you can find. Regieleki now being ripped apart by Stamina Esports.
We'll see them starting this one. Zagrod is in the bush, so they're not going to contest it. They feel like the Regieleki, even if it does hit the pad, is not going to be that much of a difference, although they have a very good position to try to fight this back. Kira has been found. Zealot is really deep and aggressive, like you have been mentioning before. But on the other side, it is going to be that Blastoise that gets taken down. Zealot has got to be careful, but it is still 2 KOs for the side of Root Dignitas, and they defend this beautifully.
Yeah, beautiful defense right there. Obviously, Zealot hiding in the tall grass, looking for an ambush opportunity. Not able to pick up a huge KO, but they did divert multiple members of Stamina from being able to do anything with that push. Regidrago over to the side of Root Dignitas.
With all these
starting to feel like one of those games where,
like,
as Stamina,
it's
you
making
need
it hard to tell
miracle,
what the
or
actual.
sometimes just as much as a big-time catch. Catch one of these Pokemon on the other side. Get rid of that Raichu. Get rid of that Yveltal, and let's see how the fight looks after that.
Ooh, another auto attack there on Zagrag, but him and still chasing them down. They have the Electro Drift. There's a wish from Zagrag as well, and it's diverting the attention of 3 members of Stamina. Now Root Dignitas has reconvened as well. They're gonna get punished with Mufasa now on level 13 on the Cinderace. They're doing pretty well. That Helping Hand and Safeguard are also looking good. Kira, though, will pay for it while they were trying to score.
And here we go, Toon, back towards the central area, just trying to get as much experience as they can. As we now have 30 seconds until Groudon hits the map, so Root Dignitas in a commanding position, again on every metric, levels and score and all of the things, as they are also going to be walking towards that final fight with a Regirock buff. This does give Stamina, however, the opportunity to position themselves around this objective, and they may actually be running into the Umbreon right now. It looks like they found exactly where it was. 5 seconds till Groudon, and look, Dignitas moving in.
Oh, Blissey got caught out.
It's Kira that gets taken down immediately. That's not going to be Helping Hand or the Blissful Assistance for this fight. So Mufasa is going to get exposed. Speaking of, there's going to be Root Dignitas collapsing on the Cinderace, and they are
Cinderace is out.
No
oh, they're already hitting.
Stamina Esports, 2 persons down for the side of Stamina as Root Dignitas has started out that Groudon on 50% HP. They said, yes, another one. It's going to be the Zacian. And now with the Bright Future Mewtwo Storm, they're trying to do something more. Stamina Esports trying to seal this one. Hitman is in the bed. They are here with Minato, but it's still going to be Root Dignitas who confirms the Groudon.
Look at those shields. Look at the Umbreon shield. It's like 50%, the 50% Umbreon shield.
And they proved it right there. Multiple moments, Soph, where they could have continued ripping, they could have continued hitting, but they saw Stamina was moving in, looking for opportunities to take the objective, and they just had the patience of the world-class team that they are, the best out of North America, trying to prove that they're the best in the world. One thing is for sure, they were the best here in Game 1, and I don't think it was too close.
Oh, not close at all. Root Dignitas didn't hesitate a single second in that final stretch. It wasn't a miscommunication. It wasn't a flaw in trying to decide what to do. They were in synergy, absolute cinema. What a great play from them. There's still 40 seconds to go. So Stamina is trying to get something here. It's going to be one knockout on that Alolan Raichu, but they got to be careful there. With the Cotton Cloud Crash, they are going to avoid that Electro Drift from the Miraidon, and Root Dignitas are looking so good.
Looking amazing, and now Stamina is in a really bad spot here. They got 0-2'd by Reject, an unbelievable team. This is a team that they've run into a lot, scrimmed a lot, beaten before, and man, they're having a tough game here. So now, backs against the wall, they have to win 2 in a row against one of the best teams in the world, the 3rd place team from ACL, the 1st place team at NAIC, Root Dignitas. They must be feeling good.
The 1st place team at LAIC as well.
That's right.
We're talking about an impressively successful team. And like you said, just so much concentration and determination on what they wanted to do. The strategy was sound. It was just beautiful to watch. Although we had some break points that could have seen success for the side of Stamina. The level 13 power spike on the Cinderace could have been a good one. They tried to do it, but as soon as Root Dignitas takes down that Blissey, we're going to see it pretty soon. Here, Kira gets taken down, and you don't have a Bliss Assistance or a Helping Hand for a Cinderace, they're done.
Yeah, this is one of those moments that when I am playing my solo queue game, I go, my Blissey didn't even Bliss Assistance at Groudon. What can I do, man? What do you want me to? Okay, so we don't even use our Unite moves. It's the most important move in the game.
It's a 1 button. You just need to press 1 button. It's so easy. No, we're just messing around because honestly.
Is that the impression of me? Is that how I sound? I mean, I think it's possible.
No, it's my, I don't know. Maybe it's my American impression. I don't know.
That's pretty good. I mean,
was that pretty good? Okay.
It was, what it was, it felt like it got me right in my soul, so I knew it had to be close.
Well, I'm glad that it was amusing to you, and I am very honored for you to think that it sounded like you as well. Right, like you said, backs against the wall. I needed 2 wins in a row for Stamina Esports. Now, Rue Dignitas with that 1-0 up, feeling confident, comfortable, and just knowing that, well, it was a stumble on the road, the fact that they didn't win against Reject earlier today.
Yeah. Now, so this is one of those moments, I think about this a lot, you know, the mental that you have to play on a stage like this to actually become the champion, and Stamina is the kind of team that can do it. I know you've cast, you know, a ton of esports. You've seen moments like this before, and we've all seen this go the other way. We've all seen that horrific start, but somehow they, you know, they bring everything they can to the next match, and they win, and then the momentum is on their side. If you are Stamina right now, how do you think you shift into that gear? What do you do in a moment like this? Because it truly is, almost everything is gone.
It's just a mental.
Yeah, it really is. It's just you, the moment, your Switch or your phone, and you just got to do a lock in.
They might just want to play something fun.
It has to come from the soul. Like you said, it's the fact that you have experience enough to know that you're just gonna lock in. You just leave out any thoughts. You just leave it to the fact that you know your team has synergy, that you know how to play the game, and you just let it flow, because otherwise the stress is just gonna get to you and it doesn't really work. So just go into that, you know, just flow state, if you will, of gaming, where you just do it. And it's something that
just
I know that Stamina can do, because they've done plenty of times before. A couple of top 4, top 5 at Worlds that they've had as well throughout the years. Yeah, they're an incredible team, and that's why this group was so unbelievably scary, is anyone could beat anyone here, and we've seen how good the games have been. One Pokemon that I have to highlight from this, great match from Toon, ripping through him with 94,000 damage, pretty incredible here. Yveltal having a pretty decent game as well, especially in some of those end moments. But I think the difference maker, no question, in this match was the Umbreon, which we've seen
Umbreon is crazy.
Over and over again. The second the Umbreon hits the mean look, whatever is in there is done. Yveltal blows it up, the stored power starts hitting it, and the cool thing about hitting a mean look and having an Alolan Raichu to help you, not only are you hitting the target there with your auto attacks, if anyone on the opposing team is around, you are now chaining that damage to them. So it's like, if you go to save your friend, you're actually getting hurt yourself. You kind of have to just leave them, which is brutal. I wonder if we see that ban next game.
Honestly, I think there was, let me have a look at the order of picks here. I think personally, although there were many highlights for Stamina, I don't think picking Miraidon and then Electro Drift was a good idea against the potential mean look.
Do you think it was a misclick? I wonder. Maybe. Because when I see Umbreon on the other side, I think playing Electro Drift is asking to lose. Almost.
Yeah, you're just like exposing yourself.
Yeah, you're stuck. You get your nice Electro Drift combo, you kind of Miraidon rears up to, rocket across the map, and then you're in this little...
Stuck
you're just in this little hole, like, what am I doing here? I can't move. So I wonder if that was a misclick. I wonder if they were planning on playing Charge Beam, because I can tell you from the looks of that comp, to me, that was going to be a Charge Beam. But it's also possible that, as you talked about the flow state, almost their happy place, the Pokemon they can play without thinking, the things that they have in their bones, perhaps the Electro Drift Miraidon is that for them.
It's very possible, but, well, they're going to see now, of course, that it was a composition that was very situational to execute with a Miraidon, and knowing that if that is the case and you willingly chose that Electro Drift, you know you're going to be exposed, so you really need protection. So you got to have Kira positioned the best way possible. If the Blissey is exposed, if they get picked off, terrible, you can do anything else. Now Mufasa being Cinderace in this game, it's always situational having a Cinderace. You just rely on so much support and so much level.
Yeah, Cinderace, it feels like it's one of those Pokemon, if you don't even see what happens in the Groudon fight, if you just take a screenshot of it, and you see that the Cinderace starts the Groudon fight at level 15, you think, this is probably going to go pretty well for that Cinderace side. But, if it's 12, if it's 13, if it's just not there yet, you kind of go, I don't know if this Pokemon can do it. We're taking a look at the crowd here.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, everybody out there in the crowd, as we are getting ready for our next game right here. I cannot wait to see how this crowd fills up, depending on the teams that are here. Day 2, of course, is going to be unbelievable. And for Unite, for our final broadcast and our final day, Championship Sunday will be in the Chase Center, an arena that seats almost 20,000 people. And it is going to be incredible.
20,000 trainers, family, friends, and just everybody
Discord overlays are
that wants
so
to see a piece of the
don't feel like setting
Pokemon
that up.
action at the World Championships, the biggest
gonna
worlds
be
that
for
we've
real.
ever had alongside Pokemon Experience. So such an incredible moment to be here in San Francisco and enjoying everything. And I gotta say, Spriggles, yesterday, that drone show, beautiful.
Yeah, it was very cool. I got to watch it kind of a little bit from the hotel.
Did you really?
Yeah, we were watching it from a window out of the hotel. I'm like, that's actually really nice. Yeah, that was very cool. They have so much here, and I know I'm not trying to give everyone at home FOMO, but walking around what they've called Rayquaza Road, moving through the XP side and the championship side of this event, this is the biggest event Pokemon has ever put on. They're pulling out all of the stops. It is unbelievable. It feels epic.
That makes
and
sense.
at the same time, very Pokemon magical.
It's so
It's really
magical.
sweet at times, but then
Yes.
you walk into the competitive side
You're
and,
like
and you
focused.
get that energy.
Yeah, the sweat, the cheers, and the I totally agree. And it's amazing how we can have all of that together. And you, viewers, everybody in the audience, that can just come here, enjoy a little bit of Unite, a little bit of Go, of VG and TCG, and just go do, I don't know, a workshop to do cosplay Evolution earbands. That is a straight up shout out to my friend who is doing that during this event. So honestly, it's just so much that you can do.
Yes.
And don't be overwhelmed. There's always things
promoting
that are to do as well. Much like
as
you
a
know,
stream?
getting to
That's
meet
crazy.
new people, pin trades, all of that, stamp rallies, just going around playing your Pokemon Go and just minding your own business is also pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been really incredible. It's a perfect event, I feel like, for Unite to have its last event, which is bittersweet, but I've got to say, the sweet parts of it are pretty amazing.
They
as we
are.
get to cast the best games that we have ever seen. This is one of the best. This has got to be the best day one we have ever had the privilege of casting here. The teams are playing at such an unbelievably high level, and as I mentioned before, Championship Sunday is going to be marvelous. You gotta see it. I'm telling you. Wake up bright and early. Be there
Oh
for
my
the whole
gosh.
thing. It is
Bright
going
and
to
early?
be
Nah,
one of
I'm
the most
good.
incredible spectacles.
I'll be
that
here for day
Pokemon
2.
in
I don't know if I'll be
general
here
has
for day
ever
3.
seen.
Ever had. And we had a sneak peek of the arena as well, and it just left me speechless, completely just in awe of everything. You know, the sheer size of it
Yes.
to begin with. Just looking at the amount of people that you can fit in there, and then you look at how beautiful the production has been with the stage and everything that we have. You guys are gonna be just
Yeah.
it's gonna be a pleasure.
I don't want to spoil it, but some of the touches like that they've
Yep.
done in there are pretty incredible. And then, of course, you know, having a Pokemon event in a massive arena like that same arena that the Golden State Warriors play in. Like, we're
For
talking,
real?
yeah, we're talking about one of the biggest stages possible for this. It really is going to be epic and a perfect send-off for Pokemon Unite leaving the championship series. It's going to be pretty incredible.
Forgot I was
right now,
coloring.
Dignitas feeling pretty good. As you can see, their spirits are solid on stage, and I would be feeling pretty good as well.
Me too.
I mean, I know they had a tough game against Reject, but when you have a dominant game one like that, and they really don't even have
I forgot to
moments
take the
that
reference
tested
off
them
of
that
that.
hard, I think they're feeling great. This is a tough place for Stamina to be.
Yeah, I would say this game was challenging for Stamina Esports, and it was a smooth sail for Dignitas because this is just the style of play that they've always had throughout this season, and it just shows, like I said, the flow state. You just go. You just do it because you know what to do and you don't have to think about it. So the actual reaction time is minimal. So you're going to have these amazing plays. The second you see that Electro Drift, the Milo comes through, it's just so much that they were able to accomplish. The pressure that Zealot was doing on the Quaquaval, like, excuse me, like, is that even legal?
Yeah, just incredible stuff, and we haven't seen too many players running it. I knew it was one of those Pokemon that might get some play. There are a few that I'm really excited to see this weekend, and we've seen some hints of them. Yveltal had a pretty good game there. I will say, once Yveltal got its level 5 move, it was able to secure things in that bottom path. It felt like it really took over. Another Pokemon I'm really excited to see, and I hope we get to see some more of, is Palkia. I know we saw it earlier today in the game.
Why?
Dark Peach from mainland China. I want to see more teams pick up that Palkia, because I do think it is a pretty cool Pokemon and very strong early, too.
Yeah, I totally
It's
agree.
just not good late
we had
game.
A good showcase as well. What? Hey, with that, we're on the screen. We're pretty cool sometimes. It's nice. And I think these graphics are really, really cool too.
We do this sometimes.
Yeah.
We're pretty cool. I mean, it's a pretty cool thing that we're doing.
You can tell
right
us that
now.
we're cool too. Can you tell us that we're cool too?
You can tell us we're cool.
I mean, yeah, I would like that.
It's not even like, I know some people are like, oh, should I tell them they're cool?
No.
I think they're cool. Yes, you absolutely should do it.
It makes us very happy.
Honestly, we really love those compliments. Okay,
we do. We love Pokemon Unite as well because the draft is on the screen, Spraggle. So let's talk about it. With all the bands having already been selected, it's a Psyduck, a Mew,
so
a Radiator
goofy.
with Stamina Esports and Rude Dignitas once again going for the Espeon, Scyther, and Snorlax.
This right here, I think, is an amazing choice by Stamina. They decide not to ban it.
What is that? It's just curtains.
Okay, you could see. There's a big black curtain right there, and
yeah,
it's really
because
good.
it's dark. It's Umbreon.
Yes, that's true. Umbreon right here, I think this is so smart. It was devastating for them in that first game.
Yep.
Root Dignitas used it so well, and I love the play here. They're thinking, look, we're not going to ban it. So we're going to first pick this thing unless you want to use your last ban on it, Root. And they did not. They went with the Snorlax. Now over to the side of Stamina. Again, we have Fable, we have Zacian, a real comfort pick for the side of Stamina, the Quaquaval, and Eldegoss. These are two Pokemon that Root Dignitas is seeming to be running all day. As we head to our next couple of picks, the fact that they have Umbreon does mean that you can kind of get a very late Blastoise if that's what Root Dignitas is looking for. And
Very possible. Indeed, it's going to be the pick alongside that Alolan Raichu. And as you were saying, like there is this kind of mirror matchup that where we saw Umbreon plus a healing support on the side of Root Dignitas with the Eldegoss. Now this time, Stamina with the Umbreon plus Clefable, healing so much with that Moonlight as well. The signature Anesis Zacian pick too. We'll see what's going to be the next one here.
Yes!
Okay!
Skeledirge, let's go! I've been wanting to see this in competitive play.
The Snipes!
Unbelievable.
Give me global, Unite moves, and you'll make a girl happy.
I'm very excited to see it. Obviously, we could be casting a moment, and from out of nowhere, Secures could be coming in ludicrous amounts of damage, too.
W
so
Cram.
I'm excited to see it. And then we have, I mean, this match has given us everything and more. We have Otter on Cramorant. Let's freaking go.
This is it. This is it. If this is a 2-0 for Root Dignitas, they go into day 2 in style. If this is a game 3 for Stamina Esports, it's also going to be just amazing because the composition here in general, the amount of damage or just like attention diversion that you can have with Zacian plus the Surfetched as well is very, very impactful.
Can I be selfish right now? I want a game 3. I want it.
Yib. I know you said you had the bias for Root Dig and all of that story. I also have my bias for Latam in general, so I'm just like expanding my biases. So it's Brazil, and then it's Latam, and then we'll see where I go. You know,
I can't have too many biases.
Yeah, let's see how biased we get for some of these teams as we're heading into our next match here, taking a look at our battleground, of course. It is Thea Sky Ruins, and I gotta be honest, I didn't see, was it Rayquaza? Is that what they went with here?
I think so. The map looks Rayquaza.
It is Rayquaza, yes. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, we have Rayquaza as the Pokemon in the center here. This is Root Dignitas' happy place, actually. They crush it on Rayquaza. They had an amazing game 1. We're switching some things around, seeing some new picks, getting some counter picks here, and we're gonna have to see how everything looks as we get ready to head to game number 2. So
a deciding moment for both of these teams. It's Group H. What? Yeah, wait, it is H. Okay. H. I forgot how lot of English. Anyways, into the game. Say your line, please,
Stamina
Mr.
Esports, your
Spraggles.
purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team, as this fight is underway here.
Okay, here on the bot side, we have once again a little bit of that pressure that Root Dignitas has been able to assert. And
Dig has been putting a lot of are very
getting, although there is a
like they've been putting a lot of pressure on.
Very low on HP, KO opener for Root Dignitas. While on the top side, Stamina Esports trying to push for this goal zone. They're able to score quite a bit, so that is a much better start for Stamina.
Yeah, much better for Stamina, and they're looking for a possible moment here. Any sus in the tall grass hiding, looking for a possible moment to move in and take down Zealot, but they're playing really careful on the side of Root Dignitas, which means the experience is going to head over to Stamina, but they won't be picking up a KO, and a nice couple of scores go in.
Okay, looking very interesting. Bot side, we see here in the picture-in-picture that Root Dignitas was able to get, well, were they? I think there was a gank there, so I think they were able to at least get some of the swap blues. And now moving for a potential invade here, now getting matched by a defense with Inda, as Toon is still going to be untouched and able to take those buffs down.
Ender now heading to the top path, seeing if they can stop them from taking anything here, but those big-time critical hits from the Sirfetch'd are going to secure all of that experience. 40 to 40 right now, all tied up, and yeah, this match does feel a lot closer than before, as we see multiple members of Dignitas heading to the central area of Stamina, and they take the buff.
So quickly that Anesis wasn't even able to get there in time. Minato there trying to get at least somebody caught in that mean look, but they're not going to overcommit on anything. But rotations for Root Dignitas have been just immaculate.
And here we go. We have Root Dignitas ready for a fight. In the top path, Mufasa all alone. Zealot getting caught a little bit right here, but actually trying to peel them back in. Can Zealot make it out? The eject button, they do. Huge hyper voice!
Oh, that was so close there. Unfortunately, they were not able to save that Umbreon, and Root Dignitas now is able to take one
if you're
down.
still here.
Maybe they're going to get another one. Zugrig is forced to use that eject button, using that Hydro Pump to get them away, but it might just be Wataru going down. It is indeed. Inda follows, and Stamina Esports is just breathing a whole new, brand new air.
Yeah, Stamina Esports waking up right now in game number 2, letting Dignitas know this isn't going to be so easy. We've got the Surf Hurricane, big time catch. Kira does go down, but man, Hitman hits so many hyper voice. Look at that, just hit 3 members of Dig.
Yeah, and he gets even more range when he hits somebody, doesn't it? Suffecto exposed with a Unite move that comes from their Loden Brightu. Now Zealot is caught up in this mean look, and Root Dignitas have 4 members down, and Stamina will guarantee the Red Ice, the team fight, and potentially this goal zone.
Stamina has put on their stomping boots, and they are stomping all over Dignitas right now. I wish you could all see Soph dancing back here at that comment. Genuinely, you were stomping. It was a very rhythmic stomp. It looked like a dance.
Oh, there you go. I just got that rhythm in me. Well, now Root Dignitas in their own central area, just trying to pick up some of the lost time because of that push from Stamina. A rotation that could come here to the top side because the Regieleki is available.
And here we go, Zealot in the top path, just trying to get some of this experience way down, right? Mufasa, the other top path Pokemon, already at level 10. Zacian at level 10. We only have 1 level 10 on the side of Dignitas, and that is the Raichu trying to get away from the Zacian right here. Ender getting ripped apart.
Who gets away from the Zacian? Not from Anesis' Zacian, although, well, Mikasa does that one. It's okay, it happens sometimes with the Gatling gun there, trying to at least do some damage, but caught in the mean look could be bad for
Oh my god.
They are able to somehow, how
walking around on one health.
I am also shocked. Both of them escaping on almost nothing right there. The Gatling Bolt missile did do some serious damage to their opponents. That was one of the greatest Unite moves upon this game's release, but we've had a lot of different Pokemon come with some pretty incredible Unites. Still, if you're fighting in the zone of that Cramorant Unite move, you're not having a good time if you're the opponent.
Absolutely not, especially if you pair it up with Zealot being in a good position going into the back line. That is just quite a lot of water damage. Now, going for Stamina here as they start Regieleki. There is a push from Zagreb, very nicely done, getting Mufasa away from this pit. Zealot pushing them out as well. Toon comes in with a mean look. They tried to do something more, but the Umbra will go down, although there's a steal by Stamina Esports on this Regieleki. They are going to lose the fight, or at least for a couple of seconds. Just wait for it, Mr. Commentator or Mr. this commentator. As now Ru Dignitas still trying to equalize this back. Stamina will secure it with Mufasa on a 2 KO Shriek in the just trying to get away from this. 2 points on this bed for a beautiful overdunk, and it is going to be 38 points.
Great stuff for Stamina right there. And you're right, just seesawing that entire time. It felt like,
That's
Dignitas won it. Wait, no, Stamina won it. Wait, no, Dignitas. What?
Don't make me sound silly, players.
Yeah, do what we say you're doing. As we're taking a look at Registeel right here, looking for a big-time secure here from Dignitas. Here comes Otter with the 1-2 punch, and they do get it.
Okay, looking good. There was a good zoning coming out by Ru Dignitas to get their Skeledirge away with their Unite move as well. Another zoning ability there with the Goblin Gatling Missile. They're going to get some of their damage down as Stamina is dropping low. Although equalized, Ru Dignitas goes down. It's a 3-for-1 trade, 3-for-2 even, as now it continues to grow. Anesis is chasing that Cramorant. They don't get that little bit of a CC. They go in with that Zacian, and then it's done.
Mean. I mean, we can all agree that was very mean from Anesis right there. Picking up the 4-piece right there and heading back home to bring it to the family. Gorgeous stuff from Stamina. I said I wanted a game 3. I think I might get it, everybody, as we have a minute and a half here until our final objective hits the map. And I gotta say, all of these fights have looked kind of close, but Stamina keeps coming out the other end. It's probably that level advantage. It's probably that composition. It might just be how Stamina plays so incredibly aggressive here as we're getting ready for a fight at this top objective.
Yeah, Zugrock in a terrible position, trying to get a good insect there with the Surf, but they're not able to connect it. Now the damage from Skeledirge, though, is melting out the front line.
Skeledirge is crazy.
They are 1 HP and they go down. Now Ru Dignitas is in position to take Mufasa, but with a Surf Edge trying to get as well somebody away from Ru Dignitas, and Stamina will not take anybody down. And it is a 3-for-0. Make it into a 4-for-0 as Minato might go down next with that stored power. Toon will get a 3 KO Shriek.
Wow, that was devastating for Stamina. Obviously, the fight didn't go well, but they also expended some Unite moves during that fight as we have Dignitas evening up the score lead a little bit here. 230 still for Stamina to 146, but Ru Dig in commanding position. Levels looking incredible now after that huge swing of experience, and they have full Unite moves on their entire squad. The question is, how does Stamina want to play this? They know they're ahead. The Regieleki is walking. Dignitas is moving in.
Yes, indeed they are. They're going out to the top side, and now Stamina has to be careful. They build out pretty well, especially with that Moonlight from Kira. Now Ru Dignitas is still in full control over the central area Spraggles. Minato trying to get a front line to allow for Anesis, who's just waiting for a potential Sovereign Sword. The damage that comes from Skeledirge is huge.
And here we go. Zacian possibly moving in. Zugrock in trouble. Caught in the mean look, trying to surf out and just barely making it out of this fight. And again, these teams are deciding when they're going to engage. Moves again.
Crazy, but it's going to be a takedown there by the Alolan Raichu. And now Stamina is forced out on the other side of the central area. Going in with a Surf Edge. Now Rick raises very low HP. Who's going to get this one?
Oh, Skeledirge gets it.
Esports, talk about them as they are going to take the objective. The team fight, 3-for-0. Chase out for Toon, chase out for Inda, and make this a game 3.
Unbelievable here. What a fight. Toon trying to stop them. Zacian moving back in, looking for a KO. Ender is going down. Toon trying to defend on the pad, but it also gets ripped apart by the dog with the sword in its mouth.
I've never seen the models this way. This is crazy.
And we got ourselves a game 3.
Why don't we get this in replay?
Oh, would you look at that?
Hello.
The group that we were most
Welcome in.
forward
Sorry,
to
I was
regards to
focused in on the
highest
game.
of stakes and quality of teams all across
Yes,
the
I
board,
am
and we're
enjoying
getting
Pokemon
everything
Unite.
down to the
Sorry,
wire.
I wasn't
Stamina
looking at
is
chat. I'm a
in
bad
full
streamer.
control of this. 400, 350 around on
Oh, this was the game
points
that
in the lead.
we're
30
like,
seconds to go,
Reject is
and
in.
they are looking
We want.
completely
I'm hoping
refreshed
Dignitas
team.
wins because of their.
stuff right there. Wonderful secure from Stamina. Of course, it's the Skeledirge.
Because
one of
of
the best secure tools in the entire
What was it?
game.
What did they say?
Also, a beautiful Unite
Because
in that
my
final
predictions.
fight. I
Because
think if
I'm
Ru
greedy
Dig
and I want
and
my
if I'm Stamina here,
rewards.
there's one Pokemon that has been the deciding factor in both of these games, and it's either you get it or you ban it, and it is Umbreon. Do not let the other side have this Umbreon, period.
Exactly, and it's not just about the Umbreon like on its own. It's about the Umbreon with the setup around it as well. Yes, Umbreon very powerful Spraggles, but we talk about 2 games in a row where we saw an Umbreon plus a healing support. And I feel like that just makes it just layers and layers of how this enabled the both of the teams to win in game 1 and then in game 2.
And we're taking a look at some big moments right here. Look at this Hyper Voice, rip them apart. And then we have NESUS moving in to finish off this fight. Beautiful stuff there from Stamina. Stamina in control of a lot of this match. It took kind of some of the very moments, right? Then Root Dignitas really came online, but I think when you're doing this much damage
to be a better
to multiple
streamer.
members
I'm
of
not good at
Dig
reading
with these
chat.
Hyper Voices, the Zacian just has an easy job. It's just simply swing that sword and clean up everything.
Yes, it is. And as somebody that knows how to really control a Zacian is Mufasa. Stamina Esports is just not Mufasa, excuse me.
NESUS, yeah, no.
NESUS, exactly. Anyways, on both ends, I feel like Stamina Esports were able to really control the team fights. As we can see here, Rayquaza was so close. It was necessary for them to know when to attack. And of course, the most securest of them all, that used to be Espeon. Now you have that on the Scaladurge.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Stamina. I love their fights. I loved how they played this game. It felt like they were in control almost the entire time. So a couple of big moments from Dig, but for sure, Stamina having an amazing match as we are heading to a game number 3. And I'm with you. I feel like I'm sweating here at the booth.
I totally am.
It's getting intense. It's hot back here.
This is something else, honestly. We have such great records, and it's interesting as well because sometimes we see like these games that are very back and forth, and we see just so many knockouts, just insanely amount of knockouts because of the amount of fights that we have. But I feel like it's just a general feeling that we had of this one because of the amount of action. If you see the score lines, yes, you have 11 knockouts on NESUS, 9 on Toon, but it's not like what we've had previously when we see somebody with 19 knockouts, which I think it was you, or was it Zoinks, or was one of the mustachios said that 19 is indeed a huge number.
It is indeed a big number. I don't know if I said it, but I can concur. I will second it. I will mustache second it.
Good.
19's a pretty dang big number. As we are taking a look at, I mean, you know, Toon here with 100,000 damage, but the story of a lot of these Clefables today has been how much they have been able to heal. Toon did 100K, but Kira able to heal 111,000 damage. So while, you know, Dignitas is putting in some work in these moments, we are seeing huge healing. Now look at Hitman. 112,000 damage from our ranged, you know, long-range special attack Pokemon. He was hitting those Hyper Voices into 3 or 4 members of Dignitas, which was brutal.
Exactly, and we know how Hyper Voice works. If you hit one, you get the extended range, and you have just the possibility of hitting even more people, like you pointed out, Spragos. So it's just amazing to see Scaladurge being utilized so expertly, and I love how Stamina came back with a full strategy.
And they were talking about how Surfetch wasn't doing good.
Right? It was from that moment they decided
and they got MVP
Umbreon
in this game.
is the Pokemon that we need to contest.
For me, if I'm Dignitas and I'm looking at this, Umbreon is number 1. My public enemy number 1 at this point is that Umbreon. I for sure either want to have it on my side or I'm going to ban it out. I'm also quite worried about this Zacian. NESUS' Zacian is so strong. It's just really hard for them to deal with, and they play this Pokemon at such a high level. It's a perfect Pokemon to move in, fight, rip through objectives, and clearly with 11 KOs in this match, it cleaned up so many big moments.
They really did. It was so impactful and necessary in general because considering the fact that you have a Surfetch and you have a Zacian, you need to have some damage from range if you can't really connect the Sovereign Sword, if you can't really connect the Leak, Plunging, Dive. It's very complicated, that Unite move name for Surfetch. But anyways, it's just one of those things that you either hit it and you really change the fight, or you just like don't do anything.
Yes.
So it's very necessary to have that damage coming from the Scaladurge. So I feel like that was an amazing choice to have.
Yeah, now I think there is a question as to what you do about the Scaladurge. They didn't have any Pokemon that were amazing at getting back there and fighting it, right? You know, Alolan Raichu, it's putting out a ton of damage, and it was obviously very impactful, but it is not actually actively putting pressure on Skeledirge. You can have some of that from Quaquaval. Obviously, that's what they were looking to do. But I wonder if you need even more dive on your side of Root Dig if you are trying to take down something like that Skeledirge. And after it did 130-some thousand damage, you are going to want an answer to that if they decide to pick it here in Game 3.
Yes, and I will say, as much as Chef loves the Cramorant, I don't think that was the choice for this matchup in particular there for Root Dignitas. Although there was of course, a combo that you can make with the Alolan Raichu plus the Cramorant and all the area of effect that you create, and especially having Zealot being so aggressive, still, you just saw what Stamina can do when they are, revitalized. So I don't feel like Cramorant fit that role. I agree with you completely. They needed more dive.
Yeah, I wonder, and it's funny,
And not dive
does have
Cramorant.
dive. They just decided to play the other build. Stamina Esports, Root Dignitas.
Hey,
Get ready
I
for
made
game
that joke
number
first.
3. This is going to be Root's
Friggles is stealing
second
from me.
Game 3 of the day.
Ugh.
The first Game 3 of the day, they lost to Reject. Now they are in this position once again. I talked about this after that first match. The momentum now kind of shifting to the side of Stamina. The smiles wiped off the faces here of Dignitas. Getting handed that match kind of, they were, I wanted, what I wanted to say, it wouldn't have sounded good. So I had to
Fair
peel
enough.
away from it.
Okay, we go on. Right, I totally agree. Like, it's just very
But if you-
interesting when we
what
have
are we
this
do-
play
what
again.
are we
and you're
doing?
Like, oh wow, yeah, that really hit them right.
For
The way they that body language, like shaking the leg and the focus and the like, ugh, what do we do next? And what do they do next? We are gonna find out right now with that draft on your screen. It is Game 3 of Group Page's decider match. Root Dignitas here on the purple side with a Espeon and Blissey ban. Now Stamina on the other side with an Umbreon once again and a Feraligatr.
Yeah, so obviously Root Dignitas decided, okay, fine, we are going to take first pick right here. They lost last game, so they did have that choice. We're going to take first pick, and if you give us Umbreon, we will take it. Stamina said absolutely not. They
Nope.
banned it out right away, which I think is very smart. First pick over to Root Dignitas. They could grab something very powerful here. They also could steal a Pokemon away. This could be an opportunity to take something that they don't want to deal with, and they immediately lock in the Psyduck. I think Stamina now can safely grab the Zacian, but I'm wondering, yes, they do. Right
Okay.
away, they recognize, no, we need this thing, and I think that's right.
Totally
Yeah.
agree. And I think it's just very clear, right? The first pick had to either be the Psyduck, the Blastoise, or the Snorlax. If you don't have the Umbreon available, now on the side of Stamina Esports, it's Zacian plus that priority pick there of the defender. As we were speaking, we might see that Blastoise. It is the case, and again, Zealot really confident and comfortable on this Quaquaval all day long.
Yeah, I really like Zealot on Quaquaval. I think it's very strong. I don't think it was a
Quaquaval's
problem in the last match.
pretty
I don't
good
think it was one of the
nowadays.
issues that they had.
There's
really.
been so
As
much
we head over
Blastoise.
to Stamina, they are going to now take this Eldegoss. This is has been a powerful Pokemon, and yeah, if I'm Stamina, I love this. It was so good. It output ludicrous damage. It secured in the final moment, and the way they were lining up those shots looked pretty incredible. Now the question is, how does Root want to deal with this thing? Because there are a few ways to go, and now
Oh, yeah.
Toon has a little bit of that dive we talked about with Fly Talonflame.
Exactly, and we saw a pretty good fly steal earlier today as well, which is something that we know Root Dignitas can do as well. Alongside that, Talonflame is an Yveltal for Root Dignitas. Meanwhile, Stamina is going to bet once again on that Surfetched, and the combination overall is just exactly the same, aside from that the supporter and the defender. Instead of a Clefable, you have an Eldegoss instead of an Umbreon and Snorlax.
Yeah, I really like this from Stamina, and I like the adjustments a lot from Root Dignitas. I've been loving
Did some
Zugrug on this
great.
Blastoise all day. And unfortunately, guys, this is it for one of these teams.
Yep.
It
One of these
all
teams
is
out.
coming down to this. This is how important this group was. Root Dignitas, Stamina. tied here. One final game. A team will move on to day 2. Good enough to make it all the way to the grand finals. Another team that is also that good will be heading home, and their world's journey ends here as we are getting ready to fight. Taking a look at our
what ended up happening.
Thea Sky Ruins with Kyogre in the middle.
It is the last chance, so if you're rooting for Stamina Esports, if you're rooting for Root Dignitas, make some noise because this is the final moment for these two teams in Worlds 2026 of Pokemon
Let's
Unite.
go,
with Kyogre in the middle, like
you said.
Dignitas. We have those extra berries. We have that late healing in the final stretch, and these two teams have performed very, very focused and just meaningful team fights so far. Let's give it up. Who's on the purple side?
Root Dignitas, your purple team. Stamina Esports, your orange team. And Group H all comes down to this. All tied up with one final match deciding day 2.
Okay, Otta here with 11 points already bagged there from the wild Pokemon. So again, Root Dignitas does pretty well in the early laning phase.
Yeah, Root Dig has had a pretty powerful early phase here, and they want to slow down that Skeledirge as much as they can, right? The second it hits 5, it becomes Crocalor. It's incredibly powerful. Toon moves in for a KO right away. Mufasa with the punish, and he's just right back the other way, looking to shut them down. Moves in against Ender, and yes, they pick up a double KO.
Oh, would you look at that? Stamina feeling good here on the top side, forcing out that eject button from Zealot, getting some nice scores as well, but they are going to get chased here. Mufasa is in a very hard position to escape. They don't. Meanwhile, Anisis was trying to farm this one,
I'm going for...
with 4 members of Root Dignitas, they would be too
I'm going for Dignitas.
Yeah, Root Dignitas actually deciding to get extremely aggressive.
I'm trying to be...
Sending Yveltal to the top path to try to
trying
stem
to be biased, and my unbiasedness
Anissus moving in.
showing.
Toon is back, though, and they realize they do have to peel back that Talonflame. Could have picked up a KO if the Zacian keeps moving forward right there. And we are scrapping at the start of this one.
Yes, we are. If I thought they were scrapping last game, this is double the scrap as we're getting here into the almost Regidrago PowerPoint. Both teams have decided to slow it down a little bit, get some of the levels sorted out.
Yeah, you just need some experience right here. Kira especially looking for that level 4. Ender on the other side already level 5 for the Psyduck, and we are trying to get our Quaquaval online. Still a couple more levels to go here. In the center, Regidrago just being ripped apart by Stamina. Here comes Root Dig, possibly looking for a steal.
Okay, we have Minato in a good position though, and they are able to steal it. I think it was an auto attack there coming out by on the side up. They managed to take down the Snorlax too. So Root Dignitas is looking more confident going into
I wish I could do that.
They decide
I'm bad
to
at
peel
securing
and
stuff.
just retreat.
That was a beautiful psychic there from Ender, trying to grab that Zacian, have to eject out on the side of Stamina. Meanwhile, on the bottom path here, Hitman, already the Crocalor, already level 6. Of course, looking for the power spike they get when they become Skeledirge, but they've already got that Hyper Voice, so they're really tough to fight.
They definitely are there, and this is here getting really stuck with their eject button being forced as well. They are going to get taken down by Zealot. Goes into the air Toon. They also need to be careful because you don't have that much HP on the Talonflame, although if you have the damage with the Crocodile, you are okay. Mufasa is left alone with the Psychic pulling them in here. Mufasa still feeling pretty comfortable fighting against so many people, but Root Dignitas finds some leeway here on the top side.
Yeah, good fight for Root Dig, but I do love the aggression there from the Sirfetch'd, right? Just recognizing, like, I can brawl this. I know there are multiple members of your team, but you're all pretty low here and you don't want to fight. Zug moving in with the Blastoise. They have got to do something about Skeledirge here, or it's going to take this Regice.
Yes, it is. Looking for that Flame Sweep. Forces out the eject button as well with the fly on top of the Skeledirge. It's still going to be one knockout for Root Dignitas, and it is a 1-for-1 trade right now. You got to be careful there. Zugrug, also Kira on very low HP. That is still going to be objective that was taken there by Regice. That was taken by Root Dignitas, and both teams decide, okay, let's disperse.
And here we go. Talon into the sky, looking to see how much of this they can secure. Anissus moving in, possibly looking for a fight, but a nice big catch from Otter right there. Can they make something happen? No, not able to pick up a KO just yet. They're chasing down the Snorlax. Finally, it goes down.
It does. Just stuck there between a rock and a hard place. Minato will go down. And now with only the objective on the top side available, we know where the two teams are going down. Fly with a Surf Edge though, taking them out of position in a very nice way there. Mufasa was able to protect, and Nice is very close. No, it's not going to be the case. Zealot with that area of effect around them is able to take the session down.
It really feels like Zealot's having a match here, huh? Like a really tough one to start, but now just, you know, moving through their opponents. It really does feel like what's happening. Just great stuff from Root Dig. I think the talent is exactly what they needed to deal with the Skeledirge. Toon has been so aggressive, so much dive here, and it's helped them secure objectives. I think they've got a solid comp here, but this match is close.
It is, but like you said, with Zealot, just fighting 1v2 there on the top side, completely unbothered, moisturized, especially being a water type. Now, Stamina here, going to the top side to try to contest this one. Zealot is alone. Meanwhile, Root Dignitize is on the bot side, trying to get even more invade experience. Regieleki on very low HP. Now, Kira gets separated. And Stamina is going to... Oh, that was close with a Flame Sweep Toon. Very nice attempt, but it's still going to be Stamina who takes the Regieleki.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. I love seeing the Talonflame try to get the secure. It's no Skeledirge Unite, but I saw what you were going for there, Toon, as they take to the sky, looking for possible KO, landing onto that Surf Edge. Now we have the Snorlax just getting pushed back here as we have multiple members of Dignitas possibly looking to see exactly where that Snorlax is moving. Yeah, Inder is tracking it through the central area.
So good. I just love in this positioning all throughout the game, especially on the side, like one of his specialties. So Stamina Esports has started out as Reggie Rock. Not going to get confirmed. Still stolen actually by Root Dignitize with that Talonflame Fly. Hitman gets taken down, so it will be an objective for one-for-one trade on the team fight.
Yeah, they end up losing one of their members here. We definitely would rather have the objective in that moment. Reggie Drago getting very low here as Stamina is all over it. So is Dignitas. Secure goes over to the side of Stamina. That is that Zacian who's been a problem every match.
Yes, it is. And now the Snorlax doing really well with that block.
Talonflame goes down.
And against the wall. Power Nap on a Soul Person there on auto, just really finding that Pokemon very dangerous and threatful there from the side of Root Dignititas. On the bot side, Stamina will continue this push here with a one-person advantage as they are on pad with a nice heavy slam. Gets the Flame Sweep to get them away. What a great defense by Root Dignititas. Now, Minato has to try to get away, but although you are a Snorlax, you just don't have enough HP.
Let me tell you, so this has just been an absolute treat. Non-stop action between these two. They are fighting. This isn't one of those matches where everyone's scared to go home. Everyone is trying to send the other person home. They're trying to make this a statement match here as our last game in Group H. Again,
they're fighting for a position in day 2.
Stamina, one of them will be leaving the tournament here, the other moving on to day 2. Regieleki now being chipped up here by Dignitas, but they're also, it seems to be waiting slightly. They want to send it a little later in the match. No, ripping it apart now.
Yeah, Regieleki goes to the side of Root Dignititas. 184 for them against 161 for Stamina. As we are quickly approaching final stretch, there is still 15-odd seconds between that and the bottom Regi from spawning.
They find Kira here. It's going to be in a little bit of trouble, but if they KO Kira, Kira will come back in time, especially with how quickly they KO'd them. A 10-second KO timer, they will be back ready for the big fight. The last big fight one of these two teams will have, maybe will ever have, as this is the last Pokemon Unite Championship Series event here in San Francisco. 5 seconds now before we have Kyogre. Stamina waiting in this top choke point, looking for their opportunity to move in, and here they go.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to get some angle here. Stamina Esports, but they get separated themselves. Root Dignitas is also in a terrible position because Zinda is going to go down immediately, and now Stamina takes the upper hand on this fight. They get the damage themselves. A nice Hydro Typhoon that
oh my gosh, is Root going to be out?
That's going to be that Zacian going down. Stamina is still in a good position to try to get Zuggerg away, and they do. Forces out that eject button. Now with the fly onto the air, going onto Kira alongside that Yveltal. No, actually, Zealot on that Quaquaval. It's still a 2v4.
Yeah, this fight is still ready to pop off here as everyone is deciding how they want to continue. Stamina waiting for the Zacian to come back. Meanwhile, Root Dignitas is going to have the entire squad back with a Psyduck Unite, one of the most impactful team fight unites in the game. This could be massive that they didn't use it earlier. Next time Stamina comes in, they're going to have reduced damage against Root. And Root's way up right here. They do not need to take this objective. Stamina right now, moving through the map, looking for all the experience they can. They would love another Unite move here. 55 seconds on the clock, and they're caught!
Yeah, Zagra goes in with that scuffle. They manage to get in a good position to separate people, but there's a nice block coming out by Minato too. It's gonna be one knockout there for Surface on the side of Stamina. They're continuing to push forward, and he's still surviving. They managed to escape, and now Inda is gonna go down. The only one surviving there is Toon, but you have to be careful. It's still a Talonflame. It's a fly on this Talonflame. Kyogre is getting attacked. They are separating it. That's how you do it, Stamina. Try to get away. There's still 2 HP. Stop attacking this Kyogre if you want to make this one. Toon still standing. They use the eject button. Stamina Esports confirms that one-way ticket for
Oh my gosh.
Rayquaza
No.
Trolley into day 2 of Worlds. Or do they? 10 seconds, so they have the points. 100. Is it enough, Spriggles?
It's going to be extremely close. They're trying to score in the top path right now. There's 50 points on that Pokemon.
Oh, they didn't get it in.
Middle. Time is up. Who was able to get it? I think they did.
I think Stamina did it.
And they did!
They did it. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Next up, points for Stamina Esports,
That's so
369
sad.
to 330
No.
points as Group
Unfortunate.
G, Group H gets decided into day 2. Oh my word.
We talked about it. I mean, we talked about how close this group was, how good these teams were, how any team could be walking out of this and heading to day 2. What a win for Stamina there. What an unbelievable fight. The patience on them. Dignitas, I mean, absolutely gutted, obviously. Such an incredible team, such an incredible season.
They did so well in
And it all
ACL.
ends
Well,
here in San Francisco
there goes my
on
third
day
pick.
1. No question about
That's
it.
unfortunate.
One of the biggest heartbreaker matches that you are going to see here in day 1.
It really is a team that conquered the champion title, the LAIC, NAIC, now out of Worlds 26. But we know this was close. This was close all throughout. We had scraps all around, but the final stretch was so decisive, and getting that objective, Kyogre, with 10 seconds to go, was so close.
Yeah, it was right there. So, I mean, the fact that Talon was able to move in, take out the Zacian as well, that was so impactful. This is when Indra goes down in the first fight, not able to use their Unite move, but they are able to come back in the second one with the Unite, which was very impactful, but it just wasn't enough for Dignitas right here as we were kind of taking a look at this first one. Everyone has a massive skirmish here, and then we reset for another one. Talonflame moving in, looking for the KO on Mufasa, but instead it's the Quabble that goes down. They catch any sus there with the Psychic.
Rank pick. That's so sad. Why are we loading?
They move through. Zacian not going down. A double KO for the Surfetched here, and it's just Talonflame trying to, as best as they can, get rid of a member of Stamina and see if they can drain time on the clock. Here comes Stamina looking to score, and it has to be Hitman, the Skeledirge, scoring that makes the difference here. Right? Hitman on the bottom path, there's the 100. In the top path, they score. Talonflame puts some more points in, but of course, it was not enough for Dignitas. 330 to 361. Mufasa, once again, our player of the game, and they really had an amazing fight there at the end. Again, so one of these incredible teams had to leave our tournament early. It is Root Dignitas as Stamina Esports is heading to day 2.
It's just so sad.
This is one of the most exciting yet heartbreaking moments if you are a Root Dignitas fan, if you're rooting for NA in general, and being ourselves here in San Francisco in NA, I know that must really hurt. But Stamina, they grasped it. They just took it by the claws. Game 2, they said, nah, we're going to Game 3. Game 3, they said, we're keeping our strategy. We're keeping our draft. Everything looked good, and they managed to control the team fights well, and especially with the pickoffs on Inda, on Zealot. Those were the very, very important, like, pinpoint moments that made that final strike so important for
Zealot's gonna
Stamina.
blame himself.
And now we have an interview up on the big stage with our winner. Let's send it on up there. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Spriggles. That's right, I'm here on the main stage with Kira from Stamina Esports after a huge, huge win. Congratulations. How good does it feel to know you're headed to day 2?
¿Cómo se siente que va a ser el segundo día?
Estamos muy felices y la verdad que vamos por más.
They're really excited and they're going for more.
All right, even more. I love that. You're looking higher and higher. Kira, your group was scary. A very scary group. We saw it earlier on before the tournament. How did you prepare for this tournament?
¿Cómo te preparaste para este torneo?
Practicamos bastante en la screen y estábamos viendo los demás equipos para tomar un poco de ideas y implementar en nuestro juego.
They practice a lot in the stream and they were taking ideas with that.
All right, awesome. Yeah, tune into the Kira stream. Absolutely. That's good. Some good prep being done. Kira, you get to rest a bit for tomorrow. Are you going to be resting and relaxing, or are you immediately going back to practicing?
¿Se van a relajar o van a practicar más?
Primero nos vamos a relajar y a comer y después a seguir practicando.
First they're going to relax and eat and then keep practicing.
All right, a little bit of both. I love that. Last thing, Kira, we see some people cheering for you in the crowd, but I know there's people at home cheering for you as well. Anything you want to say to everybody who's been supporting you and Stamina Esports?
¿Algo que quisieras decirle a todos los que te apoyan?
Gracias a todos los que confiaron y a los que no, aquí les demostramos.
Thank you to everyone and the ones that are not, here they are.
Amazing. All right, well, congratulations on making it out of your group and into day 2. Good luck in your future matches. Casters, back to you.
Stamina Esports definitely showed
Let's
them.
go.
That was Kira. What a lovely interview. Thank you so much,
unfortunate.
Zoinks. This was an insane match. Game 3, all the highest of stakes. And like we said before, the series started for Eagles. It just could have been a grand finals.
It's still so
It was a P1.
Yeah, that is how good these two teams are. That is how good the Reject Stamina game was. That is how good the Reject Dignitas game was. Obviously, we are losing a fan favorite, the 3rd place from ACL. Multiple IC wins this season. But when the groups were drawn out of those golden eggs, it just happened to be, it was me, that just happened to be the end for Root Dig as they go down to Stamina here. We're taking a look at our group stage. Reject and Stamina from Group H, our scariest group, are moving forward here. Let's bounce around and talk about some of these here. Let's go backwards. Komai 2-0 in their group. Peru also has taken a game win. Deep Cross has lost 1. EVOS unfortunately losing 2, which oftentimes does mean day 2 is out of reach.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like that is the case. We're talking about a group that has 4 teams, so that's
there goes my team.
Group F,
But this go my 3rd
we
place
see
team.
a Fennel game happening, and they are 1-0.
We didn't get to see the Fennel game.
Team Nemesis and DreamHack had 1-1, and Lunex.
And Lunex has lost 2.
1-2
Evil,
yeah, I've got to assume.
and Evil Geniuses better get through, or we're gonna have 0 NA teams in day 2.
Fair. Every team is incredible, but it does feel like the question was, how are the other teams going to do outside of playing Fennel? Because Fennel's going to do pretty dang good.
Fennel is Fennel.
Yes.
That's yep. They've been 1st place on almost everything they've played in Asia, and that is the energy and the competence they're bringing here to the world stage. Now, Group E with T1 in a 1-0 record. Zeta Division still waiting to play, and 7 on a 0-1.
Group D, Evil Geniuses, Zipto Esports, and Looking for Org. We had the Chaos trigger the 3-way tie, and we were informed that Evil Geniuses and Zipto Esports are moving forward through
we have 1 NA
tiebreaker
team.
rules.
I forgot
believe
Evil
the rules
Geniuses
that
was
they are going with but don't quote me on it, is the seeding from the group. There are multiple tiebreakers, but I believe because Evil Geniuses and Zipto were higher seeds, they are moving forward here. Heading to Group C, Gremio 2-0, Volticons 1-1, Onyx having a tough time, and Dark Peach, our lone representative from mainline China, also having a little bit of a tough time at 0-1. Group B, not looking too bad for BH3.
Yeah, well, there you go. BH3 on a 2-1 record, while CC there from Japan in a 1-0, with Strong Basketball Player on a 1-1, and Legends reappeared there from OS, unfortunately, on 0-2. And now finally, Group A, Spriggles.
Yeah, Group A exists 1-0. Team Peps all tied up at 1-1 with Tuzi and SideQuest having lost the game. I have to point out, we've talked about so many times how Japan is incredibly strong. It's not that they haven't dropped a single map, but if you look across the board, they have not dropped a single series as a region. Reject 2-0, Fennel 1-0, CC 1-0, Exist 1-0, Zeta Division having not yet played. We could have a situation where 5 teams from Japan move forward to day 2 and just continue the domination from the most powerful region in the game.
Oh yeah, and if you are from Japan rooting for any of these teams, or if you are international and also rooting for any of these teams, it is a wonderful time to be rooting for Japanese teams. I love to see how things are going in day 1. Group stage has been remarkable. As we've said, one of the most exciting day 1s that we've had, especially on broadcast. The matches have been very par on par, just a lot of great Unite all around. And we don't really see that much disparity.
Welcome back, folks.
It just feels like everything is just so high quality.
Yeah,
Dignitas
high quality
lost.
games, high quality teams. Obviously,
they're out
we
for
saw
day 2.
everything out of Group H because of how unbelievably important that group was.
So
and now
upset.
we know what the craziest group turned out to be as Reject and Stamina move forward to day 2. We have so many more amazing matchups, so many more teams that need to get qualified, and of course so many more teams that unfortunately are not going to make it to day 2, not going to make it to that single elimination bracket. We are going to take a very short break and be right back with more of our group stage here in San Francisco. Don't go anywhere. I know I won't. Wait, should I go somewhere? Probably.
Should we go?
Okay. I don't know how to play Snorlax. I have 2 stacks. I don't think I went block. I'm gonna be for real. I did go block. Did they not win top? No, they lost top. That's unfortunate. just not good at it. So I play it on my.
Everybody to the 2026 Pokemon Unite World Championships here in San Francisco, and we are in the thick of our group stage. Day number 1, we got 29 teams competing to be the final Pokemon Unite World Champion. I'm Zoinks, this is Duke Snacks. We got Unite mics in front of the mic.
Woo! Feels good. Day 1 here at the Pokemon World Championships, of course, as you mentioned, in San Francisco. And we are finally getting to see an EU team take the stage.
I know. I mean, these teams have been performing actually extremely well in our group stage, kind of quietly. We haven't seen them on the main stage quite yet. I cannot wait to see this Team Peps play. They were the first team to qualify for this event after all at EUIC, happening right before Asia Champions League when we had many more teams to get added into the mix. But with Team Peps having such a strong start to the season, it's a big question mark how they're going to do here at the World Championships. So far, mixed results, they are sitting at 1-1 in their group.
Right, they do have the opportunity to take their destiny in their own hands. First, they're squaring off against a team that is 0-1 in what is a pretty hotly contested group, so it really can shake out anyway. Anyway. You check that anyway. That's where I wanted to end that sentence.
Exactly. It gets shaped out anyway. It's exactly what I was also thinking about this group.
Why is that walking around at 1 HP?
Be a lot of other familiar faces as well.
It's so stupid.
SEA, these players are very familiar with this World Championship stage, but I think for a lot of the players on Team Peps, you could be making the same argument. But I am so curious in what we are going to see when it comes to kind of meta picks or lack thereof, potentially. Team Peps was crushing it. It was a Kyogre map starting tournament, but it was double defender all day long that pushed them all the way through that grand finals. On the other side, we got greedy players. So, like, we really could see anything going into this next game.
Anything is the word of this matchup for sure. Yeah, you mentioned it, Peps, double defender squad. And when you're talking to teams like Reject, like, we don't really want to play defenders at all, actually.
Yes.
So that just shows how much different regions have different play styles and how they approach this game completely. Now, that being said,
that's
not to say that Peps has completely fallen off the wagon, but they were a pretty quiet performing team after their touchdown spike of a win there at EUIC. So we'll see if they've actually just honed in on that similar strategy and maybe sharpen the tools that they're bringing to the table in that same department, if you will, or if they decided to just kind of go away from that and start doing something else.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I mean, meta pick-wise, of course, you were talking about a few of the players, though, like that have that experience. They were playing in that double defender. I know you're a huge fan of both of those players, Bruv and Marv. I mean, you can't really get more storied options. Bruv, of course, specifically played on the very first World Championships Grand Final in that second place on that Nouns team. Once upon a time, Marv on just a litany of incredible EU rosters. EU's came to play this time around. I mean, we have Volticons with some big wins in another group as well. Komai, I believe, is leading their group as well. So EU's came to play. Cannot wait to watch them. ABAC, on the other hand, has been struggling in a few of their groups, SideQuest included, as starting off their tournament with a 1-0 loss. We'll have to see if they can turn things around when it comes to the main stage.
Without a doubt. And, you know, sometimes we have teams that step up when they're on stage, teams that kind of maybe shy away when they're on stage. So this could be their opportunity to springboard into some momentum and really get going here.
That's true. Now, Deuce, one of the best parts of this day number one is how we get to do this caster rotation, mix it up a little bit. You and I haven't had the chance to share the mic as of yet today. So what have you been liking in terms of Pokemon selection today? Like, what are some power picks that you're like, oh, that's crushing it? Teams need to be doing that every time.
Well, I think we got put on notice for Skeledirge, which is something I am surprised it took so long for it to become a factor. So Skeledirge, very impressed with. Overall, until this last set, very unimpressed with Sirfetch'd. But here, I'm open to be convinced either way, because these teams are the best
He's unimpressed with Sirfetch'd?
So if they see something in it, I better start looking a little closer.
All right, well, we're looking at two brand new regions here in APAC West and EU. It's going to be a really interesting clash, and already we are starting out with a Kobe ban. This was a staple one from Root Dignitas, who we got to see a couple of times on the main stage. Seems like other teams not wanting to deal with that is interesting when you have a player like Klaus on there, who's just such an incredible hyper carry on someone like the Zoroark. So that
why I
option
don't
is not
play
available.
Defender.
Wow, look at that. SideQuest doing a bit of prep work. That is a Palkia ban. In fact, all their bans under 10% total. That is targeted across the board.
Yeah, and immediately the defender of the defenders here, Snorlax, gets picked first. Bruv is like, whatever, we banned Blastoise, we hate that thing, I agree. Get it out of here. Gonna grab a Snorlax. We'll see how SideQuest responds, though, here.
Okay, they're going to be starting off with a Mew. That has been such a powerful pick in the hands of Zante previously. So taking it away, Rhyme is going to have to really showcase that they're a powerhouse on that Pokemon.
It's amazing. Rhyme and Yang are choosing characters that I don't think Team Peps even cares about. I don't think they're just like, whatever. Like, sure.
That is so funny to see after SideQuest is going so hard in the favor of target banning, specifically towards Team Peps. That is very, very curious. Zante is going to pick up the Yveltal, though, a Pokemon that's only at a 33% counter rate, and it's actually coming as a bit of a surprise to me. And wow, SideQuest is going to get HT to equip the Zoroark sans Comfey.
Marv looks like to be locking in Eldegoss. Klaus on the Typhlosion, which means SideQuest gets to round this out with the gutter pick. Let's see how interesting they elect to make it. Umbreon is the hover, and that would be, you know, a pretty solid spot to be.
Okay, well, how about we totally flex it up?
How about support horse out of ice?
Double speedster. We get to check off yet another thing off of a bingo board that I really regret not making right now because of all the absurd compositions we have already seen picked up in our tournament. But yes, SideQuest is going to go with the Zoroark and the Galarian Rapidash. Now, we have seen the Galarian Rapidash in more of a support role before, and it will be likely falling in that way. Rhyme as a Mew does have a few opportunities to help out the squad, but Yemu and HT, I don't think they have any other arguments for any other roles. Their job is to get damage done.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, Ice historically, or the last couple years, has been more into that support part role into the team, and they obviously have a hard support in Yang right on the Hoopa. So this offers a lot of flexibility. But on the other hand, this might be the matchup. Team Peps goes to the drawing board for game 2 and goes, yeah, double defender, why not? Like, fight through it all. Who cares?
I mean, wow, what a great comp to play double defender into. Shut down a Gyarados, a Zoroark, and a Galarian Rapidash. All of those seem like options you would want a lot of crowd control into. But Galarian Rapidash is truly that double-edged sword where they don't love that crowd control, but they can dish out so much of it themselves. We'll see if Team Peps has a struggle maneuvering around the battlefield or if they'll be able to rely on the
we're doing
tactics that have
Groudon
gotten
again?
them this far. Very important game for both these teams in this group. Who forges ahead in the pack, who lags behind. This is a 4-team group. You gotta make it in that top 2 position if you want to make it to single elimination.
Here we go. Team Peps, your purple team side quest, your orange team as we get straight into game 1. And you have to think the early lane advantage down here in the bottom belongs to Team Peps.
Yeah, I mean, Yveltal is just one of those Pokemon that gets going early and often. Not only is it huge damage, but also has a lot of bulk to work with that natural lifesteal. Potato getting a bit of early damage done as well. That full stack means the critical hits will be a little more frequent. Potato can dish out some heavy damage.
I am just surprised we're not seeing like Garchomp out of Patati. Something we all seem to like, and it looked really good earlier in the day when Zealot had that kind of pop-off game against Reject. But here we go. We're going with a different flavor here as we got a little 3v3 in the bottom path materializing.
Yeah, it looks like SideQuest just really focusing on Patati throughout that draft phase. But in the end, we'll see how well this Sirfetch'd can play. You're right, it has been a bit of a mixed result style of Pokemon from team to team. But one thing I know SideQuest can rely on is Yang. How many years have we casted the World Championships with Yang playing Hoopa? Like, how many?
I mean, ever since maybe year 2, because year 1, I think Yang was a little bit more in the carry role.
Right, exactly.
And then taking control here. And of course, you so gingerly mentioned the bans in SideQuest.
I thought I did a pretty good job of subtly mentioning it.
Putting me just mental shambles over me talking about my excitement over Potato's Garchomp. So throw me in the bin right now.
I thought I avoided doing such a thing, but that's fine. We can move along. Potato waiting right just for these Natus to spawn in, but Yang getting dangerously close. A big amount of damage. Again, that Sirfetch'd, those critical hits, always a big threat.
Here comes the Gyarados, and I believe that is base model Gyarados as well.
Oh, wow.
Ice stepping up, and we are putting some pressure on Marv, who's just forced to A-press Pollen Puff and do their best in the face of 3 players on SideQuest.
Great call-up, great spot during the draft to see that that was a normal Gyarados and not a Mega one. Nice job.
Thanks. Thanks, man. You're
really trying to make up for my past mistakes.
He was so gingerly done.
Thank you.
It took me, the fact that it took me 40 seconds to realize that you were like letting me know that I messed it up was in and of itself.
They lost that? Oh my god.
All right, let's talk about this game though, not my self-esteem.
Yeah, you got it. Regidraga going to be the center of attention. Then we'll pin it off of you. Nice heavy slam by Brub. Isolates 2. That will be a bounce Gyarados to get out of danger, but now Peps is on the aggressive.
All right, Yang going to use the Phantom Force to pop in and create a little bit of spread between players. We got a front lining here of Brub and Marv. Bouncing towards Marv is Yemu, trying to get a knockout somewhere, but everybody seems no worse for wear.
Yeah, there is going to be not a ton of healing. I believe we have Trick Phantom Force, if that is correct, but at least Phantom Force ready to go for this Hoopa. Apply a bit of extra pressure in terms of the stun department, potentially even that healing. We are going to be rotating towards this bottom objective, though. Another major one is Typhlosion is already in position, but so is the Zoroark.
Typhlosion moving in slowly. We see the flame wheel there. Huge boosted auto towards the Registeel. Potato and Brub moving up. Solar Beam's going to get a bunch of damage down. Still secured by Sirfetch'd. Damage to the backside. Bouncing out is Yemu. Gonna make sure that they stay standing at least for now.
Yeah, Potato relatively safe in a lot of these sections. You got the tech to kind of ignore one of the instances of burst damage or crowd control. We'll get him in position.
Oh, here we go. A nice pressure. Typhlosion just raining down from the skies, those fireballs, and that is enough to send SideQuest packing. So we are fighting a lot, Zoinks, but we are not really cashing in too many KOs early stages here in game 1.
Yeah, and SideQuest also just kind of pivoting away from that fight. So like you mentioned, avoiding that fight, but going for a bit of a macro rotation. Sirfetch'd is going to be getting another one onto the tally, though, as they pick that up. What do you think about this Team Peps composition right now, Doomsticks? To me, it just looks like goodstuff.com a little bit on the side of that roster.
You know, I wish they would have gone 100% full Team Peps mode EUIC and put Marv on Trevenant and just start getting everywhere.
Or Mamo. Either one I would have loved, but all right. I can have my wish in Game 2 draft, I suppose.
Fingers crossed.
Hopefully they do something fun
Yang gonna have a nice
in
little
Game 2.
out-secure moment in the face
But
of
no one does
Brav
anything
and
fun
Zante,
in this
little
game.
bit of EXP. So
Like
for
anything
at the
super
moment,
fun.
as they are
Because
so
they're
close
still
to
because
level
it's still
9, there
they're
it
still
is,
trying to
Ruby
win.
Knight move ready to go.
Good pressure on Brav. We've got a big central area invade. You want to talk about a side quest out of side quest. They're grabbing buffs for themselves here. Potato missing everything on 2 characters that were very low. Can't get any knockouts. And now we have an eject button reposition. Going to knock out HT. The Zoroark. Heavy Slam is there. Rhyme, Yang, Yemu, and now Zante steps in. We're into the mist. And this is just another fight that seems like it's just going to devolve into nothingness again.
Yeah, a few KOs traded every other way. That was a funny moment for HT on the Zoroark. They had a choice to go towards the Pollen Puff and get some healing, but that would mean I get right in front of Potato Surf Fetch. So a tough choice. They make that choice to run to the enemy home base and get a little bit of damage done, a bit of aura farm, you know, really fill out their tally, but they're going to be back at the fight on the top side soon enough. But Team Peps right now focusing on Regirock, but they only got 3 members.
Klaus stepping up, quietly having a good impact on this game. Into the back line, though, trying to deal with Zante, and meanwhile, HT just steps up and secures. Klaus gets dusted because there's no support for with them. Now we're rings unbound, stuns on pads, solar beams to cover, and that is an easy goal zone break. 198 to 88, the push continues. Surfetch steps in, Potato shredding them in with the long sword here. Green onions for your dish.
Wash.
And I like some of that Phantom Force trick combination, getting out of danger. That Surfetch can do a ton of damage to one target, but it's pretty tough to follow up on a target that can vanish at the blink of an eye. So nice work from that Hoopa, kind of from start to finish in that team fight. Obviously all set up by that Hoopa Unite move, a very aggressive portal right on top of the objective, but blocking out that area with that Phantom Force, making sure that crowd control area is tough for Team Peps to walk into.
All right, now we're trying to catch up the score the other direction, going for a quick break so they can send this Regieleki down the path here. Brav going for a reset because we've got tons of points going in to this bottom tier 2, and it's 119 to 348 Zoinks.
Yeah, I mean, SideQuest has just found an incredible position in this game, and they might even have a chance to rally back to the defense. Regieleki lands, though.
Power nap right in the middle, gonna find a lot of targets, a lot of knock-up, and a lot of damage as they close the goal zone, and now SideQuest has to run all the way back to base. Yang still in big Hoopa mode. They're gonna shrink back down to baby, and now Marv is gonna put 2 points in home.
Yeah, let's get those 2 points. You also need to get your Night move back, so getting knocked out wouldn't be the worst situation for the support Pokemon right at the moment. HC does land that main combination of the 3 targets of that final hit, so decent amount of burst damage. But Surfetch maybe getting a little dangerous. That will be the Detect Dash with that full shield. They'll be able to walk off the Zora.
Yeah, Fury Cutter out of Potato has missed a couple times in some key moments, so we'll definitely want to watch Potato and make sure they dial that in here as we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in game 1.
Yeah, and Team Peps is going to totally rotate back to their own central area. We're going to have 30 seconds-ish to be able to knock out this bottom side Reggie, but that's going to be all side quests. Nobody there to contest because Team Peps are focusing on getting those levels, but more importantly, get some yellow dots above their Pokemon icons. Only 1 Unite move, count for 2 now, and 3. Wow, this is happening really fast. They now have their Unite moves.
All right, perfect. We did it. We're just missing Typhlosion and Snorlax. They're going to get that here, I'm sure, in a moment's notice. And bang, both of them on cue. Here we go. Groudon is there. We're just ripping. We're just going for it.
All right, we got Brav open up a bit of space, but no, they're in.
Okay, now we're bouncing it. Now Brav's on the backside of a Nightmare. The Bermuda Triangle is down for the Rapidash just run around into. Right into the middle, Power Nap going to kick up a couple, secured by Zante out of nowhere, as this has been an incredibly bizarrely split, disjointed fight, and getting the best of it right now is Team Peps. They're finding all the targets they want. Now Yang's all alone, going rings unbound with no real person to save. Gyarados going to go try score somewhere, or at least get some farm up. But really, Peps has the opportunity.
Yeah, they are behind by quite a few points, but that changes so quickly when we're in that final stretch double scoring. Zante, with that secure, using the Lumiere of Delmise, I believe. Did not think I was going to get to
Lumiere.
I can't believe I messed that word up.
Demise.
That's the one. 1 minute left on the clock. 6:18 to 5:08. Team Peps the one holding the lead, and they have a lot of Groudon buffs to work with. I don't believe they have foregone a single one. So that is going to be extra damage to help them on the defense. and all they have to do is defend this home goal zone. Marv with the Eldegoss getting a little bit of experience with these wild Pokemon, but also checking for where the positions are of SideQuest SG.
Zoroark with the Unite move here, gonna need to move up and join the team as quietly Peps is getting their Unite moves back as they just have to babysit this home goal zone. They now know where Gyarados is, but that's a bait and switch, because look, Zoroark's coming over the top. So stopped by Bruv very quickly, though.
Yeah, tough Pokemon to be the first one to show up out of the tall grass. Snorlax, a nasty encounter. So much HP that even a Zoroark can't shut them down. And look at how quickly that glass cannon goes down.
Block immediately pins Yemu away. They have to go underwater to save themselves from the Typhlosion. Here we are, rings unbound, and the fight's breaking out. Tons of shields everywhere. Big lunge onto Yang for the stun. Potatoes on the backside. We are stunning them down with the fists. However, it is SideQuest failing the main quest here in game number 1. Can't win on the scoreboard.
No, Team Peps are going to defend that home goal zone and start this series in a 1-0 fashion. SideQuest SG just not enough firepower in the tank at the end to break through that impenetrable Team Peps defense.
I want to think about that Groudon fight a little bit. It felt a bit disjointed, right? It almost felt like there was a pseudo rip going on, but no, it was bait, right? As soon as they went in, we actually had Ice use their Unite move on Bruv, the Snorlax, in the middle of the pit for no real value. But then they each everybody just split, northeast to southwest, and the fight continued. But it was really Peps with just enough sustain with the Eldegoss and the Snorlax able to just kind of take over.
Yeah, I mean, with a Snorlax in as talented of hands as Bruv, I think you can count on so many moments of chaos like that at the very least, Snorlax is going to give your attacker player space. Like, at the end of the day, Bruv knows that Zante needs to be untouched in some of these team fights. I think that Snorlax was doing a really solid job of that. You say Yemu does not dive all the way on the opposite side of the Groudon pit right there, too.
I knew
the rocks from the Groudon actually force HT to reposition, which allows Typhlosion and Zante to get out of the way on the engage. Huge power nap. Look at that. That was the big power nap after the heavy slam, stunning 3,
that would mess
and
with
that opening the door for Zante, like you said, the space they need to secure the objective.
Yeah, and of course a huge Lumiere of demise.
Yes.
Okay, said it right that time. Here we go. Team Peps going to be starting this series in a 1-0 position. Team Peps' MVP is going to be Potato on that Sirfetch'd. Got knocked out 3 times, but dealt 2 KOs of their own. But maybe the most important stat line on here, 9 assists. Rocky Helmet Sirfetch'd helping out the squad with a little bit of extra damage.
I'm still not convinced.
Okay, sure.
Please, somebody convince me of this Sirfetch'd. I am taking a look more at SideQuest's draft, though, and I've got questions.
Okay.
It feels like they're not exactly sure what Peps is up to. They clearly, as you mentioned, tried to isolate Potato, right? Like target ban them down. And that didn't really work, as you see our player of the game is, in fact, the person that they were targeting down.
Yeah, no one's more upset to see the award for player of the game Potato than SideQuest is, I think, at this final screen. That is, a draft strategy, very focused on one player, and that can be the dark side of that strategy. Now, this was a close game. Like, SideQuest SG playing really, really well, keeping up that score lead at any given moment. But yeah, that final fight just being devastating. I am curious, actually, and I know we don't talk about this too often when it's the team that's in the winning position in 1-0. I'm curious if Team Peps flexes their picks at all and actually goes towards a Hoopa ban of their own. Just being such an iconic pick for Yang at this point in time, like, maybe you want to just make that player a bit uncomfortable. Either way, they were on their comfort pick, and you're starting off 1-0, much in thanks to your top path player, Potato, having a great look on this Sirfetch'd.
You know, I actually really like the Peps draft strategy.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure the Hoopa is enough for me to make it switch up.
Sure.
Because Comfey is definitely targeted, right? We've seen Ice on Comfey so much. And of course, on the other side, you have Blastoise. And if I'm in the seat of Team Peps, if we don't have it, we don't want it played.
Yeah.
Especially the style that they play, because they want to force the other team to do some more squishier strategies so they can insulate themselves with that double tank or tank, pseudo tank setup. I mean, Eldegoss is now so strong.
Yeah.
It's a thing that never really gets buffs, but the things that change around it raises and drops its stocks, and right now they are way, way up.
Yeah, Eldegoss having a great tournament. It always feels like EU happens to be the Eldegoss region as well, where we see it pop up so frequently. So not shocked to see it within the hands of these players. But game 2, we got a lot of questions. Obviously, I'm kind of curious what map we go to, because if I'm SideQuest, I'm probably choosing the draft side that I would like to be on. I think I would prioritize that a bit more, but that just goes for Team Peps to go, well, we really like Kyogre. We really like that map.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Overlord earlier out in the crowd when we were watching a couple games, and after Dig chose Rayquaza game 2, they were like, we're choosing the map for game 2.
Yeah,
This is ridiculous.
Enough is enough.
So they were like, well, we don't care what side we're on. We do not want to do Rayquaza again.
Very interesting. I was curious about their perspective too, seeing as that Japan does play with a different kind of map format in their tournaments than we do. Here for a lot of our Western tournaments and the World Championships, that's what we're playing.
I mean, look at this Team Peps. They kind of look like they got ice in their veins right now. The job's not done. They're up a game, but there is another 10-minute stretch ahead of them right now, as SideQuest is going to be on that purple side getting that first pick. And it looks like the ban so far, Sirfetch'd now going away. So let's see where Peps goes. One thing to note, though, Zacian was not banned or picked at all last game.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, a Pokemon that it has been doing quite well in the encounter rate so far in a tournament, sliding off of that option. Team Peps are going to ban the Yveltal. Pretty big surprise to me, seeing as how important it was. We are going to Groudon again, by the way. So we're going to see that map 2 times in a row. Wow, okay, SideQuest says that we're up to 4 picks focused on them. Out of the 3 bans and first pick priority, they want to force Potato into something.
Yeah, you'd like to think by now Potato might have picked up another character. I guess we'll find out. What about that one? What about the best one?
Buzzwole has been another pretty powerful option. I know a lot of Japan teams playing it. Actually, if you want to take some other pages out of their book, how about Zarina as another viable option? Maybe similar vein to Quavel into that look too.
All of a sudden, look at Team Peps. Marv back on Eldegoss. Zante snatching up Mew. And these priorities, I think they're twisted, but right now, Team Peps is up a game, so we'll see where they go. Blastoise, 90% encounter rate getting snatched up along with Hoopa. Cloud's back on Tasia.
No way.
Meganium
game. Oh my word. All right, we know one of our co-casters, Danley, is loving this pick. They have been asking for it all day long. Bruv, I mean, they're the master of picking up weird Pokemon with yellow backgrounds. We have the Mr. Mime all the time. How about Meganium?
Meganium is great, and also another example is Bruv, like in the last calendar year has been the only person to make Lapras look good.
Yeah, true.
So like, whatever, I trust Bruv, he's awesome. Rhyme and HT, we got Miraidon, and we've got what I assume or presume to be a Scyther. Scissor's a bit more rare, but when you're talking about APAC West and SideQuest, you never know what adventure you're going on.
If we see Portal Hoopa, maybe there's a world that we see the red Scizor, but I'm not too sure. Another steel type on the opposite side, there was Potato picks up the Metagross.
We haven't seen a lot of Portal
Such a phenomenal Pokemon right now. Able to have I personally love its matchup against Blastoise kind of overall. It's one of the few Pokemon that can kind of shrug off a lot of those pushes that Blastoise is putting out.
I forgot people can't hear me when I do that.
So I think it's a pretty good look. It is more late game focused though than that Sirfetch'd is going to be. So Potato, that has been something we've talked a lot about this player and that team's storyline is there's going to be a lot of fights 4v5 for a bit. We're going to wait. Potato's going to be leveling up. They'll get there when they get there. And boy, they impact the game a lot once they show up.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where the basket in which they place all their eggs. Is how long can we withstand or like weather the storm until this kid's ready to start playing?
Batten down the hatches. The Potatoes aren't ready quite yet. Pretty sure that's
we boiling them. We boil these potatoes. It takes a while.
Yeah. It's in the microwave sometimes. Groudon map, we're getting too far into it. All right, we're almost
quick recipe for those of you at home. Take a potato, peel it, of course, wash it, of course.
Yes.
Wrap it in aluminum foil, throw it right in the microwave for 2.5 minutes.
Yes. I imagine that's how Potato cooks his.
I would bet my bottom dollar, brother.
Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. SideQuest SG is going to be on your purple team, and they're playing from behind. 0-1. Team Peps leading the way on the orange side.
Ryman Ice stepping up. Zante there, though, with a nice little light screen. Bruv, little Chikorita, trying to make its presence felt. Type advantage, if that means anything.
I've been saying a quick mode where type advantage is relevant would have been so fun for a whole long time, but right now, not going to be a factor for Chikorita in this matchup. Zante back on the Mew, though. We talked about it immediately at the start of the draft. Such a powerful Pokemon, and Zante, one of the most prolific Mew players this season in particular. I feel like that EUIC run, we talk about the double defender all the time. That Mew, also a superstar.
Yeah, it was a great pick for them throughout that entire tournament. And it was really kind of the character of the tournament, if you're really looking at it as a whole. I do love that Peps has been able to, in that moment, carve out their own strategy here. We've got a 4v3, we're moving forward. Potato leading the charge, going straight for him here, able to bully them back to pad. And it looks like that's just enough for everybody else to back out. We still have Cyndaquil there. Ooh, look, the score stops here. Yemu trying to put some good pressure on, and now Peps is all going to get their points in.
Remember that whole thing I was talking about late game and not much early game presence? Yeah, we can throw all that to the wayside. Team Peps is loving what is happening in this early game right now. SideQuest SG
there's been a lot of jungle invades.
And they're going to have to contest over this blue buff. It will be HT picking it up, though, on the Scyther.
Running away here is Zektualava.
Yes, correct.
Jeez, oh Pete's the kid's an encyclopedia of knowledge. Quickly KO'd, though, for whatever that's worth.
Unfortunate turn of events, but we do have a fun combination on our screen right now in that Scyther and that Phantom Force Trick Hoopa. I love seeing one of these kind of speedster-style Pokemon, assassin builds, these big dive moments, and then having the awesome escape route of that portal immediately after. Takes a lot of coordination, but these Worlds teams can pull off these combos so well.
Oh, absolutely. They've been working on it since year 2, waiting for it to be good.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, that's true. The Trick Mana Force combo. It's here. The final moment.
Good engage here. Typhlosion again with the Flame Wheel. We've got Bruv. Does have Grassnot on the line.
Oh!
Puts him on the razor's
he almost
edge.
He had 1 HP.
Still there. Tons of damage from the Charge Beam Miraidon, and that's something Peps has just been put on notice.
I really like this Charge Beam Miraidon. We've seen a little bit of Electro Drift earlier today, and kind of an answer, but it was getting caught out quite a bit. I like this passive damage tick. It's going to make that Eldegoss and Meganium have a more challenging job, but they do have a lot of healing to answer back with.
Yeah, that Petal Blizzard, right? A well-lined up Petal Blizzard out of Team Peps from Bruv is going to be critical in these team fights, especially to combat that Charge Beam, as you mentioned. Regieleki shredded off the map by SideQuest, as now it's just Potato there left to babysit. Marv going to peel up and support theirs. We've got a 3-person push in the bottom pad. Yemu and Yang slowly making their way there as we tick over to level 7, and we'll see if things have settled out in time. Yes, the Thunder is chasing out those 2 characters.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how much healing there is. We also have the Miraidon with that Cursed Incense. So that Charge Beam is going to be applying a lot of healing stoppage in some major moments.
That's my favorite.
Zante caught out is going to have to use the Mystical Mirage, the Unite move, to get themselves out of danger. Big resource, great play by Ice on the Blastoise.
Definitely one they would like to use here in a more protracted
I'm going for Team Peps, but SideQuest is doing pretty good. That's
a
critical
piece of wild Pokemon or objective, but staying standing helps your team a little bit too. And I think Zante's ready to go. Bruv steps forward, gets dragged into the deep waters by the Blastoise, pinned against the wall. Unite move is used immediately. The follow-up is there. Potato in the backside builds the Coliseum, but can't turn into a mausoleum just yet. Bruv stepping back, good Grassnot on ice, and that's enough to get all of Team Peps out of danger.
And just look at the communication between these two teams. You see both central area players not rotating down to that team fight. Both teams are saying, we don't see Scyther, we don't see Typhlosion, and they are playing it very carefully. Do not want this team fight to kind of slide out of control either way with a major force of damage. So both these teams playing this one close to the chest, but it's Team Peps with a strong lead of 82-0.
Yeah, also ahead on the experience lead as well. So a bad fight out of Peps can just be the opportunity that SideQuest needs to roar back into this game.
Yeah,
so they're walking
they'll
on
let
eggshells
the
right now. We'll see
experience
how
go
they
the other
handle
way.
this situation, because we just crossed the halfway point.
Yeah, I think these team fights start getting real scary when we have these big impact unite moves. Obviously, Klaus is going to love the position of the Typhlosion, be able to avoid a lot of incoming damage. But Miraidon and Scyther all have tons of damage output on their own right. Team Peps is going to have to play this one carefully.
All right, Yang is seeing that the goals are going in, and that's going to break plus 32. Regieleki's walking. Yang goes rings unbound, misses. We go over the wall here through the coaching. Potato going to eat the Scyther Unite right into the mist, getting covered by Zante, who steps up and eats the brunt of the attack on the behalf of Potato. Meanwhile, Klaus is working on Regirock. We're going straight to the Scyther. HT bounces out, though. Just hits a little kickflip, gets out of there. Bruv now has to peel back to Bad. Klaus did take the basement Reggie, Hydro Typhoon for 2, and now SideQuest is looking to push.
They've earned themselves so much space. Regieleki on the top side, great push on the bottom. Team Peps does pick up the Regirock, and that buff's going to be lasting for a while. But that felt like a pretty greedy play by Team Peps to me. That Mew and Metagross kind of sticking around in that fight for so long and bouncing back in multiple times. It feels like they just tried to get everything done across the map. They do get the Regirock buff, though, so at least that investment is working out in one direction.
I'll tell you what. One Direction, Jonas Brothers, Backstreet Boys, I don't care who you like, these band of brothers right now playing well with Team Peps. I am liking what they're doing. They're up by over 100 here, and yes, they played a little greedy, but not enough to cost them that lead that they have, which I think is a great, great eye of control, especially for players like Klaus. Here we go. HT steps up and snags the Regidrago out.
Man, this Scyther burst damage is starting to get out of hand. If they get into that level 13, potentially even that 14 range, Team Peps, despite having double support and a very tanky Metagross, might have to play very safe around this speedster Pokemon. It can be so challenging to deal with, and breaking through is Scyther's main job.
Look at Bruv, knows exactly where to check for anything. Bruv knows that ice is there now based on like auditory cues, right? Like sounds that are made within the game when you hit something with your move. And it's just like a fruitless endeavor. Like Ice knows he's been found because he does the same thing too.
Yeah, exactly. So trading of information. We don't exactly have wards in a game like Pokemon Unite, but we certainly have opportunities to gain vision, a valuable resource at any given moment, especially so when we enter into that final stretch. We are just 20 seconds away from Dupes Next, and Team Peps still holding on to a nice point lead, but that level disparity seems to be getting closer and closer to parity.
We're about to get a lot of information here. All of Peps is going to rip this Registeel off the map, get a nice offensive buff here. Big surf on Bruv, that has the potential to be a catch. Well, Ice has to use a Hydro Typhoon, Eject hits too, but everybody's going to the deep waters now. Rings unbound, the Coliseum is down, and Metagross is fighting. Bruv taking a ton of damage, can get a decent Petal Blizzard in. No, Marvis does it, but so are two players back the way, make it 3. Peps is standing tall, they're up a player here. Rhyme is getting chased down, big surf out of Ice, converts on the KO, yes, it is confirmed indeed, as Miraidon is chipping in on this Groudon, and the rest of Team Peps is converging. Groudon's at half, Rhyme is still in distance, Thunder is down, the action continues, we're slowing down the rip, here comes Yang on the backside, they gotta watch for it, Zante steps up, Mew secures the solar beam,
let's
and this
go.
is Peps, bell to bell in game number 2.
Oh man, Marv is gonna take down that Miraidon right near the end, and now Team Peps off to the races for these goal zones. They don't need to score a single point if they can defend SideQuest at any given moment, but these Groudon buffs in comparison with the Reggie buffs as well, that is a ton of damage to play with.
These are so cool.
Team Peps got firepower, and they are headed towards this tier 2. Leaf Tornado in tow.
Bruv stepping up here. Gonna use their Unite move, eye down the Quaquaval, the goal zone is gone, they've stretched this lead a little more. Quaquaval is in fact not only bullied out, but completely dusted, as Ice is putting in a paltry 52 points the other way, and that's not gonna be enough.
All right, Team Peps in such a good position at this point. SideQuest has an almost impossible fight to force their way out of. That will be 48 points in for Potato, and more points just start raining in. Scyther taking down the Typhlosion, but it's too little, too late. Team Peps are looking at a 2-0 sweep over SideQuest SG.
What a show!
I didn't vote for either of them.
What a showing by EU as as a region already on the world stage, making NA look weak in comparison as they barely have one team limping into day 2. And right now we have all 3 EU teams still fighting for their lives here in pretty good position.
Yeah, such a good spot for them to end up. Team Peps 2-0 secure their
you're really
ticket
they're
number
really
2,
digging into
amongst themselves. I believe
into America.
an incredibly good position,
Especially since
their
we're
group standing.
in
SideQuest
NA.
now are looking at the opportunity to have to beat Exist later on today to be in a better spot. But Team Peps, your winners in here in Group A.
Rub, Sante, Klaus, Marv, and all the way down on the end there is Potati, the targeted player on Peps. That SideQuest said if we can take them out of the game, we can win this. And guess what? Didn't work game 1, didn't work game 2. This Metagross got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of players
hi,
I want to
Jodo.
shout out in terms of how good Team Peps played. Potato is
Hello.
almost more just because
Just so
of
you
their
know, you're on
versatility
stream.
and, you know, resistance to be able to fight back against SideQuest strategy to shut them down. But let's face it, Zante with back-to-back major secures in those 2 games.
The World
was
Championships
under
right now.
control by Zante. Whether it was Yveltal or Mew, great pickups
Yeah,
to take out those major objectives.
Yeah, I wanted to
Yeah,
watch
I mean, you
it,
see the cipher
and
there,
I
the
had
left-hand side of your
stuff
screen,
that I
HG
wanted to
was
do.
on the chase down
But
for Zante specifically.
um,
But what that
today and
allowed
tomorrow
the rest of Peps to do was
are gonna
pivot on some
be
of those frontline weak characters, just like the
just
Hoopa
streaming
and
days probably,
Wobble,
because
and
I
it made it
ended up
incredibly
putting up a video
difficult
on
for an
Thursday,
that
and
got
then
caught out early and took a ton of
I
early
was like,
damage
I'll
to
just
really
stream
help
tomorrow.
sustain and protect them right on, which once everything else goes down, well, it's pretty easy.
So
yeah, it's a tricky
yeah,
spot.
I've been pretty
Dude, since
busy.
it's
I'm
now
like
the
2
second
weeks ahead of
Wave Tornado
schedule
I
with
think
some
we have
stuff,
seen
so
out of these
that's
Eldegoss
nice.
players. I'm not sure if it's just kind of a Eldegoss player all talked before the tournament and said,
Yeah.
we're just going to play Leaf
Hi, Poke.
Tornado. You know what? We're doing it. Enough is enough. I want to play that move. It's more fun. But either way, it's helping out the squad, and players like Potato get into the action
Wait, what?
more often. 53,000 damage done.
Sorry,
for
I had you
this
really
Metagross,
low.
a Pokemon that's doing really, really well in our World Championships.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's doing a great
What did
job
you say?
combating Blastoise specifically on the other side. You know, we saw Reject play it earlier, Potato using it now to great success. Again, the player that
Yeah,
tried to turn it
I
down ends up
switched
the
over to
player
the
of the game,
Pokemon
which
one.
means
I was
they
in my
probably came
stream
up with their
room,
own
but
strategy to combat this
I
squad.
switched over to this one in case
well.
people wanted to
looking
join.
great. That double support working together
But-
for a lot of healing. Obviously, Marv's numbers are going to be a little
I
bit
was like,
lower.
my
going into that
YouTube
more
was
damage
tweaking
slash
earlier,
support of set in
and
terms of
I
utility,
had to
but
keep
the Meganium
restarting
making
my
up for that
OBS.
slack, no questions asked. See Potato on this Metagross. Again, I want to apologize for talking about Metagross's early game. I was not familiar with Potato's Metagross.
Yeah.
I mean, so early they got some massive kills.
Yeah,
Their
it
first
was
KO
weird.
At 253.
I didn't think that was gonna happen. Also, OBS doesn't show everyone who's watching, so it's like I sometimes feel like I'm talking into the void because OBS just doesn't show everyone. Why does it sound like I hear myself like 3 times?
Of course, pivotal in the
I
earlier
hear
they get
myself
it,
like
it's
4
the
times.
domino
This is
effect, right? The first
really
one tips
funny.
over, like, oh, you've got 1, then 2, and then all of a sudden it's like every time it's hitting, you just see the shield bar go boom, and you're like, oh god, this is a crime scene.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of that.
Yes.
I don't want to hear myself talk.
Doing it their own way.
I
here
hate
with
that. I
Tornado,
hate hearing myself
Eldegoss,
talk.
Metagross, whatever, Meganium.
Yeah,
right, sure. That was cool. That was cool to see.
It was awesome. I mean, we had some really interesting picks, and I hope we get to hear about them because we have an interview on the main stage with Brub. Let's take it away.
Nah,
Team
it's the other way around. It's like the complete opposite.
And here we are with Brub from Team Peps. Congratulations, first of all. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, I need to ask.
I stream on
what's going
YouTube
through
and
your mind?
Twitch.
How are you feeling right now after your win?
I think
Twitch is just for fun.
I'm happy with what we're doing as a team, and you know,
I never
I'm
won.
glad we came with a good win on the stage at least.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, first one on the stage there, so coming away with
me
a
see.
win. Now, Rob, you have been in the Pokemon Unite scene.
I-
You are considered a veteran, or should I say a legend, really. Every single World Championships. You are here at your 5th one. How does that feel?
I
knowing that you're
knew
here on
that
this world stage again?
the stream
feels great.
would get
I'm
my
glad I can
my
make it back here.
get my
being
stream
the last one as
copyright
well, being CS with
claimed.
Unite, it feels great. I'm trying to do my best, you know.
The music on there, oh, it's so annoying.
I suppose that's
But
how
it's
you guys
fine.
just do your best, right? But I guess
It's fine.
obviously
Whatever.
the team's
My
goal
my
is to
video's doing
become,
well.
You know, well, reach day 2 first and then become world champions. But are there any other personal goals?
What's
or
happening?
team goals
What's happening?
That you have coming into the competition this weekend?
It's hard to say, really. Like, we're trying to just take it one
I
step
see,
at a time
okay.
again. Like, don't want to think too far ahead because you might get lost earlier on. So, you know, that's how we're going right now. And yeah, I think hopefully we make it day 2. I'm not really sure what's happening, so yeah.
Well, you still have a few more games to go. But before that, I have to ask, going into this second draft, Meganium, it's a supporter that we don't really see often. I mean, it's one of the newer ones, but why did you go with the Meganium pick? Can you break that down for us?
I mean, you can go fast with it, and you can go fast with Eldegoss, so I wanted to run at people. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. You just wanted to go fast. Okay, I wouldn't consider Meganium fast, but okay. There we go. It worked. He ended up winning that set there. I guess before we wrap it on up, is there anything you want to say to anybody that's here supporting you in the crowd, or anybody that's supporting you from home?
Yeah, just a big thank you to everyone in the crowd, fans, everyone at home. My girlfriend's here as well. Shout out to her.
Where is she? Is she here
Yeah,
watching?
that's
Wave
important.
to us.
Did you
Is she here?
pick teams?
Surely she's here. Oh well.
But yeah, thank you everyone for supporting us. We'll do our best, you know.
Am I the only person who did that?
Thank you so much, bro. Let's give it up once again to Team Peps. Let's hand it back to the caster's desk.
All right, that was a great interview with Bruv with a very real girlfriend.
That'd be
Yes.
It'd be really funny if I'm the only person who did it.
Exists, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Also, another thing, Bruv, don't be afraid to just reach out to me on Discord, and I'll give you a better arm workout.
Okay, all right. Congratulations.
Yeah,
to
but
Team
like
Peps
it's still
after a
fun
really remarkable showing.
like
EU's looking awesome this year. I mean,
do
Bruv
it.
leading the way for this roster and other rosters prior as well. I can't wait to see that. I really hope we get to see that team in day 2. We'll have to see how the rest of this group actually works out. As Group A, a really hotly contested one.
Yeah, absolutely. Production,
Oh.
do we see the bracket? Hey! Yo!
I mean, I haven't
That
watched a
is
lot of.
service right there. Group
I'm
A, you
gonna be
just
honest. I
mentioned
watched
that's where we
way
are now.
more
Exist
Minecraft
2-0.
than
Now
I
Team
watch
Peps 2-1, and in a great
Unite.
position here,
But
of
like,
course,
just
Two
like if you
Esports,
look up ACL, just pick the top
Their
3
run is
ACL
pretty much done.
teams, and
So
you'll
means I
you'll
think
probably
we're
be
just
pretty
kind of
close
locked
to
into
accurate.
Exist
Yes,
and Peps.
correct. Yeah, I was doing the math in my head. Exist does have one final game to play against SideQuest, but I believe that will still be locked up as Exist and Team Peps as the representatives. There might be a world in which it's a tiebreak for first or second seed
could
out
ask-
of that group if Exist is able
You
to
could
or
ask.
if SideQuest is
You
able
could
to Exist.
you could ask
We'll
me,
break
but
that
I
one
just
down when it
voted for
happens
I've just
later
voted for
on.
Dignitas,
But,
and they're
man,
out.
these groups have been so interesting. Look at this
So,
other EU
like-
team, BH3 Esports 2-1. They did take a loss to C2 get in Japan.
I mean,
earlier on today.
I think
One of
the
that-
favorite
one
is
of their
Fennel and
games in that
Reject,
match
and
was
those are the two
tied.
that I
Game
those
one
are my
ended
1
at
and 2.
480 to 480. A Pokemon Unite milestone moment. Love to see it. Volticons
Fennel
and
won
2-1
ACL.
also
Reject
qualified
got
out of their group,
second or
and Komai currently leading
Reject got
2-0
second, I
on Group
believe.
G.
They
This is the
actually
year of
they
the
got
two.
they
Yeah,
got
for
dropped
sure.
to the
Over
lower
in Group
bracket
B,
by
of course, we have wins
Dignitas
across the board,
in
and Geniuses
in
based on, I
ACL,
believe,
and then
seeding
they came back
Williams
and
in at the
and
first
and
seed.
brought it back to the
Embarrassing.
championship
Group
to
B,
the
we
to the
have T1
finals,
Zeta Division
which was crazy.
and Seven. Is
Um,
that right? 7?
Evil
Group
Geniuses
7,
is
yeah, what they're
yeah,
going
Evil
with.
Geniuses is pretty good.
Not necessarily
They have
confusing. That
Curios
wasn't
on their
Doc.
team, so
That,
like obviously they're gonna be good.
T1, of course, 1-0 right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Zeta Division play. One of those teams that we love cheering for from Japan. Obviously a semi-finalist last year. We'll see what it looks like going forward into this one. Group F, obviously a Fennel.
But
leading the
like
way.
he at
Next
least
game,
he
taking a loss
plays
to them
with the
sets them
team.
At 1 and 2 with
Like-
Nemesis and DreamHack still fighting it out in that group. Group G, like I mentioned, Komai leading the way at 2-0, but Peru Unite is also 1-0, so undefeated so far, and I believe that might be our
Yeah,
match
and then he went
next
down,
on
so I
the
was like,
main stage is
dude,
Peru
whatever.
versus Komai.
But
I
other than that, he was
That
fine.
would be
Like
great.
he
We
played
pointed to
played
Soap, she's not
really
paying
well.
attention. She's not helping us either. We ain't getting no
Is
help
it
out
Komai
here.
Peru?
So
Yeah.
we've got Komai Peru 2-0, of course. Okay, that was useless. Let's
All
go
right,
to Group
Group H,
H.
Reject 2-0.
Yeah, and I think they only went down
Unite
one
Lights,
game,
baby!
like against Dignitas.
Salmon Esports in that 1-1
They're only down
position.
one
They will be
game.
moving on
When they
possibly
picked
this match of the tournament. and
was
an
it Rayquaza?
finish. I
Like the
mean,
Rayquaza
upset
map?
city across
Which is
the
stupid.
board. I mean, we were just talking about how crazy EU has been doing. Not a lot of predictions in favor of that region, but Japan looking great, EU looking great, and some other regions maybe not so much. But that is the best part of the World Championship. Seeing
but
all
it
these
was
classes,
it's
we're
like
seeing it
you
all day
if you
long,
choose
all
the
day
map,
tomorrow
the
in
other
our
team gets to
championship
choose
Sunday. So you
which
got
side
a
they
lot
want to
wait
be
for,
on.
Unfortunately, we're going to jump to a very quick break, and when we come back, more group
Yeah.
stage action.
Which is kind of cool. I guess it's even, but like I feel like going second is actually better. Where'd the music go? No. I don't use a lot of sauces that when I go to restaurants. Oh, I can. How much time do I have? I have 4 minutes. How are you? Zeta Division is coming up in the next game. I'm glad we're watching Fennel. I mean, oh, wait, you picked Fennel and Nemesis? My issue with going with Dignitas was I forgot that they were in the same group as Reject. I probably should have picked someone from a different group, like, to give myself the best chance. Yeah, it would have been really. Yeah, it would have been really. Yeah. Well, I just picked which team I wanted to win. I not that I like was guessing who was gonna win. I was saying who I wanted to win. So I was like, I want Reject to win, and then Fennel to come second. And I was like, well, since I'm NA, I have to choose an NA team. You know, it's funny because Evil Geniuses is also sponsors Minecraft tournaments, and I was like, oh, well, I guess I could. I was gonna go with them, but then I was like, I'm like sub to Ender, so I should probably vote for them. But they've never had a good year. Every single year they Oh, Talibaba Believers. That's who it was. They were supposed to win.
Pokemon trainers and fans, we are coming to you live in San Francisco.
And they just never did.
For the Pokemon World Championships 2026.
They lost day 1, and then they didn't even have the chance to win.
And I feel like it's only going to get more epic. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm Calosaurus. We have Soph. How have you been finding today?
Oh, amazing, Kelly. Honestly, I'm just so happy that we got incredible matches all throughout day 1. Even from the first one of the day, there was Root Dig and Rejects. That was amazing. We just saw recently as well the group H seeing their qualified teams being rejected. Stamina. And now we're going to be covering all the way now to Asia with T1 versus Zeta Division.
Yeah, 100%. We already have teams that have locked in that day 2 position. We've had some hype moments, some heartbreaks all round as well. But I mean, that's the thing. That's what the brilliance of the Pokemon World Championships bring. It's the ups and the downs, right? And we're just on an absolute roller coaster. And, well, no time to get off that ride just yet. We're still riding that roller coaster.
We are riding. I mean, it could be just us mounted on a Rayquaza, soaring the skies. And that's just how we're feeling, because so incredible ups and so upsetting downs. And, well, it's just what it is, right? It's day 1. You're going to see these teams seeing some good play, of course, especially on groups of 4. A lot of best of 3s. But then you're on to day 2 as well. And it's a single elimination. It's just
I'll have to check that out.
Yes, and, well, for these next 2 teams, this is just another step that they need to make in order to get closer to grasping that day 2 position. So
I was gonna do a Discord overlay if anyone joined in, and then the process was too long, so I didn't feel like doing. I didn't feel like doing it.
Tell us why you're so excited to cast T1.
I'll set it up for tomorrow if you guys wanted to join
we
tomorrow.
Started getting regional play, and we saw more orgs coming into Pokemon Unite. It's like, gosh.
Well, maybe I'll set it up.
Because
I don't know.
love T1 as an org in general with other esports, and then they came in, and I was like, oh, I need to cast Worlds now, because then I need to cast T1. And then I got the T1 match with you. I'm like, yes, this is incredible.
And then we're doing Lethal Company on Sunday, right?
And I'm such a huge fan of Zeta Division as well. So this is a dream come true match.
Well,
I think I was setting up my. I had to re-download it. I haven't played it in a long time.
Specifically, Serum and Mysterio, they were here in the World Championships last year. And, well, funnily enough, they were actually knocked out by Zeta. So, coming on into this, it isn't the original roster that we had last year. There have been a few adjustments, but they still do have that core of Vitopo and Rom.
There's some new stuff in there. They've added some new stuff in version 82.
It definitely is, and it's just the
we still on version 81. I don't remember. Am I playing on the beta version? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to check to see if I'm plugged into the beta version.
Yeah, we know how these 2 teams play, and that is what we're gonna have here.
Because I remember I was playing beta for a while. Like for whatever the newest stuff was.
Map 1 of best of 3s.
I guess I'll have to tune into some Bread videos. See what the new stuff is. No, they play on V56. Never mind.
I mean, yes, we haven't seen an Urshifu band come on here on the stage, but we have seen it in play here today. So, you know, going up against Zeta, knocking that out, along with another all-rounder being Zarina as well. And we know that in Japan, Zarina can be quite popular. Although, one thing though, the Latias
Buzzwole ban. Why is there a Buzzwole ban?
I was kind of like doubting everything when I saw there was a header from Zeta Division on a Decidueye ban as well, alongside the Feraligatr. So I was like, am I daydreaming? What is this about? But we have this here, nothing coming.
That's a crazy ban. Like, I understand the Urshifu. I understand Serena, because that's popular in Japan. Latias, I guess. Feraligatr, like, definitely. Psyduck, like, definitely. And then there's the Buzzwole ban.
Blastoise players here today. I mean, to give this one up, I'm really interested to see how this.
Oh my god, please can we just
Two other
ban
strong contenders
Blastoise so we
picking up
don't
Umbreon and
see it
Zacian.
every
Like, we have
game?
seen some incredible Zacian plays here today as well.
Oh
We
my
really
god.
have. Anissa's playing earlier on the stamina roster,
Yeah.
just so good, and we know
Oh,
that
Poke, you missed
really strong
you
in
missed
general
the
about team fighting late game, and Zacian
you
is
missed
just
the Skeletor.
so good when you have everybody stacked up, and who better to stack people up than a Snorlax?
Yeah.
Yes, stacking
It's a team
on
that won
up,
Skeletor.
smacking them down.
They did pretty
with that
good.
heavy slam there, but yeah, I think even
I
then,
don't remember
just
which
being
team
able
it
to
was.
get that shield
I'm gonna be honest, I don't
that's
remember which team it
what
was.
moveset we are going to see here has been so pivotal. But oh, we have two attacker picks coming on either side. Alolan Raichu over for the side of T1 up against Glaceon. So I guess just having that backline damage there for either side to round it on up. Take it away, so.
Yeah, okay. I like it. I like it, Kelly. I feel like it's interesting as well as the last pick for Zeta to be that Mimikyu, because then you can have backline access, or you could just deal with the fact that you can have some crowd control on the side of T1 as well. I would say the Shadow Sneak to try and get onto the Mew by Sabine there would be something that makes quite a lot of sense, especially if you pair it up with an Icy Wind on this Glaceon to chase them down. I think those are all great options, and I totally agree with you in the take of T1 and having these two attackers.
Yes, having the double range there, especially with Mew and that Solar Beam, just that ability to go and check the tall grass. You don't want to go close to a tall grass where a Snorlax is hiding, waiting to come in and heavy slam you and get caught out. But even then, I'm just looking at Zeta Division's composition here. They only have that one ranged attacker there. So it's really got those defenses around this Glaceon. It's just a matter of protecting them. That way, well, they can come in with their shots.
Yeah, I would say as well, there's a very big angle here for Zeta Division to just really trust on Mizu on the top side and just have the Zacian controlling the early game. Getting that break point when you have the Umbreon together and you're already level 4, that can make that top lane just so powerful. And we are already into game. That is T1, your purple team, versus Zeta Division, your orange team.
Yeah, we are going to have
I
that
just-
Chansey
I
and
missed
that pretty
my-
cool
I missed
Squirtle
gambling.
with those glasses
Oh,
heading
man.
on down into that bottom half.
Can't
But as we
gamble.
pivot up to the top here, we have Subin putting the pressure on with that Electro Ball. But because of that, Resta is actually going to take the opportunity to get in a little sneaky dunk.
Yeah, you gotta love those sneaky dunks at the early game, and you gotta love the invades as we are seeing here. We have Resta coming to this side, but Kami was able to confirm both
I
buffs
wanted to
here
gamble
in their
my-
own central
my-
area. That could
my
be a big
channel
rotation
points.
of 4 people to the top side, but it does look like Zeta Division is focusing on the bottom.
Yes, they are going to focus on the bottom, which is going to give opportunity to go and corner
No.
this Zacian. They are
No, I
able
got
to
like
make
200
it to
more
safety and
points.
grab any berries.
The more
So
you
T1
gamble,
are
the
able
more
to
you get
empty
back.
out all of their
I just didn't have a
points.
lot of
Beautiful
gamble
rotation
points.
in response.
For
That was
mid offs,
great
I
by T1
for mid offs,
to just
I ended
deny
up
this
with the
early
same
game
amount
powerhouse
because I was
that Zacian
gambling
can
on
be, and they did that really,
gambling
really
on
well.
people
Now
who
Zeta
weren't
is
winning.
again getting punished here. Now with another knockout going out to Kami, just really
'Cause I-
leveraging this Alolan Raichu.
Because I was
Oh,
like, I have a
100%.
team
The
that
fact that it's
I'm
so
gonna read
close
for,
to
but I
level
know they're not
6,
gonna
but
win.
Even then, just shutting down that Eevee, so close to getting that Umbreon status, is really just going to slow down Zeta Division in their tracks. But it looks like we are going to have a bit of a rotation here as we have Rom down in the bottom side, but Umbreon is, I can see on the minimap, helping that Mimikyu. That way they do get their evolution on time.
Exactly. You have that level 6
There's
on
no
the
way.
Mimikyu, so
Oh,
they're
I
trying
had
to
13,500
enable even more
cards.
for this Pokemon to actually be impactful as we're getting into the Regidrago phase. 3 members here of T1 defending, but it's going to be a steal that I think is going to be stolen back. Well, not if it was, it would have been, but it's just a takedown there with a trick room actually for this Hoopa on the side of Zeta Division. Vitopo is just really layering the ground there.
I actually really like this move from Vitopo though, going in with that Trick Room to just go and nullify some of that outside damage coming from this Alolan Raichu and Mew. We are going to have that Regidrago taken on up,
Glaceon's been
and
used a
looks
lot,
like
and
members are just
they're
getting
always
ready
using.
for those second order birds to come in.
Icy Wind.
We have Safeguard here on the side of T1's Blissey for Seram, so we know that there's not going to be a lot of healing. That is something very important because Zeta Division can burst them down really fast with the Zacian, with the Glaceon, and with the Mimikyu. They are going to get engaged upon here. Vitobo has to be careful, but they don't burn that much HP, and because of course you have the Umbreon with the Wish, you're safe.
No.
Yes, they are just going to play it safe considering there's less 10 seconds left to go until these objectives spawn. We'll have to see which random Reggie
why are you hitting on Pocket?
Is dancing on the disco floor.
They definitely are, and they're showing out some moves. Now with the Glacier stage as well, it's looking like everybody is performing. Zeta Division is now on a 1-1 trade for this one. Very close to take them down. It's going to be Zeta Division who still takes the Red Ice, but Vitobo is still standing on his sliver of HP, but the Alolan Raichu will be the next knockout there by Zeta Division as they successfully win the fight and objective.
Yes, they've done their job there. They're just going to retreat, focus on whatever wild Pokemon is available to them instead of continuing to put pressure.
Okay, so why are the stocks 9,999?
Nobody is going to focus on it just yet.
You think someone's gonna? You think someone's gonna actually save up and get those?
We are looking at both teams, kind of trying to see
The
where to
Team
get the
Grunt
experience
stocks.
across the map because there aren't that many yellow dots. So we'll see Epe going for a potential stop on the invade by Resta. They are a little bit exposed.
Yes, Resta
Yeah,
is
but
making
you
sure to
think
provide vision over to that team, able
they
to
should
go
at
and
least
heal
attempt?
themselves
They should
up
give
with
the option
whatever
for the
Epe
whales,
throws at them. They're already at half HP, and there we go. Almost full,
like
thanks
to
that
to actually pay that amount.
Okay, 4
I
members
bet
there,
someone
T1 on
would.
the bot side, just waiting for that rotation to come from Zeta Division. They are on 4-4. Finally comes in with a Mystical Mirage as well. Subin is in a good position to deal that damage with the Mew, but instead
T1
it's the
went
Heavy Slam
down.
with the power nap
Oh,
that sets
crazy.
them up, and Zeta Division is going to take this fight. Mysterio going for the berries. They are able to escape, but this
so
zone is
Goliath.
completely exposed.
Yeah, it's completely exposed, and it
Already?
looks like they're actually not going to get the 40 dunk from Mimikyu. They're going to opt for this 24, but no, I don't know. They're stopping and starting. What are you doing? They're actually not even going to bother dunking at all.
That is pretty crazy decision making. We'll see where that leads us because there's still a Reggie on the top side. 20 seconds for the
I was
bottom.
gonna play on my
Reggie
main
Kelly.
account, and then I was like, "There's
it seems
3
like
days
Resta
left
is
in the
once
season.
again
I'm
trying
not
to get as
losing
much
all my
vision
points
and
for."
control over the map as possible.
I'm not losing
for
Legend.
Zeta Division, although T1 is
moving pretty effectively
Yeah,
here to the bot
I
side.
just don't want to
I
lose
think
it.
it's just a really interesting call from
Nah,
Zeta Division to not go
That's why I
create
have a
space down
second
in
account,
that bottom path. We
and so
have
I don't
this
have to
Reggie
worry
steal
about that.
is up and running. Huge solar beam comes across, chipping away a lot of damage from that Blastoise.
Gotta be careful there, Mysterio. Having that Reggie still activated already. Rum comes in. There's a damage that comes
I mean,
from
I
the
can-
Glacial Stage
I
as
could-
well, but it's gonna be that Bone Rush
What?
from T1 on the Lucario that gets the objective. Now they're chasing out after Nomu. There's the back line. Vitopo trying to get some access, but
Who?
Snorlax is gonna get in danger. Vitopo gets one down. Ooh, but it gets straight back.
Not a lot of
just
people
to
know
beat
about it.
Kelly.
I'm
That
gonna
was
be
such
honest.
a
I'm gonna be for real.
well-timed
If you
shield
weren't
from
there
Sarah
when
there
it
to
if
go
you
and
weren't there when it
protect
first
them
came
from
out, you're
getting
probably not.
knocked
You
out.
probably
Once
don't
again,
know about
no
it.
pushes down here in the bottom path. Each of these teams just focusing on the wild Pokemon because look at the amount of yellow dots that's on the mini map.
But I have to say, though, I think the decision there for Zeta Division to not knock down that Tier 1 bot side was just to deny the XP that they would get from the extra wild Pokemon. So I
You
feel
have to
like Zeta
hold
Division is playing
like
the long run
like
game,
the
especially with
forward
level
button, and you have to
13
be
on the
running.
Glaceon,
Like
plus 2 level 12s, Zacian and Mimikyu. But speaking of them, just sent to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah.
Oh, but now T1, they have managed to get a knockout, but here come the defenders to go and deny these dunks.
that was
once
hilarious.
again. It's
Like
pretty much just
what
a
are you doing?
stalemate
You should have
down
just.
here in the bottom half.
Moving in the picture-in-picture.
I was
so
doing
Zeta
the
Division guaranteeing that Reggie Aleki there.
I was doing
with
the speed run test.
Zacian. Going into the central area, Reggie Drago is standing. We have
I-
a 4-person rotation there from T1, matched by Zeta Division, with a nice heavy slam as well on the block, getting them back, but the Mystical Mirage will allow Sabine to continue to be safe.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
that's
once again, playing it
that's
safe,
not a newer
just
version.
Trying to gear the other team towards their paths, but that Mew is going to deal out that huge Solar Beam once again, but Snorlax going in with a dive.
Ooh, and the Hydro Typhoon as well. Finally, the Go Zone gets taken down. Grum is trying to escape. Got to be careful with Kami on that Alolan Raichu. With a nice position there with that block from Nomu, they still need to be careful. Right, in the backline, Zeta Division was able on a 3v1 to take the Lucario down.
We have 45 seconds left to go until the final objective.
Zeta Division is in a good position right now.
31 points. T1 haven't dunked any points in so long, with Zeta Division in 118 points, which isn't much of a lead. It's really going to come down to this final stretch.
It definitely will. Regidrago has unspawned, and we are on a timer here for our Groudon. As much as possible, T1 is trying to clear out the map of those wild Pokemon. Vitopo getting a good position here to try and get us some vision too from the enemy central.
You can see hiding in the tall grass, T1 are going to make a move into that top L bush. Serum taking a huge chunk of damage from that icy.
I like the new costumes. I just can't play it. I just can't go for it right now because I tried for the other one and I didn't get it in time, so I was like, ah, whatever. But now I don't have enough to try for this. While also, oh, Blissey got it. Let's go. Sorry. What was I saying? Oh, the outfits, yeah. I have what is it called? I have to get the Umbreon Battle Pass.
Blissey doesn't need those eggs. All it needs is one good old slap to get that Groudon secure and allow T1 to get those shields and go and take the lead. But there's still a minute and 15 seconds.
You have to buy them from the shop.
And these buffs can be transferable.
That is very true, and it is 400 points between these two teams. Odd. So we're talking about Zeta Division trying to look for an angle.
You have to buy it with in-game currency.
Top side, 58 points here. They could try to get as much overdunk as they can. Nice Auric Cannon doesn't actually go onto Resta, but does cancel the other two. 238 is just
basically the shop randomly generates after every quota.
Oh, Zacian on that picture-in-picture is looking to go and defend, but Blissey is still able to go and get 100 points to go and create the buffer. Zeta Division, they're not going to give up just yet as Snorlax is going in for a power nap, and now we have another 42 points go in, but it's still not enough.
It is not. Still missing out 400 points in T1 with that Bliss assistance.
No, just turn the brightness up. You don't need your flashlight.
We have sealed the deal, and this is going to be game one. There's not enough time to do anything else. Nobody's standing but the Zacian on the side of Zeta Division. And now we have seen T1 just completely wipe off that final stretch from the current second place world winners.
Yeah, I think it's just really surprising the way that they were able to go and take that game back. They were obviously behind in levels, behind in points throughout that whole game, but it really just came down to that final stretch, being able to get the Blissey secure to go and push on fourth. And with that Groudon buff, not only that extra scoring speed, but that damage buff, they were able to just go and pave that way.
They definitely did. It was a very interesting game, Callie, I would say, in all around, because Zeta Division had good control over early to mid, and then a couple of things changed. I will say some moments when we saw the Snorlax go in with the heavy slam and try to get a block back, sometimes they didn't connect and they were immediately punished by T1, trying to go into the backline, trying to eliminate the Glaceon, the Mimikyu. And I feel like those were points when T1 very well noticed that they needed to go for it because it was an open opportunity.
Yes, an open opportunity indeed, and you can see there with our replay.
What are your guys' thoughts on these like different camera angles? On these like replay shots?
Make their way out of the tall grass. That Blissey helping hand to go and buff that team, but I want to see this Blissey do it.
This would be so good for edits.
Yeah,
for Unite. If you could do that in replay.
Yeah. You can't even see it. It's just so many things happening at the same
It's probably like Minecraft, right? Where with the like replay mod where you can just where you can change the you like go into you're basically using a spectator camera and you can just like the camera angle because it's a 3D map. It's like a 3D space. They just lock the camera for you.
All of that, we do have Kobe there on that Alolan Raichu, picking themselves up, that player of the game, dishing out 97k damage, but also 13 knockouts.
13-3.
I bet there's a mod. I bet. I don't think. I'm gonna be honest. If Unite was more popular, someone probably would have come out with a mod to be able to do something like this earlier.
There were many moments when they were behind, and that made a huge difference to know that they knew, okay, we're behind.
Yeah.
We're going to get the wild Pokemon when we can. We're going to deny the.
I think you would have gotten a lot more like fun.
Yes, I think it really worked out well, especially considering
fun
that
edits
they did have
with this mod.
Side. I mean, we can see
they should add this to the game. They should add this to the game after.
Damage, but the thing is, when you have that
after this,
front line, you have that shield, but then also
because they added.
Your face as well. It's just so
actually, I wish they added a lot of the stuff that they have in competitive stuff. Like the heat map is really cool.
Composition for Zeta Division to execute, considering all the points you've just mentioned, and honestly, they were doing pretty well.
Oh, yeah,
I don't feel like they were.
Well, they were in the lead for the majority of the game.
They
so
were,
yeah,
Kelly, they
yeah.
were. So it's props to T1 for noticing and recognizing how to not like lose control over their mental and just understand.
Probably.
Yeah, we still have final stretch. We can turn this around. And although it was a Blissey slap, I still feel like it was a good comeback from T1 because, like you said, Zeta started the Groudon themselves. So T1, okay, they were forced onto central area, but still, the way they approached the central area was a good one. Blissey didn't try to go around, just went over with the Bliss assist. So they used the utility that they had to try to access as quickly as possible.
I suppose in those instances, it really comes down to that.
I'll be live until I'll be in here until until the Unite stream ends, and then I'm probably gonna head out because I have some art I need to get done.
Going in and with that rip on the Groudon, but we are heading on into our second.
It's probably like a 12-hour stream.
We are
I'm gonna be for real.
The Groudon map once again, and it looks like it's the same bands: Zarina, Urshifu, and Latias on the side of T1.
That's pretty crazy.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I want to be live that long. I might not stream the entire thing. I want to go eat dinner. I didn't eat lunch. I kind of want to go eat dinner. Yeah, I really want to watch Fennel. Once Fennel finishes, which I think there are a couple games from now. Once Fennel's done, I'm probably gonna end stream and then go eat dinner or something. And then I have work to do.
As they did have that Umbreon Zacian last time round. And yeah, I mean, we mentioned it, you know, in terms of their composition, like, there weren't really any problems there. I feel like it was pretty robust throughout that whole game. It just came down to that rip and flip. It's just a matter of whether they can hold these circumstances going into this next game to try and take this to game number 3.
Exactly. And now Seram and Epe have picked their Mew and a regular Lucario, which we have seen today as well. So we'll see how that's gonna go. I think it was it you casting or was it us watching together that we were like, oh my god, the Bone Rush on the Lucario is doing so well. We might see something similar here, especially because we know that T1 can perform so well. Zeta Division now with the Snorlax and the Glaceon to complete this next phase.
Yeah, so far it's exactly the same draft that we saw in the previous round. Alolan Raichu is going to be locked on in. It's just
I'm surprised Psyduck hasn't been banned more often.
Well, Blissey selected to tie this puzzle all together, but no, they're actually going to go pivot over to the Psyduck this time around.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blissey being banned.
Or Umbreon. I think Umbreon should be banned more often.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, Zeta Division said, no, you're not slapping my objective away from me anymore.
And then
very much.
I personally want Blastoise banned because I don't want to see it in every game.
Melee focused composition from Zeta, that continues to be the case, and now they are changing the approach from a Mimikyu with to even more.
Same with Mew. I just don't want to see it in every game. Dodrio. Interesting.
Dodrio is notorious for having that scoring speed increase, having the split across them, or whether
who else
they're
is
going
there?
to be more utilizing it for.
There's too many Pokemon in this game.
Are we going to end up seeing? I don't know whether Drill Peck would end up working here though. Would end up difficult. Yeah, it would have to be the other moveset.
Yeah, it's very difficult here, and I would say it would kind of be somewhat of a, especially mid to late game, somewhat of a play style coming from Vitopo on this Dodrio that matches the Mimikyu.
They decided to go all out on the quality of the stream, like with all the transitions and stuff, because probably because it's the
I guess,
last
yeah, that's the thing
stream.
that
It's
we
probably
saw
the
in
last
previous
because
rounds
it's
is
the last
Zeta
Unite Worlds.
really prioritizes that vision.
They're like, we'll go all out on
having
this.
Resta
They're like, we'll go all out for this one.
territory just to go and allow the rest of Zeta Division to go and do what they need to do. But we are about to head into game number 2 here with T1 over on the purple side. The one-up advantage against Zeta Division. Their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, this is the moment they either make
it might be Spin's
they are
choice.
not gonna make
It
but
might
that
not be
usually how it
Surf.
works on a 50. Yeah, make it or break it on a 50-50. Right, we saw that these two teams were pretty aggressive here in the early game.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that I with all the replay shots, I'm forgetting. Oh, I'm forgetting.
We see another knockout coming from T1.
I'm forgetting what the original camera angle it was.
Shut down the Zacian earlier on, especially just how much of a presence it has.
There's been too many replay shots sometimes, and I
territory, but is going to retreat.
have so many. I have so much trouble.
Up in the top path with
I keep forgetting when they switch back to normal camera mode.
We're still waiting for that 850 though, but that is an advantage that Zeta Division gets here on the bot side, especially with the Dodrio. Like you mentioned, scoring speed is their specialty. They're able to score quite a bit, and it's similar to what we've seen last game. The Zeta, although losing some of that pressure on the Zacian side of things, they can still score.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thing.
Why
You've
is
got to
it stream
right?
lagging?
Try and take your wins, your accesses wherever you can, and that's what they ended up doing down in that bottom path, which does mean Zacian is still left at that level 3. Nomu making a run for it, popping their X speed, is able to get to safety and replenish that HP with that berry.
All right, we have some presence here from Saram here in the enemy central. Subin at the same time doing just the same. Gonna get cornered there. Very nice coaching by that Mew. Getting them with a hole. They're gonna burn it down because T1 is defending their central. And Zeta Division forced to use the eject button to get away.
You forced to use the eject button. They did put the pressure, didn't end up losing any members from that. I guess that's the benefit of having Wish Umbreon by your side. And once again, Resta, even though they're at a quarter HP, they are still just continuing to stick around to provide that vision for the rest of Zeta here.
4 members of T1 in the Reggie. Drago trying to
Oh my
steal
gosh.
it. It is gonna be Nomu who
The
does
Snorlax
it
stole
on
it.
this
Let's go.
heavy slam.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't really care about either of these teams.
That work that T1 did
I used to
on
think
that
Zeta
Reggie
was a lot
Drago.
better than they
But
are.
once again, it's somewhat the calm before the storm, right? Waiting for these next
Like,
level
they're
birds
good.
to spawn
I
on
just think
you,
there are
looking for
teams that are better.
vision, just grabbing up whatever wild Pokemon is available to either side.
And it's so interesting as well because we've had so much action that I'm like, wait, hold on. How is this the first Reggie that we're seeing? Like the first set of Reggies? Like what's going on? It's been so much action. Right. We have 4v3 here in advantage to Zeta Division as they are going to have that priority here for the bot side. We'll see if it's going to be a Regieleki or we're going to see a Roulette Reggie.
Well, we can see Resta is coming out of that tall grass, has revealed their position, does get targeted by that Electro Ball, but doesn't really matter because of that Wish. We are about to see which Reggie we do end up having spawning down here. It's going to be a Reggie steal, and this is going to be valuable for whichever team is able to secure it.
Absolutely, Kelly, and the numbers are in favor of T1 on this one, although there's a flank position there. Very nice heavy slam on 3 members of T1. Now Nomu pushes in Subin with that block. They're still trying to get the damage onto Reggie Steal, but T1 has finally reconvened. Now they're going on straight onto the objective. Nomu
Mew
is
with the
low
scare.
HP, but it's going to be the Mew who takes this one, and T1 comes out on top, at least taking 1 knockout on this trade. They're going to go for pad immediately. They don't look to be partial.
There's a
that
Cramorant
aggressively
earlier.
about it. I think they're going to be cautious. Well, get the goals when they can.
Yeah, just making sure to bait out that
Bro,
icy
you're
wind
like
that was fully
so
stacked to go and eat that
unbelievably
damage before making
like I
their
can't
moves.
understand
they
anything you're
now have
saying.
the lead at 116 points, still leaving that T1
Yeah, no, I
pad
can't.
up and
I
running,
it just it's
We
all.
have the Reggie like on the top
No,
side.
I
but
just
we
can't.
also know that
I
the
can't
yellow dots
understand
on the block
anything.
are also so incredibly important. The other yellow dots,
Yeah.
because Reggie like is also a
Basically.
yellow dot. But anyways, Zeta Division here getting some scores on the top side, but great defense from T1 as well to try and just get the pressure away from top side.
Yeah, but you got to keep members up at the top, down in the bottom there. As we have T1 going and starting this Reggie Alecki
they're
uncontested.
uncontested.
This is going to carry on through.
They're all trying to go bot.
39 as the rest of Zeta Division are looking to pressure this tier 1 pad down in the bottom part.
You almost got it.
Very interesting moves here, considering that the Zeta Division has the level advantage. Well, we'll see how that's going to fare for them, because right now at this point, T1 has doubled how much points Zeta Division has scored.
Yeah, 136 to
Yeah, but does that really mean
so
anything?
This is a different story that we had during that game 1 with T1 and now in the lead. But once again, we find
this Umbreon has been going in and he just like dies every time he goes in.
To go and chase them down. Zacian coming to go and save them, but unfortunately it's just a little too late for them.
Yes, it is. But again, I feel like T1 has been successfully defending their own central really, really well. Which
Wow,
has
I haven't
allowed them
seen
to
this
get
view
even more
in
position and
forever.
pressure across the map to
They always
score as
zoom
much as they
in.
have, although Zeta Division has conquered
Oh, Mew's down.
14 right now as we have bottom Reggie spawn.
Yes, it is going to spawn. We'll have to wait and see which this one is, as another 5 points goes in from that Umbreon.
Because Umbreon's dying by the Raichu every time they engage.
The Zeta Division down, which means this is risky for the rest of these
Like the only, I'm pretty sure the only person who like can play like that is probably Flashcan. I think he's the only person who can play like that and not get punished for it.
That this one is an objective for T1. Now with another heavy slam though, Kelly, this looks interesting. Zeta might have, you know, overpressured and is like, okay, calm down.
I think everybody needs to take a deep breath, calm down. I mean,
take it easy, take it easy.
You know, we are inching closer to that final stretch. And, well, at the moment, Zeta Division, I don't know if they
Oh my
even
gosh,
have
I'm getting tired.
considering, as I said, they are
I don't like streaming for long periods
zero.
of time.
They have their backs against the wall, but for the moment, just focus on getting this experience.
No, I'll wait till Fennel and then I'll eat afterwards.
On the top side is Reggie, like he has once again respawned. There is a Reggie Drago in the central too, but there's not have been such a big interest from Asian teams that we saw today. Rum with that wish on their head, they're gonna be like, oh, thank you so much, Resta.
Yes, thank Arceus that they ended up getting. Well, actually, thank Umbreon for that wish there to make sure they don't end up giving that experience over to the other side. But once again, T1 making a rotation up to the top path. Zeta Division seems to be just playing it safe, potentially looking for a steal here, but we have Snorlax trying to corner the Alolan Raichu, who's able to kite away.
That was really good. It forced out an eject button though, but still the bone rush was going to be enough for T1 to take down this Reggie Alecki. Now in a great position is going to be that Snorlax Nomu pressing them out into the wall. Zeta Division takes one down, make it 4, and it's just one left standing for T1, and it's the Blastoise, and they're already on the other side of the map. So Zeta will take the objective, plus this goes on.
Yeah, that is huge for Zeta Division to go and pick up
They
players
overtook
and now claim back that lead in points as
they
we
overtook
have 20
T1.
seconds left away from Groudon. New beam is going to come out, but thanks to that shield from that block, that is not going to affect that Snorlax at all.
Yeah, it's such a steady, just reliable frontliner, Snorlax, because of the shield, because of the survivability, and just how much engaged they have. Final stretch is here, Kelly. This is the moment the Zeta Division needs to turn this one around to take us to a game 3. With T1 on the lead, they're feeling like they can take this easy. Zeta Division is forced out to attack Groudon, but a nice flank coming out by Nomu could be the key. They have been very careful, though.
Yes, I was going to say, is this deja vu having the Zacian engage on the Groudon once again? They are going in with the flip. Who's going to get the secure?
Oh my gosh.
Is able to go.
Zacian got it.
Zeta. Now this is going to be
yeah,
their
makes
chance
sense.
to go and get the team wipe.
Wait a second.
But also take it to a game number 3.
Hey, I don't do advertisements on my channel.
Yeah, and it's a lot of them. I'm hungry.
You can ask for stuff. You can like ask to see like my stuff or anything, or ask questions. I don't allow promoting on my channel.
They have the buff. And once again, like you said, a deja vu in final stretch. Just feeling like, we're flipping again?
We're flipping again. They did. Well, you know what? This time there wasn't a Blissey because it was a locked away. They didn't have to worry about the slap. They had the sword to go and get the secure. But the thing is, it's not over for T1 just yet. Less than a minute left to go. 156 points to 176. But the thing is, looking at the AOS energy that they have on hand, I don't even think this is enough money in their pockets to go and take the lead.
Really isn't it? It's another Hunterburger going into the home base goal zone. It is the Umbreon, and Resta make sure that this is just the perfect lead for them to get themselves safely into game 3. Normal will get taken down, but that doesn't matter. 30 seconds to go. Not enough economy in the pocket, like you said, Kelly, for T1 to try to climb this back around. And Zeta Division is just really just skating away on that glacial stage. Look at that Sovereign Sword once again, and they are making sure.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, it's going to a game 3 then.
But also ends
they really don't want me to.
Yes, they're definitely going to, well, either side are definitely making the opposite team work for it and work for it hard indeed, as we have another game 3 situation happening here on the stage here today.
We have a couple of Resta fans here. We got the Zeta Division supporters.
So
love that. Last Worlds as well. The Zeta Division supporters, they were amazing. They're just so nice. And I want to see everybody rooting for T1, rooting for Zeta Division. Love it. Love to see you guys enjoying this, because game 3, you cannot get better.
I think Fennel's the only team.
You know what? We want as much Pokemon Unite as possible, okay? We need all of the game 3s.
No, we don't. We don't want as many much Pokemon Unite as possible. I don't want to.
T1.
I hate 12-hour streams.
To that previous game that they had, they seem to have a lot more control this time round, being able to go and get multiple secures on those.
I mean, Fennel's already played. They're gonna play really one more time, and then I think on the main stage, and then
constantly invade them.
That's crazy. We got 2 reject games though, and like, and then we're getting 1 Fennel game.
For T1 to get those secures with the Mew, and now this time around with the Glaceon, with the Zacian for Zeta Division. Let's have a look at that once again. Yeah, it was just the
You can actually see the animations. You can actually see the animations when.
Yes, but in the end, it ended up being the Zacian to get the secure.
When they zoom in like that, when they actually go into like replay shot.
On that Glaceon, they have 7 knockouts and 0 faints. They were not touched during that round, which is insane. I mean, especially when you have that double defender front line working for them.
Oh yeah, considering, like you said, the fact that they didn't get knocked out, a 7-0-4 perfect KFA means as well that although there was the heavy artillery range coming from Alolan Raichu and Mew on the side of T1, the way that they defended, especially Resta with the Umbreon and the Wish, really making sure that they were going to be okay.
Yeah, 100%. I'm actually curious to see what the healing percentage was for Resta there on the Wish, because I feel like it was either them or somebody else that constantly had a Wish on them. It was just constantly happening. The cooldown is nuts.
So true. So true. Gotta love that. You just feel like the timer for Wish to activate, and you're up, it's already up, and you do it again, and up, it's already up again. It's off cooldown. We love to see it. And, well, it's one of the reasons why we have discussed, Kelly, how powerful Umbreon has been, and just how consistently we were going to see them either getting banned or just encountered overall.
Yeah, 100% is definitely up there in terms of that encounter rate. Okay, well, you know what, 46k, that's actually pretty high for an Umbreon. Especially, you know, as I said, it was just constant there.
Exactly. And it's, if you think about it as well, when you have a composition that doesn't have as much HP bar, it's only the Snorlax that does. The Dodrio didn't. The Zacian, it's okay, it's an all-rounder.
Was Glaceon?
So you don't have as much HP to be healing, because if they did
was
get
Glaceon
knocked out,
not jungler, or was it the?
Time to heal anyway. So it's kind of like the deal with a type of healing.
He was bought most of the game.
Timer on it.
That's funny.
Yes, ticking time bomb indeed. With that overall the other side, but yeah. So we're about to head into game number 3. T1 up against Zeta Division. Really, anything can happen.
I mean, I'm guessing the I was like, the Dodrio probably took over, but I was like, I thought Glaceon would be taking more of the jungle.
Here today, like, we're about to have another heartbreak and celebration all in one.
Yes, we
coming
will.
up next, yeah.
And it's so interesting interesting as well because we've talked about the high quality of group stage this year. Just the fact that we've had groups as we did, meaning so many intricate storylines that were already like being traced all throughout the season, and that culminated here in those matchups. With this case in particular, for me, it's like a personal favorite with T1 and Zeta, two teams I like very, very much. What we had earlier with Group H just being so incredibly contested, the fact that Brute Dignitas didn't make to day 2, so many just so meaningful and just very important storylines that were built, I don't know, 3 games into the day, right?
Yeah, I think it's a thing. It's not just season-long rivalries. Like, this is Pokemon Unite's 5th year in the competitive scene. The fact that we've had players from these teams up against each other on this world stage previously, just being able to go and have that run back, that potential revenge match between them to go and I guess, you know, prove it not only to them, but also to themselves to be able to achieve those goals.
Absolutely. I'm just so in love with that plush.
It's so fluffy!
It's amazing. It's the same type of plush that I got my Dedenne. It's so incredibly soft. But you know what's not soft? Well, the tension between these two teams is just so much hardcore gamer energy to try and take this one home. We are game 3 with T1 on your purple side and Zeta Division on the orange.
Yes, so far it is going to be the same bands either side with Zarina, Latias locked on in, but it looks like they're going to pivot over and wipe out that Glaceon. It was just too much of a threat for T1 to handle. Otherwise, Feraligatr, Blissey, and Buzzwole are going to be locked on out by Zeta Division once again.
And I agree with you totally. Braum was so impactful with this Glaceon pick. The Icy Wind was amazing. But now we have a situation where we might not see, for example, Psyduck, because we have the Blastoise in the first pick. It might be something that Zeta Division takes away from T1 because it has been a constant pick for themselves.
I suppose with Braum's Glaceon being locked on away this time around, they're actually going to take the opportunity to first pick Mew. So take that away from Serum. It's just a matter of a question of what ranged attacker is Serum going to go in with here. They're going Mewtwo Y.
Okay. Very interesting, especially considering we have here the case of Blissey being banned once again. So that usual, you know, Mewtwo Y plus a helping hand safeguard is not going to happen. But like you said, it's a Mewtwo Y plus an Urshifu. Like we mentioned earlier, it had been banned. This time it's going to be on the table. Zeta Division completing the second phase here of picks with Snorlax and the Psyduck, which we mentioned. And now Resta is not on the Umbreon anymore.
I feel like having that Snorlax and Psyduck combination, just the crowd control that this pair can bring, can be incredibly annoying. So it'll be interesting to see how T1 are going to end up handling this one. It looks like they're going to lock in that Lucario once again, and we are going to pivot over to that Clefable pick.
I like him. I feel like Sabine is a very, very powerful supporter there in regards to being exactly where they need to be to support their teammates really well. So we'll see how Zeta Division is going to do. The last pick there for Vitopo is the Blaziken. So there's a lot of like lined up damage that needs to happen. The Sovereign Sword, the Overheat, the Solar Beam. So everything has to be timed really, really well. And for example, Nomu has to be very precise on using that block, not to get people away from these hitboxes.
I guess, yeah, a matter of, well, what do you mean by that? Like, as in, get them away or pull them in?
No. What I mean is the block to get them away from the area of the damage. Like, so they have to be careful not to use the block and accidentally take somebody away from the Solar Beam or away from the Overheat.
Okay, so I don't want to end up catching them in that. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I'm like, I'm trying to picture it in my head.
And like, what are you talking about?
It's not clicking right now, but no, I'm a visual person, so okay.
Yeah, because all of these abilities.
See what you mean. Draw a picture for me.
I'll use the Telestrator. So the thing is,
no, I know what you mean now, but you know,
all of these abilities, they kind of have a little bit of a charge up. The Overheat has a little bit of a charge up. Then you have the Solar Beam, which has a little bit of a charge up as well. And you pair that with a Sovereign Sword, which you also have to charge up. So that's my point, you know.
All the charges. All the charges, but you know what? So
it's the wind-up.
that's enough charging here for just a moment as we are heading on into our game number 3 here. T1 over on the purple side, Zeta Division on the orange. It is currently 1 apiece to these squads.
Ooh.
Oh,
No,
just in time.
actually
That's
makes out of
unfortunate.
that. No scratch with both berries in their pocket, and they were able to just create as that
That's
little
actually
diversion that was
unfortunate.
necessary of an invade. But T1 again, they are very good at denying invades.
Yes, denying they are on point, making sure to just go and protect whoever is in that central area. But I guess, you know, that is going to slow them down. They still only have that Kubfu at that level 4, so is going to have to go and look for that experience elsewhere.
Serum here hiding in a tall grass. Meanwhile, Vitopo is taking those Natus there as they are going to get found. Nomu again doing really well to gather information across the map, which has been something very important for Zeta Division all throughout the series.
Yeah, so as we pivot down into that bottom path, we didn't even get a sight of those birds. They were just gone within a flash.
Goodbye.
But Nomu here is popping their X speed. Fortunately, it just isn't enough to go and escape that strike from that water of Shifu.
Yeah, Kami just doing really well right now. On level 5, we have 3 Pokemon on their side with the Lucario and the Clefable. And there's also another knockout here on the Psyduck. And Zeta Division is really falling behind in levels.
I mean, you know what? Considering they do have that level 6 Combuskin, I feel like mentally I just can hear Doob Snacks making his sound.
You're like, oh, I hate how
so
that Pokemon looks.
Yeah, they're not too far behind, especially now as all of this talking about Combuskin. It's now Blaziken.
Yep.
So they're doing what they need to do.
Yeah, they were doing exactly as they were told. Reggie Drago, and again, not Combuskin anymore already. A Blaziken will guarantee the Reggie Drago. Zeta Division, though, getting punished there with Psyduck going down, still guarantee the objective.
We are going to have that Mewtwo who is at quite low HP, but they are able to get a little bit of support from that healing and that pushback from the tier 1.
Okay. Okay, that could have been really good, but Vitopo unfortunately put themselves in a very tricky spot, and they get taken down there. But, no, wait, yeah, no, that wasn't Vitopo. Vitopo was taking them down. Never mind.
This is the brilliance of Blaziken, right? Just to be able to Blaze Kick all of those Swablu and Altari away and then overheat to go and get the secure. T1 didn't even get to touch that, but we can see some rotations happening here on either side. As those objectives are about to spawn up in that top side, it is going to be that random Reggie, Reg Ice, to go and give them the buff whoever gets scored. But there we go.
Starting out is Zeta Division here, very much successful with Zacian and a Blaziken. They just melt them down.
Yes, melting down that Reg Ice to that fire after all.
Exactly.
Going to go and give them that HP buff, but also the team-wide experience. We do have that Blastoise soloing down this Reggie Alecki, but the thing is, there's a massive threat with that Mew lurking about.
They definitely are. I'm trying to get a good snipe. It was just
snipe from
enough.
Mew.
I'm telling you, it's just the fact that the wind-up makes it tricky to try and predict when the Mew is going to use it. Amazing block by Nomu here onto the wall, and Supine is going to try to escape, but the Clefable is not safe. Blastoise was able to do so, but the Reggie Alecki has hit the pad, and Zeta Division can try to use their meth the best way that they want.
Yeah, well, it'll be really interesting to see whether they're actually going to commit to breaking this bottom tier 1 pad, or whether they're just going to stick with that strategy and leave it up to go and starve tier 1 of any comeback experience that may come their way. And it looks like they've decided to do that, as Reggie Alecki has expired.
Well, that is, it's definitely something that happened. 131 points for Zeta Division versus 49 for T1. As they're trying to score some here on the top side, they get denied by Zeta Division. A nice knockout on Lucario, followed up by another onto Urshifu, as Resta is just getting those waves onto Saram, and a nice lined up solar beam as well to chunk them down, but still not enough to complete it, but still a great position to go for another invade.
Oh, 100%. And this has just been the name of the game for Zeta Division. To go in with the invade, that one didn't work out so well, with Blaziken not able to go and take away that red buff, instead just doing the work for T1. But nonetheless, it is still going to provide that much needed vision for the squad.
Yeah, I have to say, when that happened in my head, just played...
That's the trumpets, the
That
sad
was-
trumpets.
Yeah, the sad trumpet and a 1 HP buff is definitely difficult to deal with. Nice block there, getting Blastoise in a terrible position for themselves, but still forcing out their Hydro Typhoon. They are dropping low on HP. Zeta Division still doing amazing at punishing them. Their full power Sai as well to follow it up. They go on to bad, finally. 2KO Shriek going to rest of themselves, as it is a great moment for the Regirock to also be confirmed by Zeta Division.
Yeah, not only have they secured their first 2 buffs, they've now gone and secured a 3rd, and that is really going to provide them some extra momentum as that Reggie Alecki has spawned down in that bottom path. But T1, all members are accounted for, as we can see Zeta Division scattering up from the top to the bottom to go and contest.
Great play there by Kami, just getting 2 members away from this buff. It's going to be the side of Zeta Division who confronts this one with a Solar Beam yet again. And Regieleki is going to pop towards the purple side of the map. Rom is in trouble. And no Rom. Was it Rom? Anyways, continuing here for the bot side, Zeta Division is going to continue with the aggression. They can do it. They have the buff, and they are going to be taking this opportunity to try and make the most use out of it.
It's really risky considering there is that jump pad and members have gone and spawned back in. But Zeta Division, they're not going to retreat too easily. But Blastoise has a different thing to say about them as they push them back. But once again, going and stealing away these buffs. This fight isn't stopping here, so.
No, it is absolutely not, because Zeta Division loves to go on an invade, and that's what they're doing. Once again, heavy slam, another beautiful solar beam, and Rom is just really making this Mew work. Now, Vitopu is in danger, though. 2 members on top of this Blaziken. They go in again with the stance, and they are going to be able to score, get a little bit of HP back, and finally Vitopu goes down. But that was such a long play.
Yeah, that was definitely worthwhile to go and dodge T1, to go and get that 43 points right as that Reggie Alecki was expiring. It didn't end up breaking that pad, but now Zeta Division, they have a huge buffer coming into this Groudon fight with 60 points to T1, 253 to Zeta Division.
That is such a healthy lead, 190 points around, and with 10 seconds for the top Reggie to spawn as well. That is going to be very meaningful. We'll see what's going to be the buff that is going to affect or not this final stretch.
Yeah, we can see Zeta Division. Looks like they're going to prioritize, once again, taking away these buffs from T1, but also that positioning in that tall grass, giving up whatever random Reggie we have up on the top path.
Yeah, it looks like T1 might be able to do so. There's still 10 seconds to go, so I believe they would have enough damage. And it is a Reggie steal. That is going to be very good for them going into final stretch. The Zeta Division, they have the levels.
Oh,
They're
whoa.
starting out to rip this one
Heavy
straight
zoom
onto the
in.
pit. We can't even see that HP bar, just trying to get something on the ground. Is going to get taken down by Zeta Division. Take that win. Sovereign Sword will just make them the king.
Not only did they get the majority of the objectives this time round, they got the most important objective of all, being that Groudon.
And Zeta
also
Division.
getting that 5-player team wipe. 92 points to 529, a minute 30 left on the clock. Zeta Division, though they have the comfortable lead, they're just going to retreat instead of continuing to push on forth.
They don't need to overexpose themselves, Kelly. This is just the right play, right? You're talking about the fact that they know how much they have scored, they know how much they have accumulated, and just how much they have in their pockets as well. If they overexpose, they give all the energy away.
Yeah, all that energy, but also these levels. They just have such a grand level lead as that Urshifu gets wiped off the bat once again. And I guess knowing that they have the numbers advantage, this is now their time to go and buffer that stat score.
651 to
Oh my gosh, it's so much
751. It is Zeta Division taking this one with a beautiful late takedown on Groudon and a very, very fast one. They knew that the moment it spawned,
You one-shot that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it was a matter of high risk, high reward, because it wasn't really that much of a high risk, knowing that they had that vision of T1 securing that Registeel buff. So it really worked well in their favor to go and get that rip, and we'll get the secure.
Vaporeon
Exactly.
eyes.
And Kelly, Zeta
That's funny.
Division, we know such a strong team. They were bested by T1 in this series once, but not twice. Zeta Division with a 2-1 record for this game will take the best of 3 home. And now we know that this team, oh, do they belong at Worlds?
Oh, I mean, every single team here that we have here today is worthy of being at Worlds. These are the best of the best across the globe, but Zeta Division really just demonstrating, hey, you know, we may have had a rocky season here, but we are on the world stage and they are here to win.
They most definitely are, and that will make this group stage, this group in particular, Group E, become a 1-1 record for T1, while Zeta Division will be on a 1-0. So that is going to be very, very interesting, because I believe that we would be one series away from finding out who's going to be the first seed and who's going to be the second seed.
We're not going to have any more Chaos Triggers, are we?
No, I don't think so, because Seven has already lost one.
Okay, yes.
That would be,
Math ain't math.
I am, yes, I agree.
I'm traumatized by the Chaos Triggers.
I am so traumatized ever since Regional League. I don't know why, who, when, we started, talking about that. And I have been like, brain go mush, no thoughts, only Psyduck.
Only Psyduck.
Yeah.
But I like Psyduck. You know what?
Too.
Psyduck is doing a fantastic job here today. So
how about this? Because I know you had your Slowpoke blush. How about you Slowpoke and me Psyduck?
Okay, I like that.
You like that? Okay, cool.
Oh, highlights the slow-mo reel there. Thank you so much there, Bob, for providing that secure. As you can see, once again, Zeta Division knowing T1 were up in that top path, prioritizing that objective to go in with the rip. But, wow, that is some insane stats from Rom on the Mew, the player of the game. 98k damage dealt. Not only that, 10 knockouts and 0 fates.
That is crazy. The perfect cafe, we love to see it. Almost 100,000 damage dealt, 71,000 heal by
That's not that good. I'm gonna be honest.
Which was very, very impressive, but just not
That's
quite enough.
That's kind of low.
There to sustain T1 in this late game. In Zeta Division just really brought it home.
Oh, yes, they brought it home, being able to go and to get that match win for them. Their composition working out well in their favor, but yeah, just the fact that Rom pretty much remained untouched during this match. You know what? We are going to go in with an interview over to the stage. All right, everyone, welcome to the main stage for our winners interview. Round of applause for Zeta Division! So we have been graced with the presence of Nobu. Welcome to our winners interview. Congratulations on your win. You must be so happy. So first question of the day, I want to ask you, how did you feel coming into the tournament, and how do you feel now after playing so well?
ここのトーナメントに来る前の気持ちと今ここにやっと来て今どういう風に感じてますか？マイクはこちら。
まあ来る前は正直不安でいっぱいだったんですけど、試合に始まったらもうゲームに集中できて最高の気分です。
Before coming here, I was a bit worried, honestly, but once I got started, I managed to concentrate on the game pretty well.
It's good that you're able to calm down and feel much more confident playing Pokemon Unite today. We have to talk about game number 3 because that was the most important game for this set. What was the strategy coming into game number 3 that helped you win this best of 3?
この3試合目はとても大事な試合だったんですけど、この
The
試合に
stream?
向けてのなんか戦略とかありますか？
The first stream definitely ended.
3試合目は
the stream is still going.
もう始まる前からもう最後グラードン全員でラッシュして取り切ろうって決めてたので、その共通認識が取れてたので多分勝つことができました。
Oh, are you talking about the title? Because this is the last world.
And we were
for
all on the
Unite.
same page, and we managed to achieve that, so I feel really good.
I think that's very important to get those secure on those main objectives. So do you feel that teams maybe are not focusing on getting those very strong last hit secure Pokemon such as that Blaziken?
その他のチームはそのグラードンを制するためのなんか高バーストダメージのポケモンのバシャーモとかを用意してないと思いますか？それはなぜだと思いますか？
いや多分まあたまたま今回相手に まあ、バーストダメージ、ラストヒットが強いポケモンいなかっただけで、まあ、基本的にはグラドンはラストヒット、バーストが出るポケモンを選んでいくんじゃないかなと思います。
Well, I think this time was a rare occasion, but usually you always want like a high burst Pokemon to secure the Groudon at the end of the game.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview, Nomu. I do want to have one more request for our wonderful fans and viewers at home that are watching you. Would you like to say anything to everyone that is supporting your journey here at the World Championship?
ここにいるファンや家にいるファンの方に何かメッセージはありますか？
頑張ります。
I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview, Nomu. That's it for our winner's interview. For now, we're going to throw over to our casters to get ready for our next best of 3.
Oh, that was such a lovely interview. Thank you so much, Danielle. And honestly, Nomu was such an impactful player on the Snorlax that I see them playing something else? Because to me, they are Snorlax now.
Okay, I guess that's the thing. Some of these players here, they just have
staple.
You think of a Pokemon and you instantly make that connection. We've now just made that connection, Snorlax and Nomu, because of that incredible set that we have just seen from them. But no, that was such a great interview from Nomu, and it's so wonderful to see that they have supporters here in the crowd with them all the way from Japan as well.
It's just so lovely because you were there in Yokohama, so I can only imagine how the crowd in Japan must have been as well. So to see them come here to the United States and just supporting the team and continuing to be wonderful fans, and it's lovely.
I hope
right.
Fennel's next.
And everything is lovely, but it will continue to be lovely just after this very short break. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back with more Pokemon Unite at the World Championship Series.
What's this guy doing? This guy's gonna be unhelpful for the rest of the game. Okay. It's gonna die instantly here.
into the end of day number 1 here at Pokemon World Championships 2026. The matches are not stopping. We've got bangers coming up, 3 more huge matches coming up right now. We've got the return of a team that y'all maybe have been a little bit familiar with, as they are our reigning world champions, Peru, coming up next.
Yes, so we've got Peru coming up next, and their opponent will be none other than Komai. And I think this has to be one of the most anticipated matchups today, because we have 2 titans going head-to-head in the same group, Chef. So I think what we kind of want to see here, right? What do we want to see? Like, obviously, we want to see Peru doing normal Peru things, just absolutely rocking the field. But then the question is, like, can Komai actually be a team to maybe step over our champions?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. Of course, for those out there who maybe haven't been following along all season, Peru are our reigning champions, and they are extremely strong. But they had a little bit of a rough time, I would say, at the start of the season. They had to kind of refigure themselves out, not nearly as dominant as they were at the previous year's Worlds, but towards the end of the season, they started just winning and looking undefeatable as maybe, again, their best, I guess, team from their region, right? Yeah. There are a lot of teams from the kind of sub-regions, one could say, because it's LATAM, but they were looking extremely strong. And on the other side, Komai has so many legendary EU players on it. This is just an all-star squad. So you can see here, and actually something I really wanted to talk about. I know that a few of the other casters have gone through the entire list, but we are on the verge of EU making it out with all 4 teams out of pools. And you can see it's going to be Team Peps in Group A, and then BH3 in Group B, and then Volticons in Group C. That was actually a cool little lineup. They're all in the 2nd place seed spot. But Komai fighting here, a win would guarantee them a spot out, and then a loss would maybe put them into a potential tie situation. But EU, a team that got an extra qualifying spot from Peps, being able to qualify via EUIC, has now proven that they are an entire region, basically, to watch for this entire tournament.
Yeah, well, whoever was doing invites this year, they kind of knew that EU was going to be the region to kind of rock things this year, apparently. So good job to our person that was in charge of doing invites this year. I do want to sort of narrow down into Group G, though, because that's where we are currently, right? So Komai and Peru are currently leading the charge in their groups. Komai with 2 wins, Peru with 1 under their belts. Now, Peru could still be in a bit of an interesting position, right? Because, you know, they have to also deal with Deep Cross later today, right? Now, scenario, what has to happen here for Peru to stay in the top 2? I've got the brackets open here in front of me, actually. So according to the points, Peru sitting on 2-1 for their scoreline. Deep Cross is sitting on 3-2. Would Deep Cross be able to take over Peru's spots if they 2-0'd Peru in their next game? And if Komai
Hello, welcome to stream.
Here, that's the only scenario.
You came in while I was in the middle of dying.
For those trying to follow the map, I think Komai won against
I do a lot of art, but
right? So that is a pretty big deal.
Streams are game exclusive usually.
Another amazing team, by the way.
See if our Venusaur can actually do anything. Wait a second, let's see if...
Yeah, like you were saying, Peru ends up getting a 2-0 over
He died.
Komai,
Never mind.
Then they just make it.
He died instantly.
I think they probably make it. They're still going to be playing up against Deep Cross Gaming later, but that should probably win them any sort of tiebreaker potential situation that could happen. However, Deep Cross could beat Peru, and then we would end up with like a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 tie, and then it goes to tiebreakers, and then it goes to game score, and then it gets a little bit confusing.
Yeah, it gets convoluted.
Right. So basically, if Komai wins, easy. It's so easy because it's
easy for them. Yeah.
Well, it's easy for everybody to figure out what's happening. Komai's out and in top seed, and then Peru versus Deep Cross Gaming, which I believe is a matchup that we're going to have later on, is going to be right up next. Thank you very much, production. One of us is paying attention at least. No, that match will be a qualifier match for making it to day 2. Very easy. If Peru beats Komai, then it becomes another chaos trigger, and unfortunately, I am always wrong on tiebreakers.
Yes. So I think at this point of time, it's safe to say that Group G is not confirmed.
Yes, let's go.
Yet.
We won.
There's a lot of things that can still go right, can still go wrong, depending on who you're kind of rooting for in this particular group. But regardless, we're in for a really fun ride here, right? It's still Kamai and Peru Esports. I think they're going to put on an amazing show for us. And I think it'll give us a good idea as to if both teams make it through to tomorrow, what we're going to be expecting going into tomorrow's games, right? Are they going to be coming in guns blazing? Are they maybe feeling a little bit cool today?
I wonder if Rejects.
Trying to feel out the competition before bringing out.
I want to see what the bracket looks.
I feel today there have been some teams that have already kind of revealed their aces because they wanted to guarantee their spot tomorrow.
Yeah, there's also been a lot of matches that have gone on pretty much, or I should say like matches from groups that have been pretty much completely off broadcast, right? Group B, you can see here, C2, which is the top team
I love when it does this.
in that group, and then BH3, like we haven't had a chance to see anything from those groups, so lots of, like you said, potential, like...
I love when my screen is completely frozen.
And I don't know which teams have really brought out their 100 yet. Some of the teams, you clearly, like, they had to because it was so close, but some of these teams have made it out of groups, I don't want to say uncontested, but solidly, and maybe haven't had to show their entire hand. So we'll see. You can see here though, Kamai and Peru,
I guess that shows that my
will be playing
PC is probably
match,
trash right now.
So
It's probably not that great.
I'm gonna make sure that I'm
I
gonna
have
make sure he's not on our next show.
1,900 channel points, but I can bet all on Rejects tomorrow.
Anyway, amazing portraits of some legendary players here. I mean, Peru, the world champions, and the other side, I mean, how many names are we super familiar with inside of Kamai?
Look, I want to get some energy up in the arena here. Can we have some energy for Kamai and Peru? They have made it to Worlds. They're about to put on an amazing show. Send them your love, send them your energy, everyone that is in the arena and everyone watching in our online broadcast, because I promise you, they do go back and watch those VODs, and every comment that they see supporting them, that's the drive. You know, that's the drive that pushes them to play better and better every day here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships. But let's talk a bit about Kamai and Peru, right?
Man, I think Peru's gonna win this. Unless they've swapped out players, I think Peru's gonna win this.
And butter picks for both of these teams.
One thing for Peru is that they have so much tape evidence, you know, like if you want to see a team and study them and figure out what they've been doing, obviously they are world champions. They've also been in the league the entire season, so they have so many games, but also I feel like they haven't changed up their style all that much. It's not been like a huge, gigantic shift. Their roster has been the same, so I feel like we're just kind of expecting to see exactly what we saw from them before, and they're really still really strong all-around team. They're aggressive, as I would say most LATAM teams tend to be. When they're running the game, it just feels like it is a 100% like, it's a one-player game, basically, at that point, and Peru, they are so good at doing that. But on Kamai, EU in general, to me, has been a really interesting region with some real big like meta shifts, and they've also, I feel, been a lot more aggressive this season than they were in previous seasons. Not that they haven't been pretty aggressive, but a lot of the more aggressive players have kind of, I would say, risen to the top of their rankings. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring out. Of course, Gatlu is always a big one to mention on this team, who does tend to play a little bit more of like a roaming play style, very well known for playing Greedence, which I would be surprised if we saw it, but they've been giving him some really great Pokemon for the role, where he gets to kind of go off, do his own thing, be self-sustaining, and again, in the most complimentary way ever, be extremely annoying to the other team.
That is a compliment for Gatlu. Anyone's going to receive that compliment. All right, it looks like we are ready to jump into the draft here, Chef. So let's see what's going to be on the table here for both of our teams. And off the bat, we have our defenders and supporters going to be receiving a little bit of love for the bans. No Blissey, no Umbreon. And look at this, I have to say, respect ban from Kamai, just removing the Scyther from Peru. That is a Peru special if they're allowed to have that Scyther. So fantastic choice of ban there. We're going to be getting rid of the Surfetched as well. Snorlax going to be the final ban for Kamai. And what is Peru looking to ban here? Will it be a specialized ban, or is it going to be a general ban? If you were going to ban something against Kamai, what would you ban?
I think for Alligator would probably be solid. I don't really know what they're playing. You could do something weird too. I mean, Comfey is really interesting. That works out. Definitely a lot of support bans we've been seeing today. I maybe could have gone for like Galarian Rapidash or something. I don't know. I'm always the wrong one to ask because all my bans are like targeted and fun, but we'll see what they end up choosing. Now that there are a few really strong Pokemon on the table, I mean, the Feraligatr that we... every team seems to think it's quite strong right now. I think it's quite strong right now. It's on the table, but this is... I mean, Espeon has been a game winner so many different games so far this weekend.
On the main stage as well, right? We've been seeing so much Espeon, and I think teams have started to realize the power of Espeon again. Just having the ability to be able to snipe Pokemon from a distance is a great objective securer as well. Can at times be a little slippery, and you have a Unite as well that can supplement the team. So no surprise for Espeon to be on the side of Kamae. Feraligatr, as you said, will be appearing, but this time on Peru. And Draken is going to be able to pick up the Crustle. And this is actually another Pokemon that Peru had so much success with last year. We saw so much Crustle. And I'm actually quite surprised that Kamae, I'm not sure if this is something that maybe slipped through or if they're okay with letting it through. I don't know. I kind of feel like letting the Crustle through was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, it's a signature Pokemon here. Actually, fun fact, there's drops on Twitch right now. So if you watch, I think it's for 45 minutes, you get to choose a Pokemon that Peru won with. And you can see they're going to be choosing a lot of them or having a lot of them banned over the course of any of their matches. So that's pretty cool to be able to get that license. But oh my goodness, I gotta say, Kamae's comp is disgusting. They have the Machamp Espeon combo, plus the Psyduck, which just works so well with it. Blastoise has been a super early pick today. And when we have seen Mimikyu, it has been game dominating.
What?
But okay.
No way. So Pawmot is going to be on the side of Peru for our
I haven't seen a Pawmot at all.
Okay, I think
before.
let's be realistic. Kamae's draft is nothing crazy. I think that these Pokemon, we see them quite a bit, so this is not too out there. But
nothing weird. But it is kind of crazy. It's really good. But aside from that, yes.
Pawmot is kind of weird, and I think we have to kind of mention this as well. So because Pawmot's encounter rate is currently a dash, I believe this is the first time Pawmot has been picked this weekend.
I think that's true as well. I believe that's what that means. And we're looking through the entire tournament, so it's even the matches that are off broadcast, I believe. But one really interesting thing to me, too, is that we did see Pawmot get this really big boost in popularity, but it was really always paired with kind of like a hard support. And most of the time it was a Comfey, most of the time it was a Sweet Kiss Comfey.
Yeah.
However, Peru banned the Comfey, so they obviously are not getting that. And I'm interested to see what their strategy with it is going to be. I mean, it definitely
It's
Anemo.
Yeah, it's Anemo as well on that
Exactly.
Pawmot, so we know how he plays. He loves to be in his opponent's faces, so I mean, I'm kind of keen to see what Anemo is going to be able to do with the Pawmot. You know, all of a sudden, maybe he unlocks the potential of the Pawmot, and all of a sudden that ends up being the #1 pick ban for the rest of the tournament. But Chef, we are here going into game #1 between Kamae and Peru Unite.
Oh, here we go. Kamae on the left, Peru on the right side. And man, this is a huge match between potentially some of the best in Europe and the best in, well, the world. Reigning best in the world for a day and a half more for Peru Unite. And hey, they could continue that reign for sure.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll see who's going to be able to take the reins first. You can see, as typical, Peru love to play very far forward with their lineup. Obviously new, and eventually this is going to be a Crustle. They do want to just get right into Kamae's face, right? Just slow down the progress of Gatlu, and almost getting Gatlu there. But this is going to be a pretty rough lane.
Yeah, definitely the early on part of it is going to be really tough. Once we get a little bit further into it, then it's going to start to be actually really terrifying, because that is going to be that big combination, right? The submission, which is going to throw people backwards into the side shock. I'm assuming that's what they're going with. There, of course, is a chance that they could not be. But once they get to about that level 5, they're both going to be at the point to be able to do that, and then you're going to be running away the entire rest of the game. So take your early advantage down there, that bottom path. They did manage to get some early experience, which is really nice, and nothing super aggressive so far.
Well, I think there's going to be some aggression soon, because Zynex is coming into that top lane with the Mew. They're going to go for a bit of a push, but the Psyduck is making things a little difficult here, buying time. And I mean, we could be seeing some rotations from Kamae soon, but Mimikyu focusing on that central area instead, letting Peru score. So that's going to be some free scores going into Peru's pockets. The Clefable going to go in for one more cheeky score, and I guess that's really it. You know, Peru, they rotated quite a few Pokemon there. They didn't get anything, but I think if I'm Kamae, that's a pretty big win.
Yeah, this is definitely a failure on my end, but I did not see what was happening, that the Mimikyu was not able to fully clear their center area, and why they were just kind of sitting there in the 850 spawn. I don't think there was an invasion or anything like that, but whatever it was, I mean, certainly it delayed them, and you really, really want your center area Pokemon to be helping out during those early first bird spawns. That was going to be literally the reason that you win a game or lose a game. Those particular levels that you experience, but we just didn't see the help over there from that Mimikyu. Regidrago being mostly ignored as well, as we've seen most of these teams do. And now that we do have some more strength in these paths, we are going to be seeing a little bit more, I think, patience, I was going to say. But of course, then we do see immediately a KO.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate there, but it was a 3-man rotation. They brought in the Mimikyu for that as well. So bit of a commitment there for Kamae, but it does slow down the progress of the Feraligatr. So back into the central area there for
it's
the
good to
Mimikyu.
stall the
Can we maybe see a
Feraligatr?
bit of a consolation prize here for Peru? Because they're looking to grab something. 4 Pokemon in that top lane yet again. But it looks like the Marchep will be able to get out. Psyduck again, just being a nuisance, buying time for the team, just slowing them down, but not slowing them down enough to actually break that golden. No, bring it down to 1. Peru looking to be extremely efficient with this overdunk.
Oh, yes. That is going to be... Well, I mean, it was nice to get it to 1, but then they only had 19 to be able to overdunk with. But that's still really strong considering 0 points on the other side. Regieleki is going to go down for free, and then Basement Reggie going down as well for free. So the classic little trade, and there's a little bit of experience being farmed kind of all over the place. But I do have to say, I feel like from, my perspective watching them these matches this weekend, this is a weirdly positioned match where seeing these teams are playing very, very safe, and specifically Kamae is rotating and switching around who is where a lot.
Yeah, I have to agree. And the fact that they, we've seen a couple of times, right, Kamae being potentially outnumbered by Peru, but they're able to be independent. They don't need to rely on the Mimikyu to come in and save them. So I wonder if the play here for Kamae is just that, okay, since Peru wants to try and be aggressive, if we can avoid the fights, don't give them the experience, we can eventually out-level them, which is currently what's happening with the lineup. They are out-leveling Peru. Maybe they just sort of take over with their levels, their extra stats, and also their Unite moves as they do eventually come online. Because have a look at how many Unites there are on Kamae. They're almost all ready to go. We've just got the Blastoise, who is almost there.
Ooh, and they are going to be fighting over this, but once again, no full engage. I mean, we're going to see Blastoise move up pretty far. Gek trying for that Unite, the eject button to get 3 in a row. A beautiful surf. But the follow-up damage is not really there. In fact, Gek might be the first one to go down. No, barely going to be able to escape with that shield and the surf. We are going to be able to take down a Nemo, but that's really kind of the only target that they were able to find. A 1-for-1 trade off of a really beautiful engage from that Blastoise.
Oh, it looks like they're going to try and go onto the enemy goal zone as well, but Mimikyu is here. There goes Draken on that Crustle. Kia going to be running away with Zinus. Gets pulled back because of the Marchep. That's going to be another KO to Kamae with 3 Pokemon down. Going to go for 4 here. Mew goes down as well. And Kamae, they did a fantastic job reacting to Peru, who are the ones to be fighting into them first. They slowly drew them back to their goal zone, and then they turned the tables once they had everybody in position. Kamae, beautiful response to Peru's aggression.
I am really surprised that Peru
Kamae's
decided
doing
to
pretty
commit
good.
to that bottom tier 1 push. That's kind of why I even just stopped talking. I was like, there's no way they're just going to walk up to it and try to score for some reason, but they were outnumbered, and it really showed. So, I mean, Kamae turning those things around extremely well, and the levels going to continue to go in their favor. It seemed like a great defense altogether from Peru to begin with, but
Animo.
Yep, still fine, getting caught out. They might have been able to escape this.
He's a no man. Oh, but he does get saved by Draken, it seems, so he does have some support. Tempo, though, is not too comfortable. Actually quite deep in enemy territory and might be going down here. The shielding almost protecting him, but without the support, there goes the Feraligatr. That's going to be another knockout for Kamae. More experience to feed into their lineup. Now, whilst that happened, we did have the Regieleki taken up top. It is waltzing on to that top tier 2 tower, so that's going to have to be addressed at some point by Kamae. So maybe this is some breathing room for Peru to do something. They see Pokemon dealing with the Regieleki. Blastoise is all alone, even using the Follow Me, but we do still have that Mimikyu here. They're fighting on top of the tier 2 goal zone, and I think they're now regretting their decision. Kia's out of there. Draken is going to try and escape, but just being a big lumbering Crustle will be taken out for free.
Yeah, the defense opportunities for Kamae are just so good, right? I mean, they have so much burst damage, so much crowd control. I mean, we talk about the fact that Machamp can grab you, throw you backwards, that Psyduck can potentially do the same thing, but we also have Surf, right? We've seen these backward surfs from Gek do a lot of work, which has been really, really nice position-wise. And every single time that somebody gets caught out, I mean, they are just taking so much damage from the entire team, and so they're just winning fight after fight after fight. And Peru is a comp. They're all returning right now, actually. They need to make sure that they're not overcommitting, maybe going down bottom. But they are a comp that needs to be able to brawl, right? The Feraligatr wants to brawl, Palmot wants to brawl, Crustle wants to brawl, and you want to be able to brawl so you can heal with Clefable. So if you're down in levels and not able to be the ones that push because the defense is so strong, you don't have any opportunities to win fights.
Yeah, but we do have to kind of talk about the way that Peru's playing this game as well, because like we can clearly see they also don't want to try and go into a 5v5 versus Kamae, because if we do compare the two lineups, Kamae has just so much more AoE that I think they would just win outright in a complete 5v5. So we're constantly seeing Animo try to go on his own little side quests, but he just hasn't been successful in being able to get those small little pickoffs. And I think this is hurting Peru in the long run, because Animo, he's not playing with that high momentum that we typically see on him and his Pokemon. Now keep in mind, he is on Pawmot, this is not Scyther, so he can't play at the same speed as Scyther. But I kind of wonder if this is going to hurt the team in the long run, because, you know, Peru, because they're so used to playing that high tempo, fast, aggressive play style, this is such a different
They might
game
really
compared
walk
to what
in
they
the last,
used to
like,
playing.
High tempo's right. They've got
2 minutes.
20% tempo, actually. But we'll see what they do at this final stretch. Oh, nice. Little check over there on the tall grass. Catching Gek, trying to get some flank positioning. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a big Unite eject button pretty soon out of them. They've landed a few times before, and the Surf's going in.
Oh, two-man Surf. Gek catches out two. There's going to be the Unite as well. Catching out onto one. Oh, Animo coming in from the back. He's lost his teammate. He's isolated.
Oh, the Blissey went down.
Kamae jumping onto Animo, getting rid of the Pawmot. The rest of his team has been completely cut off. Gek on that Blastoise, doing so much work with the Surfs. We have Draken coming in, just trying to buy time with the shielding, using the X-Scissor on the Crystal as well. Groudon is super low, he's got a quarter of its health left. Maybe there is something Peru can do to just buy time, but
it's
Kamae's
over.
not going to have it. They want that Groudon. Follow me again to buy time, but the Mimikyu says no! This is our game. Kamae wants to take game number 1.
A clean 5.
That was
I mean,
just game
really
number
like 6
1.
KOs in a row.
Oh my gosh, I felt like I was in.
Of the Clefable, but
I felt like we've been through 2 games already.
Somehow, I don't know, Hyper Beam for the secure, but this was
because I was
so
playing a
clean
game
by
while I was
Kamae.
watching.
Completely a cleanup job. They were able to take down every single one of them one at a time, not losing a single member, making sure there was no chance to steal. And there are a lot of opportunities to steal the objectives from the side of Peru. So they made sure that every single threat was gone. They did a great job, and now they've got to defend. But with the weird way that these goal zones have played out, look, they can all just sit around this tier 1 and say, hey, we know you have to go for this first. Come on, fight us. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they could try and fight for the tier 1, but I don't know if they have enough time with 23 seconds left to go. They have to wipe Kamae. 458 points to 350. Maybe they can do something, but they've got to finish the game right now.
No, it's over.
Kamae says no. They're out-damaging them. Their health bars are just not big enough. And with 5 more seconds to go, Kamae lock in game
that was
number
close.
1.
Nah, you got killed.
Clean victory. It felt like from minute 1 to minute 10, it was just entirely Kamae in control. They're now 1 game away from qualifying for day 2 and making sure that all of Europe will be represented there. Honestly, with the tiebreakers, even if they lose 2 more in a row, I think there's probably a pretty good chance now that they qualify. But again, never trust me on that. But that's just the fact that they've won at least 1 game. However, we've seen some adaptation in losing situations from Peru. I mean, time and time again now. And we know that they're not going to give up on this. I mean, this comp was interesting. It really depended on them not losing so badly early on, I think. And that's what happened.
Yeah, well, I think it was really Peru just not also being able to play their game. I feel like Kamae just handled the match so well. They didn't let any of those fights go completely backwards. They always were able to keep some kind of control. And I kind of feel like a lot of the early game was saved because of the Psyduck, right? Because there was a lot of pressure in that top lane. They kept trying to pressure the Machamp, but Psyduck was constantly there to stop them from being able to get the free KO. Sure, they got the tier 1 goal zone, but who cares? They're not slowing down the progress of Machamp, who was such a key Pokemon in
legendary.
this team's composition. And of course, we do have to give a huge shout out to the
legendary.
Blastoise in that late game. That 2-man Surf catch set everything else up for Kamae to win that team fight.
Oh yeah, Gek. I mean, Gek is my personal MVP just from the plays. But of course, Adesu. I actually ran into Adesu right before this match. Adesu is one of my favorite people I think I've ever met in my life, just in general. So big fan, and also just a big fan, of course, of how ridiculously good of a player he is. Always happy to see him up there, winning, doing well, and being our MVP on a Pokemon that is kind of just ridiculous right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's kind of ridiculous. I think Espeon is turning into a bit of an MVP over the course of the weekend. We've seen it shine multiple times for a multitude of different teams, and we've seen it banned out.
Espeon's
by quite a few
extremely
teams
good
as well.
right
I think
now.
the respect for Espeon is growing over the course of the weekend because his historically speaking, I feel like Espeon has just been kind of on the sidelines. It's existed. It was picked up every now and again.
Espeon has always been good.
Yeah, I think people and teams are starting to really realize that, wait a minute, Espeon is such a great Pokemon because it can do a multitude of things. It can be your attacker. You can also, in some cases, play it as a support if you do want to flex and change things up a little bit. But yeah, I don't know if Ades is going to have a chance to play that Espeon again. We'll have to see if Peru lets that through.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Espeon, the thing is, it's always in a really good spot or like too weak, because when you have any sort of like design around burst damage, it's really hard to like necessarily balance it. And there we go.
There we go. No
you made a
Espeon.
good call. Exactly. Gonna be banned out very early. And I mean, it's so good at everything. It levels early. It becomes a pressure early. It's got secure. It's got damage. It combos all the rest of the Pokemon. Its passive is anti-crowd control. Its Unite is one of the best crowd control Unites. So it literally can just do every single thing in the game. You don't have to worry about
it. The only downside, it's a little squishy, but I mean, if your Espeon pops all of its moves, it's done its job, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So, whoa, that's aggression. First pick.
Ooh,
first pick combined now going to be on this left side, this first pick side, and they are going to be taking the Crustle immediately. I really like that. I mean, that is saying, like, we won one game, and now we are going to just take another step forward and just make sure there is no game number 3. They want to qualify right here.
I'm just thinking to myself, okay, so taking the Crustle here isn't a bad thing. It's a great Pokemon, but I'm thinking to myself, why would you want to pick the Crustle here when you could have taken the Blastoise for yourself, right? Because we already saw Gek play a fantastic Blastoise. So what Pokemon do you kind of feel are going to be struggling in a Crustle matchup so that you kind of want to take it for yourself so that you can enable your team to play? Is it maybe the Feraligatr pick that we're seeing here from Gatlu? Because we know Feraligatr kind of wants to be in everyone's faces, and it's annoying to play melee Pokemon when there's a Crustle on the field.
I think that usually when you choose Crustle, you really want to lock somebody down to not be able to escape some sort of really aggressive option or some sort of like a big AoE option. So we just saw right there, not necessarily this is going to be the pick, but Talonflame with Crustle I think is a really exceptional combo. But it definitely, Gatlu potentially being on this Feraligatr could be a great option to say, hey, you cannot escape from this. And there's just a lot of crowd control now coming into play on Kamai's side. So, I mean, most of all, obviously, I think they just want to take it away from the other side, which I think shaking them a little bit more in a losing situation is always like you're already off balance, and now we're just going to give another push, you know, which I think is a really good strategy, because if it doesn't work out, you still have another game. You can go back to something a little bit more solid, but yeah, we get the Skeledirge again.
Not just the Skeledirge, you're also going to be getting that Blaziken as well. So lots of fire-type power here on the side of Peru. But for Kamai, though, okay, so let's kind of break down the lineups for both of these teams, right? So what is Kamai aiming to do with this lineup? Is it just really get in your face with the Feraligatr and the Mega Mewtwo Y just to kind of dish out the damage? Do they have Secure that can compete with the Blaziken, however? Because I feel like objectives are now going to be a problem for Kamai if it's going to be a race for those.
Well, in my experience, which, you know, it's been pretty often, the best secure is Psyduck, because it just somehow secures everything. I don't know why that is.
Okay, pressure on
It
Narabi.
truly just happens. Yeah. I mean, we've seen some really aggressive Psyduck play, too. But, no, definitely secure is going to be a problem. Not only do we have the Blaziken, but we also have the Zacian, and then we also have Skeledirge, which we haven't really had a chance to talk about too much because it's only been in one set so far, but it is a strong Pokemon, does tons of AoE damage. It secures really strong, especially with its Unite that can be a global projectile. So you can help secure objectives from across the map if you're really coordinated with it. And seeing this come out from our world champions, our reigning world champions, is a really cool pick. I'm excited to see how they play.
Yeah. So seeing that there's so much emphasis on possibly just taking objectives, and obviously towards the end game, getting the final objective here, if you're Kamai,
you're getting your Skeledirge
your play style for this game, are you just gonna have to just starve Peru until they have absolutely nothing? Because I feel like, you know, with the game of Pokemon Unite, it's a very delicate line, right? We've seen teams lose because they just lose Kyogre, the Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to, I think, win a full team fight. I think that's really your goal here, probably, because, like, again, you really don't want to flip against this team. That's a no-go. But it's so aggressive. It's such a high-damage team that Kamai, I think, just wants to play to their strengths. And they're all playing Pokemon that I think they're pretty comfortable with. So I think they really just want to win off of being aggressive, literally just running the other team over. Like, it's not quite like a Death Ball comp, but it's, like, similar to it, I would say. And I'm excited to see how it goes. No healing, though, which is going to be make it a little bit different. but we'll see how they end up actually playing it. Right now, this top path not being super aggressive, but a lot of people kind of meeting in the center here. We're going to see all these center area Pokemon start to meet, but yeah, you see 3 enemy Pokemon there, and Peru's like, no, let's walk away.
Yeah, I think this is a really good call for Kamae as well, because they're also slowing down the progression of Animo, right? Because again, Animo, very key player for Peru, because he's going to essentially set the tempo for the rest of the team, and the slower start he has, unfortunately, that does impact the rest of his team and what they're going to be capable of as well. So Kamae already from the get-go in the laning stage, just trying to slow Peru down, and eventually when they do hit that mid-game, Kamae's going to be in a pretty commanding position to maybe even take the driver's seat themselves, and to basically tell Peru, like, hey, we're going to be the ones in control of this game. We hope you're ready to take every fight that we decide to take.
Right, one thing that we could have potentially seen happen is Kamae being a little bit more aggressive early on. Ooh, they're going to actually fight here, and they're both getting really low. We might be a 1-for-1 trade. I'm not sure the tempo escaped this. Yeah, that's not a possibility. We are seeing Gek already catch out a lot of enemy Pokemon. Wow, Regidrago actually being immediately just ripped, which is not something that you usually see as a target, but we're going to give that to Gatlu, who, like I said, likes to roam, knows how to play across the map without being caught out super well. So getting a little bit of like a scoring buff might help out in the end.
Yeah, I really think they're doing this just to keep Peru on their toes. Just don't give them anything. Up top, though, we do have Animo assisting the team, trying to go for a pretty big push up there, but their health bars are looking really, really low.
Where are we bot? Why aren't we just showing top path?
Peru to be trying to escape the clutches of Kamae. Tempo just running against the wall, super low as the Zacian, and you know, there's not really much Animo can really do here, right? Without the support of his teammates, there's not really a lot that this Blaziken can do. Like, he can try and go in, but there's just a really good chance he's going to feed himself away and just give that precious experience over to Kamae. So again, Peru just really struggling to find their footing here.
Sorry, it's always so funny watching Feraligatr run into a wall. But I love all the animations for Feraligatr. But yeah, the big problem here is that Peru's still not hit their power spikes, right? They need to get all their full evolutions, just to actually have, but they still don't have their Unites. And look at this, they don't have any resources to fight this off.
They're so dead. They're so unbelievable.
United. Can this Blaziken find some secure? No, it doesn't look like it's possible. Wait, no, actually, did they? I think they did. Wow, they did actually with the Blaze Kick. Yeah, the Blaze Kick of all things, not an overheat. That is a really nice timing. So a nice little buff there for Peru, but they lost so many members for that.
Yeah, that was a very, very expensive loss. But I guess, like, consolation prize, you still get the objective. I think at this point, that is really all you can be very happy with. But up top, they do manage to get the Regieleki, it seems. So that's going to be another little win there for Peru. So they're not out of the game yet, but Kamae is still there trying to beat them down with this stop sign, and it kind of worked at the beginning. But it has slowed down a little bit. So we'll see if Kamae is able to get back into that driver's seat, because I do think Peru is starting to get their groove back.
I mean, it's looking a little bit tough. They might be getting a little bit
I don't know if they are. I don't.
2 members for
I wouldn't say they are.
An opportunity to maybe pick up a KO there. Didn't quite get it. Skeledirge gonna fire off that Unite. It's gonna go a little bit wide. And
beautiful.
Not gonna be able to pick up anything off of this for the side of Peru Unite. Kamae playing, dominating, and they're really starting to take over this game. But like you mentioned, the secure is so good on Peru Unite's side that even at the 2-minute mark, if they're behind by quite a bit, you have to be so scared, because even if they're not in range, Skeledirge is Skeledirge.
Yeah, there's not just Skeledirge, you have the Blaziken you have to worry about, you even have to possibly worry about that Zacian. There's 3
I don't care about the game.
That could possibly steal away that main objective in the central area.
The Cowboy silence all.
Yeah, Peru's not out. Peru's not out, so to all of our Peru fans out there,
oh my gosh,
don't worry, Peru is still very much in the game. Yes, Kamae might be currently leading, but they're not in a position where they're having that commanding lead where it's just unwinnable.
Yes,
all it
let's
takes
go.
is for Peru to just take 1 team fight off of Kamae before that last 2-minute stretch. And beautiful catch, they're coming in from the Crustle, using the overheat to prevent the stun. Looks like Animo is going to be able to slip on through Crustle, though, trying to take out that the Blastoise by himself. Tempo coming in on that Zacian. They do get the Mimikyu. That's a huge knockout. Level 12 Pokemon.
It didn't take 10 years.
A huge chunk of experience to Peru. And all of a sudden, this has reignited
back to the game.
The aggression in Peru. And I think Kamae is deciding, guys, is it worth it?
It's okay, back to the game. Back to the game.
Gek is thinking about it, but the rest of the team is hesitating.
All it takes is 1 person to give away that experience. They are going to go in. Surf is going to make an attempt. Yeah, Feraligatr going in. Gatlu, though, getting eliminated just completely. completely erased. Gek, the next one, getting burns down. They're trying to do some damage from behind. Adesu already at half-life, but he's picking down. Yeah, Draken's going to be the next to go down. So finally a KO for the side of Kamae, but they are going to lose the Secure to that Skeledirge, and so it's just going to be more and more experience going the way of Peru. They were able to take down more valuable target as well in that team fight, as they don't really care all that much if they're going to be losing a defender. And so this experience, you can see it's pretty much exactly even now. In fact, the second level 12 is going to be for Peru.
Yeah, so Peru has now effectively overtaken Kamae. All it took was one team fight for them to win, and Kamae, this lead that they've accumulated, the lead that they kind of needed to be able to keep Peru under wraps, it's now basically vanished. And being set back this much, this has just made the game incredibly difficult here for Kamae. They still can absolutely win it, but now their room for error has drastically reduced. So they're going to try and do what they can, maybe try and go for that bottom tier 1. It's very risky. Draken's there in the front line on that Blastoise. Poxy Unite will successfully pull it off. They do catch the Mimikyu. Another huge target. Level 13 Pokemon wiped off the field. Adesu being chased. Blaziken gets a double knockout as well. Animo coming in blazing on that Blaziken.
That Skeledirge Unite did so much damage. Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. I did not think it was going to do quite that much, but Skeledirge, a Pokemon that Doomsex and I were talking about, I'm surprised we're not seeing it more. A little attempt to score right there, but realistically, I think just wants to get KO'd, maybe get that reset, get back home, get a little bit more Unite before we get to this final stretch, because this is a very even game, and we do see the level advantage for
These
sure
are the most
Peru
even
now,
teams I've
huge
seen.
for them. They've caught up in points as well, but this is certainly a situation where anything could happen. The deficit is not that high on the side of Kamae. They have hit level 13 power spikes, so all it is going to come down to really is who's going to play better in these final moments. We're 26 seconds away.
Oh man, I think Kamae is starting to play some very, very drastic strategies. If they catch Animo here, it would be huge. They get the stun, but can they finish off the Fire Chicken? Animo, he needs help, he is out! 14 seconds to the last 2-minute stretch. Gek is low. Looks like Kamae, they're going to try and escape, but Gatlu, deep in enemy territory, looking for another one, eats up another Peru Pokemon. Gatlu on the Feraligatr, ravaging through Peru Unite instead. Deep in enemy territory, Zyrus trying to buy some time.
Skeledirge
He
is
goes
down.
down on the Skeledirge as well. Oh no, even popping Unites. Peru, they are in serious trouble. They do have Animo coming back in, but look at Groudon, super low. Who is that final
Kamae.
Kamae. It's gonna be Kamae.
Wow, after me saying,
It's
well,
over.
the one thing you don't want to do is rip and flip. I mean, hey, they had, obviously a huge numbers advantage, but there were a few unknown factors there. But Kamae was confident, a big win for them. A few members up trying to defend. They're going to be able to take down at least one. Hel'Vagos is gone, and now Blaziken gone. This is so many huge members they really needed, and in fact, we're just going to see a pretty much a 200-point lead, right? It's 209-point lead, and then we're going to see a return for Kamae. They're going to make sure that they're not going to give up too many counter scores. There's still over a minute left, so this is definitely a time where an overcommitment from this team could spell their doom, and they are way too knowledgeable about this game, way too experienced to let that happen easily, at least. Peru has one more chance to push back for this win.
Yeah, you can see down bottom as well, Gatlu on the Feraligatr sitting on 50 points, looking to go for a 100-point dunk. So even if Peru gets a 50, a 100 themselves, that's not going to be enough to win them the game. So Gatlu gets the score in Peru, trying to fight their way through in that top lane with 38 seconds to go. Maybe they can do something, but they're still behind. 487 to 228, still pushing forward. Peru Unite, trying to get whatever they can, but they've lost the Blaziken. Now they've also lost the Skeledirge. 2 Pokemon down. I just don't
I think it might be over.
As a few attempts, I mean, tempo's still up, but they are just slowly getting taken out one by one, and Kamae making a huge statement saying that the 4th and final team coming out of Europe will be moving to day number 2 of Worlds 2026. Europe absolutely is a monster region for the end of this game's Worlds run.
That was incredible, and the fact that Kamae pulled off one of the most high-risk but high-reward plays, which is that 2-minute 20 attack, right? Just going in for the ambush.
Can we please get that on replay? Please, Bob, please get him kissing Adesu's head on replay. That's all I need. I need no, it just happened right out of the camera. We need like a 4-minute super cut of that, but I'm sorry. I could not.
What are we talking about?
Hold on for your comment during that. That was the best thing that we've ever seen on camera, I think, for Pokemon Unite. But yes, I mean, mean, truly, they're not out yet, right?
I think,
Sorry, I need to
I
get
think
back
we
onto
might
the
have
actual,
gone off the
match
rails.
here. So Peru, we've seen them fight from behind so many different times, fight from, I mean, they're not even necessarily in like a loser's bracket per se. They just need to win their next match, which is going to be 2 matches from now on broadcast against Deep Cross Gaming. It's going to be an amazing way to close out the day. But Kamae, wow, they are looking so incredibly good, and Europe is a region that
this year was the reason why Kamae was able to take the game. I have to emphasize this because this is actually such a huge deal. The fact that most people would condemn this kind of this play, right? It's like, it's 20 seconds until the ground on. Why are you trying to go for a KO here? If they just tried to go for a 5-on-5 fight, I actually think Kamae would lose. Right? Because if you look at the level difference, like Animo's level 14 on that Blaziken, a 13 Skeledirge. Like if you try and go in a 5v5 there, it's very high risk. But the fact that they decided to go for that attack 20 seconds before the final 2-minute stretch, get rid of Animo, force Peru Unite into panic mode, and that's when they started to use Unites and everything to just try to buy time for Animo to come back. But by the time it all happened, Peru wasn't even together anymore, right? They really wanted to fight as that 5-man unit, but Kamae just did a fantastic job just splitting them up and preventing them from having that perfect late game.
There we can see right here, Feraligatlu, our MVP.
Feraligatlu.
We get a chance to talk to Gatlu for the first time this Worlds and see how he's feeling about making it out in first seed and really securing the spot, the 4th spot for EU up on stage.
All right, thank you so much, Wonder Chef. That's right, I'm here with Gatlu from Kamae Esports after a huge win here on the main stage. Some great games there in the top path. We'll get more into the game, but obviously this is a historic moment for EU. This is looking like EU's Worlds potentially. So many teams. How good does it feel to be on Kamae right now on such an amazing group stage performance?
I'm very proud to be a part of Kamae's crew because I feel like we have been putting so much work into preparing for this group, and I'm really happy it paid off.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, the preparation is paying off. I have to imagine Peru was one of those teams on your mind when you saw that group stage. You were planning for them specifically. That draft number 2, we see Gek first pick that Crustle and take it away. How much of that was a game plan from before going into this match, and how much was just done right here on the stage? You made that plan right then and there.
I mean, like, it was right here on the stage. That we just choose to pick the Crustle, because you always have to react depending on the bans, and their like way of banning made us have Crustle being a good pick.
Okay, that makes sense. You got to adapt to the other team as well. Well, it worked out pretty well. You got to play a really fun Feraligatr game. It got scary there maybe at the end, but an eject button waterfall gets you out of danger. What are the team communication like in a moment like that? Are you calling for help, or is your team just, they know to jump in and make that team fight happen in that enemy central area?
I mean, I think it's a bit funny because I feel like I always say my jump is like a Feraligatr, but Feraligatr doesn't grab people, he kills people. So.
Okay, gotcha. You're getting the job done, getting that damage, getting the KOs. Well, congratulations. You're going to be moving into day 2, representing EU in that single elimination bracket. A huge moment. Obviously, you've had some pretty big runs at the World Championships before, a 2nd place finish. How much is on your mind that you have the chance to become the final Pokemon Unite World Champion here this weekend?
I would be honored to be like the final World Champion because 2022 was so close, and we always managed to get like
crazy Luminosity split up right before the end.
So I feel like this year the team just feels like very in sync. Like it's not just someone does the preparation. The entire team is always, what is in your mind, what do you have, and it's like, it's pretty fun.
Awesome. Well, we love to see this Kamae roster in sync. I know everybody cheering for you is feeling the same way. So Gatlu, good luck in tomorrow's competition, and we can't wait to watch. Casters, back over to you.
Always awesome to hear from Gatlu. I mean, I love this crew of players. EU has some of the coolest players just in general, and I always love to see them do well. It's great to see that they kind of were just like figuring out things on the fly as well, you know, just being able to say like, hey, I feel that the ebb and flow of this match is heading this direction, and this is how we throw them off balance, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So it just kind of feels like that's how these players, you know, they're all kind of fun. You just got to see them right there, get to see Gatlu, and we get to see, I mean, obviously, they're a fun little pop-off, but I think when they're they're feeling good and they're feeling not as stressed, they just play so incredibly well, which is what we saw right there, with now setting up a very cool match for our reigning world champions to fight for their tournament life in a couple matches from now.
Yeah, I think that's a predicament a lot of people didn't expect. I don't think a lot of people thought Peru would be the ones fighting for their lives, but you know, we're going to have to see what happens in that particular matchup, but we are going to get ready
That's
for
gonna
our
be
next
an interesting
up-and-coming
game.
matchup. If you're wondering what that
I'm
is,
not
it's
watching
going
it
to
on
be
stream,
Fennel
though.
versus Nemesis, Group F.
Fennel,
We will
this
be
is gonna be
looking
my
at
last
that matchup
my
after
last
this
match
break.
I
Don't go
watch.
anywhere,
Then I'm
because
gonna
we're in for another exciting match
call it, because I am getting tired. Oh my gosh. I've been streaming for 9 hours. It's interesting we're getting a Feraligatr showcase when Reshiram is just came out. I guess they're showing one of the most popular picks in this group.
Unite World Championships for 2026. We are here in San Francisco, and that's right, we are headed towards the end of our group stage. Only 2 more matches set to happen on our main stage event, and that will be locking up our teams for the single elimination bracket tomorrow. What's up, everybody? I am Zoinks, joined by Kellosaurus, and we are going to be taking you through an absolute banger of a game. Our next one has maybe the tournament favorites in this one in Team Fennel from Japan going up against a really storied roster.
Oh, prediction.
Team Nemesis
Wait, no.
out of APAC.
Oh, 100%.
Never mind.
There are, I feel like a lot of eyes on Fennel in terms of their off-road.
I'll bet on Fennel.
Well, but just being one of the most decorated teams in Japan this
See how many
season
points I can
as
get,
well.
so I can waste. I can spend them all tomorrow on
Fennel has to
reject.
bring to the table here at the World Championships.
Yeah, they're such an interesting team. I think I was talking about them on the preview show early an eon ago this morning, and talking about how this team just doesn't seem like they know how to lose. Every single championship available to them, they have been picking it up. But of course, they are not the only roster here attending this event. Take a look at the performance of Japan over this tournament spread. Reject 2-0, C2 2-0, Exist 2-0, and Zeta Division starting out 1-0. Fennel is already headed into this next matchup.
That's crazy.
DreamX, Lunax,
That all
Gaming,
of
both at
Japan
1-2,
is basically
Team
is
Nemesis
in.
at 1-1. A loss
Yeah,
to
all
Fennel
of
here would
Japan
set a
is
three-way tie at
into
1-2,
is
ensure
into
it'll trickle down to
into
after that, but still a very
game
strong
2 or
performance
is
from our
into day
Japanese
2.
teams at our tournament.
Oh, yes,
And
100%.
only
I mean, the fact
one
that they are all at the top
NA
of this group
team is in.
currently, I mean, it just goes
Just
to
off
show
of a
somewhat how
off of a
strong
tiebreaker.
Japan is in terms of the teams that they have.
That's crazy.
I feel like when you say the most feared, I feel like that's somewhat the vibe that I've been getting is Fennel's probably one of the most feared teams to go up against. But the thing is, they're not uncrackable. They did, while they haven't lost a set, they did end up losing a game to Lunax Gaming earlier on in the day. So can Team Nemesis go and crack that code to go and take down Fennel 2-0, or do you think they may
I mean,
have
both
hatched
of them
that crack
are.
since that game?
If
Yeah,
Team Nemesis
deep in the analogy,
wins this game,
Fennel are so
they're
phenomenal.
both
It is hard to
still.
ever predict
They're
against
both
them.
technically
Team Nemesis
in.
is a roster that has had a lot of success at World
They're both
Championship
technically
stages
into
before.
round
Talking
2,
about
I
kind of the
think.
talent of years prior
I think
playing
if
under that banner.
Nemesis, I think
Playing a lot of
actually no.
Pokemon that do
If
look
Nemesis
solid in our
loses
current metagame,
to
looking at Metagross
Fennel and
specifically,
Fennel
I would
beats
love
them
to see that
2-0,
Pokemon brought
then
out in
Lunax
this
Gaming
matchup
is
from
in.
Team
I
Nemesis.
think.
It's looked fantastic
But
to
if
me in the tournament matches we've seen so far today, and I really do think we got some solid Metagross players on the side of Team Nemesis.
Yes, I would absolutely love to see more Metagross on the field.
Oh, wait, no,
we'll
it
have to
comes
wait and
into
see whether
their game.
either of these
No,
teams
mind.
do bring it. But Zoinks, you know how much I love delving deep into the Pokemon Unite history. So we're here for another, I guess, delve back. I mean, back. Do you remember 2024? Right? Pokemon.
Yes.
Well, both. I know. Obviously, we have Team Nemesis now. Previously, Talon. They did end up going up against Fennel. So obviously, they've had that bit of a roster change since then. But it ends up being Fennel that knocked out this squad back in the 2024 championships. Now, they didn't end up getting to go up against each other at ACL this year, so I'm really excited to see these two squads go up against head-to-head. So a bit of a, 2 years back.
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, hey,
the
these
history.
wounds don't heal fast in a game like this. I know neither of these players are remembering these scars for sure. This is going to be a great matchup. I guarantee a bit of a grudge match for Team Nemesis, or at least a lot of the players on that roster. And if you remember that year, it was a pretty good year for Fennel as they went all the way to the grand finals and able to take that home against Zora Tigers Gaming. One of my favorite World's Grand Finals we've ever had. So many really exciting moments throughout the Unite Esports history.
No, I think the
Love
second
that
time
World's Finals.
Luminosity won
I'm gonna be honest, but there
I was gonna say,
a lot
was probably the best
yeah,
one
true.
ever.
I'll tell you what, though, I think this Sunday might pretty easily take mine. The Chase Center as the
This one might be
backdrop
crazy
for the
just
Pokemon
because it's the
Unite
final
World
one.
Finals. That's what we're all there for. Absolutely. That's the marquee event. I'm calling it now. I think that is going to be just an event to behold. I cannot wait to see teams compete in front of just literally thousands and thousands of fans.
Oh, 100%. And that's the thing. We're only at the start of that book in terms of completing that story. And obviously, that is going to be the final chapter for Pokemon Unite. But there is still a lot more chapters here to go. I mean, only 2 more sets to go for day 1 on that main stage. And obviously, you know, we'll soon find out who ends up progressing over through to day 2. But yeah, coming up next, Fennel up against Team Nemesis. There's a lot of eyes on this. I feel like there's going to be a lot of eyes on this set.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Also, there's a few teams kind of waiting. I'm taking a look at the match results right now for the rest of the group. Lunex Gaming is sitting at a 3-4 game count compared to Team Nemesis's 2-2. However, an 0-2 here against Fennel would set them at 2-4, tying with DreamHack as well, meaning that Lunex would be the 3-4 team in the group, and I believe that would land them that tiebreaker. So, big Fennel fans over there in North America, very likely. But let's get into this first draft here, Kello. We get Team Nemesis and Fennel, 2 teams who we have not had on our main stage as of yet. We're going to get a look at what their
Mame's
specifically
on
has
Fennel.
been so far today. And
That makes sense. You know, that actually and Pi is no. Did I miss the?
I actually put
Man.
Yveltal as the most
I always
banned
miss
of this
it.
tournament. That was my prediction. But
Oh no.
well, it's only been banned 10%.
They haven't made a prediction
Day
yet.
day two numbers are going to go crazy for you. I guarantee it. For Alligator, also doing quite well. 60%
These stream mods are
on that
behind.
I mean, these Pokemon, they're banned for a reason. Powerhouses in their own right. They should be banned away, and that has got to be a targeted Darkrai ban from Fennel towards the side of Team Nemesis. Let's get into that picking phase. Team Nemesis out of APAC East, a region that has had a lot of success in past World Championships. However, 2026 has not been the best look for this region so far.
No, and that's the thing. These squads, they have been playing on this world stage year in, year out. So obviously having that experience there, but really it just comes down to this one. How are they going to go and draft this? Considering, well, as I said, just these bans from Fennel are very interesting, but RBX, having that Snorlax is going to lock that in. And you know what, Psyduck and Mew, I feel like 2 very solid picks on the side of Fennel.
Phenomenal. Also, a Sableye hover at this stage of the tournament is a wild look. I mean, if anybody's going to do it, Team Nemesis might be the team to bring out a pick like that. Fennel, on the other hand, also really do like the Sableye pick. This is a Pokemon that Fennel have actually brought out bans from against them during their Asia Champions League run, so potentially Team Nemesis might want to counter-pick that option a little bit earlier if they can. Their next 2 picks are going to be interesting. Fennel as a roster, you know him, you love him already. Mashio, he and AK1 being the brand new addition to this roster this year, making the kind of their rookie debut, and what a debut they have had. They're going to be locking in the Lucario.
Yeah, Lucario, but also
I've seen a lot more
I feel like we have
like
seen,
Water Bear.
Not only Lucario.
I didn't think I'd see this much Water Bear in
once again,
this tournament.
It's in my brain, right? Just heading on back to that first set of the day, but also some incredible Alolan Raichu plays here today too.
Yeah, it's been a Pokemon that's had a big impact.
And then Raichu makes sense. The amount of Surfetch we've seen is crazy. We've seen a lot of Clefable. I'm gonna be honest. Clefable's been. I don't know if Clefable's been been that good.
Abimame picking up the Hoopa.
Yeah, rounding it on out with another supporter, so they're not actually going to have a defender this time round. But I guess, you know, just having that Psyduck go in with that crowd control to go and help these two back laners.
Yeah, exactly. B is going to be doing a great job, not only slowing down the attacks out of Team Nemesis with that crowd control, but even starting off big fights. There is not many options like a Psyduck Psychic to really kick things off in a major gear. You check that out with a Pokemon that's Envision, even a Pokemon
I feel like this is what our solo queue bans look like.
Finding Pokemon who are hiding away and really enabling the rest of their team. We'll see what Aki is going to be doing on this Lucario. We saw a power-up punch bone rush to start the day from Haruto on Team Reject in Japan, and it looked phenomenal. So we could see really any of these available movesets going into this first game.
Oh, 100%. I mean, while, you know, those plays there, it really does come down to how they're able to go and operate these Pokemon, right? It's just because you pick a Pokemon doesn't mean that you're going to end up winning with it. So really interested to see how this one ends up playing out and whether they are going to go for that moveset or something that they feel a little bit more comfortable with.
A lot of flexibility going, and here we go. We're jumping into game number 1. Team Nemesis are going to be your purple team, and Fennel are your orange team. That early path of Snorlax, Espeon. I don't know if they have any equal in terms of power level in the early game. That's
Jungle Invade.
Unreal from both of those two Pokemon.
Oh, 100%. And we can see RBX is making their way over to the opposite side. Meanwhile, I can see on the mini-map that Hooper also tried to do that, but they got stuck in their tracks. But it means that Eevee on the bottom path is not left to fend on their own.
Yeah, they don't get a lot of the secure, so they Psyduck and Mew doing a great job of that.
You can do that?
Fennel dominating the early game so far. RBX on this Snorlax invade is making
does
that
have something to do with hitboxes or something?
Knocking on the door of 5. Mame doing damage against Kai. A little duel of supporters in
The-
the enemy central area, and Hoopa, one of the best
The Clefable ejected over like this big part of the
delay in terms of the clear of the central part. It's already at
they
9
ejected
minute
over
mark,
that.
and we still only have Unoshifu. If they end up getting out secure, they're not gonna get that evolution, but they successfully do it.
Yeah, he like ejected over this basically. Like it looked like he ejected over the big part.
That means
Like
Water Bear
wait 1 second. Let me.
targeted Darkrai ban from Fennel is knocking on the door of 5. Mame doing damage. Centric Pokemon, that crowd control, but even starting. Oh, we're jumping into game number 1. Team Nemesis.
No, that's fine.
Already P running that psychic and stored power moveset. These auto attacks are so phenomenal, and the boosted of those will be chaining together amongst multiple opponents. Mame still on this invade strategy, but this time they have to deal with a lot more damage. That will be the Surf Edge, picking up the KO onto the Hoopa.
Yeah, so just some of the KOs being traded on out for the moment, as we can see members are focusing on wild Pokemon instead of this Regidragon.
Uh-oh.
But it is
Please.
Going to get started off.
Please,
by
I didn't
Dylan.
mean it.
Meanwhile, Kai is looking to go and get in a stack.
Oh, Machio out from under the nose of an Urshifu and an Espeon gets an Electro Ball steal, and the Regirock buff going over the side of Fennel thanks to the attacker player who is absolutely crushing it so far in the early game.
Oh, crushing it indeed, especially considering we have a level 9 Alolan Raichu already on their side, having their Unite move on hand with 25 seconds until these first objectives to spawn.
Oh, jackpot used by RBX, hoping to kind of combo their damage. Think one needed those cooldowns to come back for the Rapid Strike. It's there, and a enemy cutting them off on their retreat as Fennel has shown up with Mame and Machio, but just not enough damage to close out that KO. Shadow Ball stun, gonna line up a few opportunities for this damage with the Solar Beam. Mew getting to work down here in the bottom path.
Oh,
I might have to try a Shadow Ball at some point.
With that Light Scream Solar Beam burst to go and pick themselves up 2 KOs.
I don't usually go it because you can still heal with the other one.
They need to retreat because once again, Fennel are knocking on their doorsteps.
And Machio, while being such a dangerous threat on this Mew, is also playing so difficult to shut down. These coachings being available for them, as well as really well-timed eject buttons, means they're getting within range of damage, baiting in a few opponents, and then just doing a huge amount of burst damage the other way. Great defensive play from Fennel so far, but with a big aggressive angle.
Oh, aggressive indeed. I guess that's the thing. They're playing well in terms of both sides, aggression and defense, and what more could you ask for there? But we do have Regieleki up in the top half. It is going to go over the side of Team Nemesis. Question is this going to provide enough breathing room for them to make a push?
Well, that's an Espeon Unite move, kind of baited out from Dylan. They're going to regret using that one. They still have a decent amount of burst damage, but with that Side Shock missing at the Mew, there's not much to follow up on. He is caught out with Psyduck, and, well, when I say caught out, I mean in position to get a KO on the Urshifu.
Yeah, going in with their Psy II to just go and continue to chase down
Oh
Nemesis.
my gosh.
As 3 members are now down. Fennel are really looking tough here, already having 2 double-digit levels.
It's just a
over on the side.
masterclass.
No double digits just yet onto Nemesis.
Yeah, just the mobility that is available to Fennel, even on a micro level, Pokemon to Pokemon, it's really tough to shut down. This trick, Phantom Force at any moment. Machio has been rocking the coaching basically this entire game. And of course, you got this Lucario set up with the power-up punch and the Bone Rush. The teleports for Fennel, and let's face it, the skill expression they've been able to show so far is phenomenal.
Oh, 100%. It's just a matter of whether they can continue to keep up this momentum and protect what is theirs coming on in, because they are at 188 to 23 as we reach that halfway point.
Oh, love that. See, Aki just kind of testing those tall grass moments, seeing where they have no vision on the enemy Pokemon, jumping in, but immediately retreating to that Bone Rush. Another moment where they're able to do so, and they catch that Surfesh hiding in that ambush position. That's like it will land, giving him information that there is somebody in that top elbush.
Oh my gosh, he did like the entire. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, and with that Electro Ball, Espeon is going to get wiped on out. Miva tried to make a retreat, but once again, Fennel's combinations are just on point.
Yeah, Fennel just flawless up into this point right now. Team Nemesis, I think all they have to their name is that Regieleki secure. They might actually go for another one here at that 4-minute mark, but this burst damage from the Mew is so much to deal with. Enhanced Light Screen Solar Beam, a really difficult amount of damage for Nemesis, and well, they're gonna try to make a play. Big Surfesh pull to the opposite side. Hoopa Unite to respond.
No way Mame ends up getting out of that with that amount of HP. Using their Unite move, getting that shield, and then being able to get away while Fennel all collaborate up at the top part to go.
There's a lot more eject buttons from supporters.
From
Maybe I should try eject button.
Just a flawless performance from this team. Love that play by the Clefable, by the way, to put the gravity on top of the glowing bone for the Bone Rush. Get a stun on the teleport. That is one way to try to punish this team, but I gotta say, I'm not in love with this gravity selection overall. It feels like a pretty big risk trying to shut down just Lucario. Snorlax engaged, though, could open up an opportunity for Nemesis.
Well, but the thing is, Urshifu dove in a little too deep, which means they end up getting punished. Snorlax going with the cow in that, but Regieleki is right on that doorstep. Nemesis needs to pick up some KOs here.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. See that Psyduck just walking away. So much shielding to work with. The Regieleki will eventually fall, so Fennel will not have a successful siege other than picking up a few more KOs
welcome back.
and holding on to that score lead with an iron grip, 330 to 44.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, they may not got the Regieleki, but they are just remaining in control.
I'm watching the Fennel game, and then I'm headed out. I want to get something to eat, and I'm tired. I've been streaming for 9 hours.
Team Nemesis, they haven't reached that benchmark just yet on anyone.
Yeah, I mean, they...
probably pot stickers, or maybe fried rice, I don't know. One or the other.
Pretty low on that top side. Team Nemesis could get into triple digits.
Oh, that's going to be too much food.
If they save that dunk for the final stretch,
I don't think I'm that hungry.
But at the moment, it is going to be just the focus on the wild Pokemon. Time to Stardew Valley for a minute and get some of these levels.
Yes, get the levels because it is very much needed going up into Fennel, but this is risky for Team Nemesis because they have just given away a Registeel buff, and as if Fennel aren't already strong enough.
All right, that Solar Beam will catch out Miva. The cooldown reduction for Machio will know the Solar Beam did land on somebody, and Team Nemesis are going to get a quick dunk of 50 and immediately pivot back for the fight. They don't want to give Fennel the chance to rip.
No, but this poke damage from Machio, though, to just go and chip away. Thankfully, they are able to dance in the moonlight with that Clefable heal. But once again, Fennel are just stalling for time.
Yeah, I mean, this poke damage is just so formidable. The Clefable trying to constantly back up. RBX makes the decision to go in, but does not have the chance to separate anybody. Look!
Oh my gosh, it did so much damage.
Alolan Raichu and Mew combined for a devastating look from Fennel. Espeon with a desperation.
Espeon's dead.
They will
it's
be
over.
taken down the other way. Surfesh falls, so does Groudon, and Fennel, all 5 team ace.
Oh, that was a rough one for Team Nemesis. Not only were they behind in points, so the ball was in there.
Reject is number 1 for me. I did Reject. I did Reject, Fennel, and then Dignitas, and I should have just done all Japanese teams, I guess. I think every Japanese team is in today too right now.
By this team from Japan, a flawless season, a flawless performance in game number 1 from this Fennel team. We are going to be looking at some disgusting score lines at the end of this one.
Yeah, they're going in with those dunks. Oh, hey,
if you specialized enough in it, if you're specialized enough in it, you're like it's really good. But if you don't know what you're doing, you end up looking really bad.
Yeah, I think we might be looking at the honorable 900-point scoreline
Oh
near
my
the end of this
gosh.
one.
Like I can press buttons, but I don't really know what I'm doing when I play if I tried playing Mew.
I want a large number. Come on, 10 more points.
I really like when they go down. Yeah, like when they go here, you can really see.
A 4-digit finish. Fennel, that's a way to start a match.
Oh, 100%. A way to start that match.
It might be.
1-0, really putting Team Nemesis's back up against the wall there throughout that whole game. And that's the thing, this is so important for Team Nemesis to win if they want to have a chance at making it forward to day 2.
Yeah, and I mean, especially you want to, at the very least, take a map in this situation. You want to make sure you get a 1-0 finish. They did lose to Lunex Gaming earlier on today, 0-2.
They did lose to
Let's take
Lunex.
another look at this match.
Which is
I mean,
crazy.
obviously, we're going to be looking at a lot of
It's
huge
crazy
moments.
that it
Fennel,
wasn't on
felt like you and I were
stream.
calling out
That's
the
what's crazy
entire
about it.
time was Mashio's Mew. I mean,
That's what's crazy.
so good.
We didn't even get to see the game
Yeah,
that they
and
lost
just
they lost the
pairing
set to.
up that solar beam, just chunking away
Like-
so much damage. But once again, you mentioned the coaching so many times.
Yeah, like we
as
got
well,
to see both of
just
Reject's
go and
games.
provide
Why
that
didn't we get to see
support
both of
that
Fennel's
Alolan
games?
Raichu. So really, they're doing it all this
I feel like there were
Yeah,
games
no kidding.
in
Oh my word. Did you see
was
that? A
so
big
good.
Psychic play enabled by the Alolan Raichu and Mashio
I feel
on
like
the off angle with that solar beam. I mean, disgusting scoreline,
I always
disgusting
lose
damage numbers
lose-
out of
lose-
Fennel. And as gross as it may be, don't
I
avert
always
your
forget
eyes.
what I'm gonna
This might
say.
be the best team in the entire tournament. Fennel making a great case in game number 1 for that exact thing.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. They were top of the board there for Japan. They have managed to take a world championship, and you know they're just looking to once again make a statement here at the Pokemon World Championships. But jeez, that is a
110,000
perfect
damage.
KFA.
That number is so wild. Yeah, that is a 27 KFA right there for the combo of P with 100.
It's doing really good at this tournament.
damage
Like
on
everyone
the
was like
Alolan
for
Raichu.
Alligator's doing really good, but
Also
Raichu's doing better than for Alligator. I think it has a better win rate.
It's the season of the special
I'm
attacker
gonna be
right
for
now,
real.
at least between these two Pokemon. P, where we've seen them primarily have been on
Yeah,
some of
the
these
Mew was really
flashy,
good.
all-rounder melee-focused Pokemon. Well, step aside. We're going surfing with the
Yeah.
Alolan Raichu.
Fennel's
and
amazing.
P paving the way.
It's crazy
Machio
that
right
Mame,
behind.
who's their
Take a look
supporter,
at this attacker player
was a
central area
Serena
players
main
map.
year 1.
Alolan Raichu coasting all over this battlefield. They
Yeah,
were
he
able
was
to
he was
win
like
that
a
battle against
all-rounder
Snorlax in the early invade and
carry
get to
mon.
that level 5, by the way.
Yeah, they were here, there, and everywhere, according to that heat map. I mean, I guess that just goes to show the benefit of that coaching and trick combination
So
between
good.
them. They were just zooming around.
Oh yeah, mobility is fantastic. Even with that Alolan Raichu, that little dash after using every one of yours. Honestly, one of my favorite Pokemon to play for that very reason. It looks like P is of the same opinion. They really enjoy playing that Pokemon as well. And I mean, what a start from Fennel. Now, obviously, Nemesis is in a tough position now. Being 0-1 in this spot is so scary, but you gotta just let a match like that go by the wayside. Restart, refresh. Team Nemesis is gonna start things off with a Snorlax ban.
Oh, they wanted
playing
the
in
they
that
wanted the
first game,
map.
but they are in that
That's why
second
they're going
position
second.
right now.
Yeah, I suppose that is going to be one answer here, but it's
Funny.
going to be really interesting to see what Team Nemesis decide to do with this draft.
Yeah.
Obviously, I feel like all of those players, all those Pokemon
I think
that
it's
Fennel
stronger
is
to
playing
control the
are such a
map
risk.
pick than to
What they
control
decide
which
to
side
go
you're
out
on.
Or pick for themselves. I feel like it's illegal to have Alolan Raichu and Mew together once again.
Yeah.
They can't do that, right?
That's got to change. We're Team Nemesis.
'Cause if
fans,
you
gotta
don't want
be
the other
rule
team to
number
get 'em
one.
on,
I'm a big
you just
fan of
ban it.
whiteboards. That would be at the top of my whiteboard at this point in time in the group meeting. Now, will be a Blastoise ban. That makes sense. I honestly think that number of 29, I think that is going to skyrocket tomorrow. I think that Blastoise ban is going to climb and climb and climb. Espeon as well, as it will also not be banned in this one. Team Nemesis could consider picking that one up yet again. It will be Fennel in that first pick position. A few power picks still available.
Espeon didn't do a lot
you could consider the Mew,
in
but
that last
Machio is
game.
going to lock in the Zacian.
Zacian's been doing good. Miraidon's been doing good.
Later on in the draft, but they
Um,
want to priority pick that carry.
yeah,
Mew's
especially
been doing
considering
good.
it is free from that ban phase,
Surfetch, not so much.
instead, so this
Psyduck's
has
been
given
doing good.
opportunity for Team Nemesis to take away
The
that
encounter
lead.
rates
So
are
there we go.
insane.
We can give them a tick there at least. That
Oh,
combination
there's
is
the-
going to be a threat, but also taking
There's
away
the
his
tree.
Psyduck. So they've taken 2 Pokemon from Fennel's pool so far.
Yeah,
There's
I
the-
mean,
there-
very
this is the-
aggressive
there-
draft, taking out a few of those
oh.
options. I love the Mew in particular. Fennel not too worried about a couple of those pieces, I suppose, as they will
First
return
Mew-
to the Alolan
Mew,
Raichu
yeah.
and the Hoopa, which now I'm really curious.
I was
of what
hoping to see a
players will be playing with
Delmise
Pokemon
game
at
at
the
some
end of the
point
draft for Fennel. Maybe
instead
Marshall's
of
got
like
that Zacian
Surfetch.
that they're going to be rocking. We'll see.
I was
where that
surprised we didn't
goes.
see any Sylveon though.
If you can hear me, lock in the Metagross. I would love it, please. They are the final pick, so I do have a little bit of potential, but take a look at the
Ho-Oh?
Mamoswine is going to be picked up as the defender
Tree?
of choice.
Well, no, it's not Metagross. They do start
Let's go.
with M, so close enough.
We're getting
there,
to see
but-
Tree, or for the first Trevenant game.
We can take a Mamoswine. I honestly can never be upset about that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I'm looking at this Mamoswine here. It has a 10%
Yeah.
encounter rate here
Bye, Poke.
during day 1. So, I know, back in the day, we were huge fans of Mamoswine.
Oh, I mean,
so
this is
how do
gonna.
you feel
I mean,
about
it's probably
it
gonna
in
be
this
over after
current
this set.
Yeah,
What?
I don't mind the idea of like a combo play composition, right? You're hoping to get a big stun with
Ah,
Psyduck, a big
yeah.
stun with Mamoswine, and have a huge amount of capitalization after. However, we're usually seeing that paired with burst damage in tandem, but right now we have Surfetch and Cinderace. Surfetch, a Pokemon that kind of plays on an island for most of the game. Cinderace, who's a very front-to-back style of Pokemon. Mew might be the Pokemon they're looking to try to combo some big plays with. Currently, right now, I am worried about
I can't
Fennel's
believe
aggressive
Cinderace
positioning in this
has
competition.
actually made it
I feel
into
like
this
Team
game.
Nemesis might not have enough to slow just the onslaught of melee Pokemon they're going to be charging at them.
I suppose the thing that I am worried about for Team Nemesis here, we know that Cinderace and Mamoswine are quite experience hungry, whereas Fennel, they have a great early game presence, but they also have a really great late game presence, which Team Nemesis, they just don't have that really powerful early game. And I guess that's where things can really start to snowball. So they really have to be on the top of their ball from the get-go.
They got a couple contenders, maybe that Mew and Mamoswine in that early stage that Swinub could put together some magic. But right now, their backs are against the wall. They need everything they can to try to push Fennel to the limit. I cannot stress enough, even one map win would feel so good against this team. We'll see what can happen in this next one as we start. Ready, go. Here we go. Fennel, you're your purple team. Team Nemesis, your orange team.
I'm so sorry, I just left you hanging there. So
No, it's okay.
I just left you hanging.
Hey, next time we're getting it.
We'll get it one day.
Exactly.
Oh.
We'll be on it next time. I feel it. Here we go. Fennel on that bottom side. He with the Alolan Raichu was phenomenal in game number 1. However, we saw them in the central area last time. They are going to be playing the path early on. This is that Swinub and Mew I was talking about could be a contender in the early game. But Team Nemesis is going to be just short of the last hit KO.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Team Nemesis, they have to play aggressive to try and get control of Team Fennel, but also not too much aggression where they end up getting caught on out. Looks like we did have that Phantom go for a little trip, but those buffs have already been soaked up by that Raboot.
Yeah, a very quick clear. Love that Cinderace with that Libero style of ability, able to get those boosted autos
Avatar
so quickly.
Last Airbender or
central area. Next up is going to be a spawn in the middle of the map here at 9 minutes, and both these teams want to fight over the Natus.
Is that the one that got canceled, or is that the, or is that a new one?
Aki is going to be so good at pulling those enemy Pokemon away.
Oh, it looks like we're going in for a 4-person
Oh, it's an older game.
push-up
Okay.
here in the
I
top
know
half
there
right
was a.
Nemesis, but Marshall is going to retreat.
Well, I know there was a
Hyperspace
game in the work for Avatar that got canceled.
Interesting. Okay, so Mame clearly liking that for a specific combination.
And then the
in that
new
first game. We are
show
gonna go with
looks
that Portal
interesting.
Hoopa, and look at that damage. You talked about that early game carry from Fennel. Zacian can fit the bill. It's just really impressive that it's also a late game carry. It's a really strong Pokemon.
It's unfortunate.
Fennel is well aware. They did first pick it after all.
Because the movie looks amazing.
Yeah, it's either getting picked or banned. Right, I feel like that is the story for today with Zacian. And you know what, a lot of Pokemon that we have seen here today, but we do have Combusken making a run for it. Isn't going to get knocked out by that Lucid Auto there, but now we have Trevenant online at that level 5. I'm wondering what moveset they're actually going to go.
That's a great question. I think last time we saw it from Ward on Sipto, it was that Hornleech Curse combo, just that really annoying chain of crowd control that could be dealt with. But who knows? Oftentimes we do see the Woodhammer build instead to kind of give you a little bit more access to crowd control.
Hugh, lurking in the tall grass, isn't going to get the secure. That is going to go over to Team Nemesis there. So that is at least going to provide Dylan with that score buff. But great Ice Fang from RBX to wipe out that Trevenant.
Yeah, great play. That's one of my favorite things about Mamoswine. Even though it is a 3-stage evolution, it is a Pokemon that feels relevant and strong immediately upon level 5 and getting that Ice Fang. 2 combos in a row work out for Team Nemesis, and they find a huge way to punch back.
Yeah, that is massive. Knocking out that Trevenant and then picking up that Alolan Raichu, that is going to provide them space to go and shred up this Reg Ice as RBX is once again going in to take those hits and distract Fennel from all that is happening.
Well, yeah, the entire time Team Nemesis just burned down that Reg Ice. Sync 1 with a type advantage on the Cinderace. Will get the last hit secure as well. Healing buff across the entire team. And Team Nemesis playing this extremely well. They have not been able to translate it into a big team fight win quite yet, but a lot of huge moments out of this Ice Fang.
I think one benefit is they're able to keep up in levels here, and it is such a low
This is a more even game, I think. Actually, Fennel's behind in levels
like Team Nemesis,
right now.
Worried about that too far. They just want to focus on getting these levels ASAP.
Yeah, with Unite moves available though, that might
but
change
their jungler's level 9. Yeah.
As soon as we have these
now Blaziken's. Both of them ticked over. Never mind. Now it's more. Now it's.
For a big push, they will take down the Hoopa immediately and clean up.
I mean, Raichu died.
Yeah, once again, just more experience to feed over to the side of Nemesis, which means Cinderace has managed to reach that level 10. The chase is on, but Trevenant is able to utilize that Unstoppable to get out of the way, while Team Nemesis, once again, is going to clear up another set of birds. A great engage from RBX.
Amazing. I mean, they might go down for this, but that is an Alolan Raichu traded out, a level 9 Pokemon who had their Unite move, who now is gone. However, that is a heck of a comeback from Aki on this Blaziken. Unite move to chase them down will take it. They do not make it back to the portal, or at least don't recall in time.
Did he just dance on that guy's grave? That's crazy.
To go and finalize that KO.
That's
really going to provide some more.
That's so disrespectful.
Of Team Nemesis, we do have this basement Reggie soon to spawn on in, but because it is such a low-scoring game this time around, there's so much Aeos energy on the floor.
Yeah, it's true. Eventually, that is going to have to get deposited.
Oh my gosh.
You can see Mashio on the Zacian is in the enemy central area, just kind of cleaning up a few wild Pokemon, allowing the Alolan Raichu of P just to clear out their own central. So Fennel is leveling up quite a bit.
You know, good thing I don't have my Discord overlay. Nah, I'm good. I did. It's too much work to set it up.
Once again, providing them that extra momentum, but a 3 Hornleech push. That is insane.
They set up in a row, and that's just teeing it up for Blaziken to knock them down. The bowling pins of Team Nemesis are shut down for the moment, but here comes the counterpunch. Miva has been quietly leveling up and scoring a ton on the top side of this map, but Hoopa's damage combined with Blaziken is simply too much. RBX finally gets involved in the team fight after getting a dunk into that tier 1, and now the Mew from Dylan will land a KO.
Oh my gosh, but getting that Zacian out of the way, Mame is on the run as Aki is up against the wall with 3 members looking to wipe them out. They are hindrance resistant. Can they make it out? No, they cannot. But Team Nemesis, so far they are on a roll. Are they going to continue pushing on forth?
Oh, that Ice Fang kind of getting cancelled there for the moment. They're going to win out the war of the defenders as they bait Cinderace to give them a little bit of room, and Sync 1 will
Zacian's down.
Nice maneuver with that move. However, they are still stuck in yet another Hornleech. We're seeing a lot of those set up, but it does not matter for this Team Nemesis team, who finally, after a bit of a scoring silence, were able to put big numbers on the board.
Yes,
Fennel's just like falling apart for some reason.
Currently in favor of Team Nemesis. But the thing is, Fennel, they're slowly catching up in terms of these levels, and we know,
Point early game, it can all change within an instance once that final boss spawns, which is going to be Kyogre this time around.
Wow.
It's going to be really challenging, though, with how well RBX has been initiating some of these team fights for Fennel to even set up a big moment. Feels like B1, while these Horn Leeches are hard to deal with, they have been a bit behind the 8-ball compared to how aggressive Team Nemesis has been setting up for these fights. Regieleki is going to be an investment Fennel wants to make as they are pushing with Unite.
Yeah.
Yeah, B going and pushing on fourth. Sync1 was able to go and dodge that, but the thing is, the job is done. Regieleki crashed on through. Fennel are just going to play it safe for the time being as Blaziken is going.
I mean, it's gonna be in Japan, so probably.
They're still on the mini-map going in for that dunk.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, this Raichu has been caught out so many times.
I mean, after seeing that player card,
This guy's got to be more careful.
It's
Like,
gonna be a tougher look in this game number
like
2.
he's died.
Now a Registeel buff for the side of Team Nemesis for Pokemon like Surfetch, Mew, and Cinderace.
Yeah.
That is gonna be phenomenal. Every single one of these hits.
I mean,
is just gonna
have
punch
you
that much
seen
harder.
the layout for
As you
ACL?
mentioned, back against the wall, our Team Nemesis with only 100.
The production quality is almost almost at the quality of Worlds.
This to a game 3 and continue this momentum as we have Hooper on fire. They're able to escape.
Oh man, I can't believe they made it out even despite that burn damage. Yeah, you were still on the on fire. I thought that was going to close out the KO for sure, but Hoopa will recall with that portal. Mashio going to take a solar beam to the face. Will have to get back in that portal to get their HP. Fennel currently on the outside looking in. Team Nemesis with all the control around the Kyogre map, but only 100 points separate these two teams. P, a very forward pressure, maybe trying to bait out that Mamoswine to kind of abandon ship around this Kyogre.
Yeah, but so far they are still remaining in the ship, not looking to dive over the wall as once again looking for the engage, but Mashio is the one to do it, which
Oh my gosh, he
is
just
punished.
Yeah, a huge push, 1-on-3, a tough look for that team to deal with. Mamoswine takes a ton of damage, the Surfetch in the back line. Big push, that is a huge explosion of damage, and now Fennel only have 3 members up in this fight. Hoopa does have Unite move, and Mame will drop the portal right on top of the Kyogre.
Oh, but 3 members are still down as Zacian is going to spawn on in. Trevenant also gets chopped on down out of the forest as Team Nemesis have already wiped this Kyogre to half HP and are able to pick up another KO.
Yeah,
This
and
really
Mashio
wasn't a
no
great-
room to work. It's up to Aki, the rookie for this team, and that overheat will not be utilized in time. Instead, Miva going to get the last hit secure.
The Surfetch
and
actually
Nemesis
put
has
in
a
so
free
much
run
work this
at the
game.
enemy goal zone to Fennel, putting this one up to 307 so far.
I felt like this was a fresh, brand new Team Nemesis heading on into this game. I mean, yes, they did have a rocky game 1, but it seems they have found their sense of control and this composition worked out so well for them time and time again.
I can't believe how much I doubted the Mamoswine pick of all things. Like, not having that combo potential, but that was anything but the case. RBX setting up moment after moment, and now Team Nemesis are in a great position. They have forced Fennel into a game number
I think
3.
Reshiram is
Nemesis
too
will
early.
lock
It
up
has
any
been.
question marks surrounding
When
this
was
team
Reshiram?
with a
Was a week
2-0
ago,
Fennel
right?
groups.
Yeah, we said it earlier on, right? Fennel is one of the most...
How long ago was
probably
Reshiram
the most
released?
watched team here, like, lots of eyes in terms of their off-stream matches. Their cracked, their puzzle was cracked earlier on, and well, Team Nemesis have managed to go and find that way.
Yeah, it's looking amazing so far. We'll see if they can keep that
Yeah.
momentum going into game number
weeks ago?
3. Of course, an all-important one, a decider match.
3 weeks
Fennel
ago?
already kind of having their setup for day number 2. But Team
I
Nemesis,
think it might
the
still be
best
under
win over
the
Fennel
band,
from
one of the
Japan.
band
They want to
mods.
force themselves to be in a great position within groups. And I mean, they just kind of outplayed Fennel in so many moments, but especially this final fight, I felt catching Mashio out in some major moments, as well as just kind of shutting down and forcing Mame to only have a couple of options in the end game. Felt like Fennel was forced into playing Team Nemesis's game, and turns out Team Nemesis is very good at playing Team Nemesis's game.
Yes, 100%. They did manage to take that victory away for this one, but Sync1 going to be a player of the game here with 7 knockouts, 0 faints, and 14 assists, along with the 82k damage dealt. So really just goes to show how much of a Nemesis Sync1 was.
Yeah, no kidding. Sync1, one of the best in the biz on this team. taking a look at P's stat line, by the way. You remember last game, what we were seeing, right? 13 knockouts. We're down to 0 in game number 2. This Alolan Raichu was just so shut down by the Mamoswine. It felt like it had nowhere to go and no ability to set up these big moments. Team Nemesis with some really inspired picks. Also loved them taking away the Mew, of course. Forcing Machio onto something else was a great choice. Really interested to see what Fennel is going to do in terms of decisions in our draft or map stage. As we go into game number 3, it will be up to that team to decide, do they want to choose their pick side or do they want to choose what version of Thea Sky Ruins we play this battle on?
Yeah, I guess if you were in that instance, what do you personally think is more value?
I think I'm going first pick so we could take Mew. Like, genuinely, I think that was such a phenomenal part of that team's success in game number 1. I think you need to hunt that down again. And maybe put Team Nemesis kind of back into that same position you would force them into in game number 1 when Fennel just looked unstoppable.
Yeah, I guess if that is the way they decide to go, there is always that option of banning away the Mew as well if they do decide to go for first pick. But no, looks like we have Fennel in that second pick position.
Did Fennel want the map?
It's going to be Kyogre revisited.
All right, so we are heading
Fennel
back
chose
to
the
that
map.
heavy healing map. Of course, Pokemon
Yeah, Fennel chose the map, and then
have some
Nemesis
natural
is going
favoritism
first.
onto this map. However,
I guess.
all the tall grass that is available and kind of that invisibility can enable some very sneaky Pokemon who want to move around the map undetected. Blissey, Yveltal, Comfey bands, we're kind of looking at some of the similar options we've seen taken away from both of these teams so far in the match, and that will be another.
You pick boss, and the other team gets to choose which side they want to go be on.
But no, it looks like Team Nemesis are going to decide to
Well,
stick
if you want
with
it,
the
I'm guessing. I'm
once
pretty sure that's
again.
like.
Fennel,
I'm
they have
guessing.
that last
I'm guessing
bid.
some people
Is it
don't
going
want
to
first pick
potentially be
though,
that Mew?
but that's weird.
Could
so.
be Mew and pick something else. I mean, you might force Team Nemesis into that first pick Mew, but they are going to ban away the Hoopa. Very, very interesting. Fennel going to a brand new playbook in this game number 3. We were talking about it right before this match started. We have seen some.
Man, I've been watching so
Rapidash
many
Fennel in that support
ARG
role, so we could
like
see a more
Minecraft stuff recently.
offensive-built team.
It's been so
RBX
entertaining.
is going to pick up that Psyduck. If it's available, it is one of the most powerful Pokemon in the game. RBX wants to make sure it's on the roster of Team Nemesis.
Yes, and then go and build their core around that. Be interesting to see whether Fennel decides to stick with what they have brought in the previous games or switch it on up, but Zacian not being wiped on out, they're going to take that one for themselves along with the Mew.
Wow, okay, I mean, in terms of power picks, those are great options. Obviously, Fennel looked the most elite when they were on that Mew in game number 1. I wasn't loving what we were seeing from the Zacian in that game number 2, but still, a different look, a different context could be what Fennel needs in this situation. The Surfetch is going to return, and honestly, yeah, this Mamoswine hover makes a ton of sense to me. It was phenomenal in that game number 2, and if it ain't broke, Team Nemesis are going to play it.
Yes, and whether we're actually going to end up seeing that switch around during that final stages with RBX going to decide to play that in, or whether they're just going to flex this one, we'll have to wait and see. But once again, Fennel, it's their side. What are they going to answer back with? It's going to be a Clefable and a Blaziken. I suppose Blaziken having 2 trusty secures on their side, Blaziken and Mew.
Yeah.
So far, not really any trusty secures on the side of Team Nemesis unless they go with maybe a Cinderace again.
Yeah, ooh, that'd be really interesting. I think Team Nemesis also works out
Is
quite
Fennel
well
just
for them,
running
but
back the same?
Darkrai is available. It is something that I guess I've been ignoring about the band.
They're like, it didn't work once, so let's do it again.
Means that Team Nemesis will
Sorry.
get onto the spooky.
I mean, they have Mew this time, right? Are they assuming Mew is the only factor that makes it?
Team Nemesis so far.
Yeah, especially considering it was targeted.
Raichu's not has been
So,
banned.
Fennel, I guess they're not too worried
Maybe
about
they
it.
thought Hoopa was the
Exciting,
problem.
but hey,
That's
we
why they
can take
banned it.
On, but yeah, Miraidon.
And
25%
Machamp.
a counter.
Interesting.
Have we seen any Miraidon on main broadcast? Though?
We have a little bit.
We
The
have
last
seen
couple of
Miraidon.
games, it feels like that necessity of that cursed incense to kind of slow down the Clefable. Miraidon does end up being a pretty good option for that counterplay. It does mean, though, that we have no Espeon on either side or in the bands. A Pokemon that has just been dominant so far in our tournament. So seeing the Miraidon pivot is kind of interesting, but We'll see if it works out for Team Nemesis. Again, feeling the pressure to apply a little bit of healing stoppage this time around. Psyduck also going to have that Cursed Incense equipped.
I suppose now that I'm thinking about it, Miraidon does provide longer range in comparison to Espeon. And it could be a good answer to answer back to that Mew if they so choose. So maybe that's the angle they decided to go with. But I mean,
that is
having Machamp on the other side is going to be risky, especially I'm assuming we're going to end up seeing that submission build come into play.
Very likely. I have to imagine. I mean, Aki wants to bring something else out. I'll watch it, but I do think we're going to be looking at that submission. All right, we're getting our players set up. We're going to be hitting ready go in a bit. I'm just warning both of us, just so we kind of are aware.
Thank you for the heads up this time.
Exactly. But some really interesting stuff.
Ready, go!
We kind of got it. All right, here we go. Let's get into game number 3. Team Nemesis from APAC East, Fennel from Japan, both at 1-1. Winner of this will be winning the group very, very likely. Let's get into it. Kello, these two rosters have something to prove.
Oh, something to prove indeed, and one way to prove that is by locking in a day 2 position. But there is still 9 minutes and 30 seconds to decide until that, as we have a little sneaky dunk from Mame on this cute little Clefable.
Yeah, Mame on this invade, it seems like no matter what. It is interesting to see no experience share on this Clefable. I know a lot of the Japanese teams do like dropping the light bulb a little bit, especially if they can amplify or maybe trust their support player to get some extra damage.
Yeah, for the moment, it's just a matter of getting this experience up and running, as we do actually have that Machamp heading on into that central path, and they're now at level 5 to be able to chase down Dylan, but they don't get that grass. They've run out of juice.
Yeah, that Miraidon might be a large Pokemon, but its hitbox may be surprisingly smaller than that submission Machamp.
I think they need to up the hitbox on Miraidon. I think if you're a legendary, you should have a higher hitbox.
The Shadow Claws have already started to emerge. Some big damage from them, and Fennel and Team Nemesis are going to just kind of pull back from both sides.
I guess in comparison to that last game, Team Nemesis seem to be playing a little bit more passively here. As Fennel, they're going in with an aggressive submission to flip over that Darkrai and wipe it on out, which is going to slow them in their tracks.
It has been a big sign for a successful team so far in this series. The aggressive team has been getting big payoffs, but now RBX is going to join the fight, and Dylan's Miraidon is going to take that last hit. All right, another Ice Fang setup is working out so well. And how about this one? RBX setting up moment after moment on this Piloswine.
Yes, being able to get that set up allowed Dylan to go and get a 2 KO streak, just go and feed them more experience. But even with that range damage, Marshio is able to go and survive that one.
All right, well, I think finally the evil will be defeated. The Piloswine is taken down, and Fennel will finally have some room to breathe. Not for long, though. At least they're not safe from the nightmares. Sync 1 is heading into some of these dark pulses. And that Shadow Claw combined with the charge beam, it's a lot of damage that Team Nemesis has to work with. And so far, Fennel has not been able to withstand it.
Regidrago is getting chipped away by Fennel, as RBX is Darkrai is going to lurk about, unable to go and get the steal, though.
Yeah, those spooky hands from Sync 1 are scary indeed. A lot of big moments already, but they have not been able to take much of the wild Pokemon. Here goes the Machoke yet again.
Yes, going on in, but they end up getting wiped out along with Darkrai and Sirfetch'd. So this is going to provide the chance for Fennel to go and empty out their Eos energy, but by putting up a really great defense on the side up.
Yeah, not if Bubble Beam's Disable has anything to say about it at that point in time. A move that will hit multiple targets, allows them to defend that Cold Stone. So Fennel held to just 18 points, but Team Nemesis are held to the 22 mark. So again, a very low scoring early game. RBX checking that tall grass with the Earthquake as they dive into the enemy side. And so far, not finding enemy, but RBX set up yet again with an eject button pull.
Yeah, that was a great combination from RBX, wiping out that Mew. But there goes the charged up overheat to hit multiple members as RBX is locked onto Mame, but they're saying, follow me, and they're still left standing.
Oh man, P is stunned finally, but they will fall. They trade again, though. They take down that Piloswine. And so P back on that iconic blaze again. I believe Mame will have to run away. I think the 22 points will likely get scored.
What is this last match of the day? No.
No, that would be Mame picking up
This
some
is
more
my
EXP
last
and
match of the
also
day.
getting some more stacks going for that special attack specs.
Yes, very much needed.
Yeah, I've been streaming for 10 hours. I don't want to do this anymore right now. Both all my teams that have all the teams that I'm rooting for have played all of their games basically. So I'm good. Yeah. So I don't really care.
That's true, but just
After
look
this.
at the impact of this Miraidon. I mean, there's just so much poke damage before the Blaziken can even show up. Dylan does try to use the Unite move to close out the KO. They will fall short and then find themselves in a really dangerous
Oh yeah,
situation.
they've gotten
So, Fennel gonna
looks
take
to be
full
so
advantage of
unbelievably
this
bad.
Kai waiting in the tall grass will not even have the chance to steal away that Regieleki. And it will be walking towards the tier 1 of Team Nemesis.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Team Nemesis minimap.
Miraidon died.
Some members wondering about leaving the trust in RBX and Kai to defend Regieleki as it ends up getting picked up by RBX instead.
All right, so here's yet another goal zone defense from Team Nemesis as Fennel have been putting on that offensive pressure all game long. Darkrai is in the back line. Sync1 is able to take down Aki, but they are still hiding within that Dark Pulse. B1 wants to take down Dylan, but that Electro Ball will not be enough damage to close out the KO Miraidon, but they do get an auto attack into the Darkrai to close out that KO.
Regieleki goes on in, providing opportunity for Fennel to go and break this pad, but he is going to focus on getting those much needed stacks, and you know, you might as well take that opportunity while it presents itself.
That's true. I mean, it's either that or go on a full 5-team rotate to the top side objective, right? Those are your choices. Fennel wants to play a little bit more into the long game. Team Nemesis, very wisely though, are going to make that opposite decision. Take down that Regirock while nobody from Fennel is there to contest. I mean, Mashio was kind of waiting, but primarily for vision, I have to imagine. If they want to take this
I'm gonna
next
be
run,
honest,
but
I
if
don't know.
Regirock
My
is gonna
only
make
issue
a
with
Pokemon
Darkrai is
by
it does
side
so
up
much damage
already
and you
reduces
can't
it
even
coming
touch
down.
it.
So tough to deal with.
Oh, but wait a minute, here comes that Machamp. Isn't actually going to latch on to anybody. As we can see, Clefable is in that Dark Nightmare.
Yeah.
They're trapped inside an eternal 1v1.
Why didn't
against
Machamp
the
use their
Darkrai.
Unite? They had
will
5
emerge and
people
take
on them.
A look at that Shadow Claw damage. Blaziken eventually goes down. That's P and Mashio left alone to defend the goal zone. There'll be ranged Mew attack from B1. They will get quite a bit of damage, and Fennel looks like they might have recovered.
Oh, but there we go. The engage onto that Mew means they get wiped on out. Some fists to the face. Take that Surfetch as they are also going back home.
Clefable got a KO. Let's go.
This one is just back and forth
W
between
Clefable.
these two teams this set.
I mean,
That was so much.
closely contested. It feels like
One
Team
of the
Nemesis
I
is
think
a
one of the
great play,
greatest
but they
parts
might be a
about
little more
Clefable
individual. Fennel's able
is
to collapse.
their
Again, you
Unite
got big
does
setup plays from
level
multiple
15
members that are
damage
shutting down this
of that
Fennel roster.
like whatever
Specifically,
mon
this
like
Mammoth one
has that
Fennel
move
does
that they're
not
pulling
quite
from.
have an
Like if
answer
it's like
outside of
hi
just
if it's
attacking
if it's
that
like
Pokemon first in any
Hydro
of
Pump
these
I guess,
engagements. And now that
which
we're on
is
the level 11 Mamoswine, that is becoming
which
less and
is
less of a realistic team
is that
fight
Blastoise I think.
Regieleki is getting chipped away by Team Nemesis uncontested, while Fennel
Yeah,
are going to
yeah.
focus
It
on
would
the
be
top
level
path and
15.
getting
It's
whatever
basically
love
doing
is
the
in
level
their
15
area.
damage
But
of that
Regieleki
mon.
isn't actually going to be stopped.
Yeah,
They're just
that's
gonna
what
let
that's
crash
what Clefable's
They
Unite
are
is,
gonna
which is
let it
insane.
crash. Now, the Regieleki debuff will fade before the final stretch, so that makes sense. Nemesis is going to take that opportunity to score and actually take this score lead. So 231 to 213. Fennel
Yeah,
off to such a hot
maybe that's why
start
it's my
in this
favorite
game.
mon.
Number 3 has been stymied by Team Nemesis. They're able to bring this back. Levels looking close. That is a Machoke already going in. That is a vision-pushing submission Machamp.
Yes, being able to get that vision on Mamoswine, that way none of the members end up getting caught on out. From that is such a key moment for Fennel. But now we can see Team Nemesis out in the open. P poking at RBX.
Yeah.
Who is the one to go and make this engage first?
Yeah.
Mamoswine or Machamp?
Oh, Mamoswine good.
Machamp got to Miraidon!
Okay, the Unite move will not land on the Miraidon, but they do grab that Surfetch. Aoki just had 2
Oh, Clefable's down. Uh-oh, that's not good. They're healing.
One to fall. That's the support, the healing member, and now neither side will have a true to form healer.
Oh.
Nemesis the ones taking the brunt of the damage, though, as Mashio and B are combining for tremendous amounts of firepower. P checking that tall grass. Will be no! The overheat will close.
That was so funny.
1v1.
Firepower indeed from the sun and the flames as we have Fennel just trying to fight it on out. Another KO goes over to their side as they are starting to chip away at that Kyogre, but now we have RBX back in the mix.
The question is, did Sync1 buy enough time with that Unite move onto the Blaziken? They buy a little bit of space. Right on his back, that Mamoswine. Unite move gets a ton of shielding, chasing down Mame, who is staying safe. RBX will fall. The option for an Ice Fang.
Yeah, it's so funny to see them like just they're fighting their own battle, but like they're still on the map.
Take the key. Team fight as Sirfetch'd is going to utilize the Unite move, not able to hit anybody.
All right, Team Nemesis are dangerously low. Again, no chance to heal up in any variety outside of a standard recall. Mame backing up P on the other side, but you're right, that pressure of that score is hitting Fennel now. Kyogre starting to get poked. This is a big fight on that left-hand side, but Miva wins the 1v1 in the bottom right. That is Mew down. Sirfetch'd still in this fight. Miraidon focusing on the Kyogre, and it will be taken by Team Nemesis.
Oh my gosh. Nemesis wins.
In points right now as Fennel managed to get some dunks. 10 seconds are counting. Are they able to go and take the win? But wait, they're getting interrupted. Can they do it?
Nemesis not able to get a single one of these dunks.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Lands in the bottom side.
Fennel wins.
Cleaning up, and Team Nemesis
Fennel wins.
will defeat Fennel from Japan to 2-0.
Oh no, Darkrai. Oh, I didn't see that. I was looking at they had focused on the Clefable stopping that one. That's crazy.
Witness there, really right down to the wire for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Team Nemesis
Are you behind?
able to make it happen.
Unreal. I mean, that pop-off so justified for that stage of the tournament. Again, the tiebreakers were not looking good for Team Nemesis.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I just lost like 2,000 points. I thought Fennel was gonna win this. Oh man, I'm bad at gambling. That's unfortunate.
It done. Fennel gonna have to go back to the drawing board because this Mamoswine looked like a real answer.
I think. Well, let me see. What was the prediction?
The Pokemon World Champion.
Oh my gosh! Anyone who voted for Team Nemesis?
Anything can happen, and
Oh my God! They got so many points from this.
Time and time again.
12% of the people voted for Team Nemesis.
How much growth?
Oh, they're gonna get so many points. They're gonna get so many
They
points.
are looking phenomenal. I mean, trusting in one another.
That's crazy.
I was talking about that final moment. We will see if it was worth Sync1 using that Unite move just to buy time against that Blaziken. Well, the backup.
Fennel just didn't go all in. They like kept like stopping and and they didn't actually like do. They were like too scared like during the Kyogre fight. They didn't just full go for it. Yeah.
Away from the Unite move. What a moment in that team fight. Miva also avoiding getting KO'd. And just from this spot, Team Nemesis just winning a ton.
I mean, when it says close battle, you should assume you're behind.
In a major way in the end.
That was cool. That was really funny when the Blaziken just was in the bush and just
A minute 20 on the board. 4 minutes.
and just overheated him. Like if it's here, you should just full rip it in their face. You have a Zacian and you have a Mew for secure. You have both of them, and you have a Blaziken. Wait a second, you have 3 secure Mons, and you decide to go in to stop that. That's so stupid. I'm gonna be honest.
Being at low HP, Mashio
I'm gonna
not
be for
able
real.
to even go towards the Kyogre. You can see them just kind of walking in the opposite direction.
Both both the Zacian and the Blaziken and the Mew can both like Blaziken's unstoppable when he loads his overheat, and then Zacian is also basically unstoppable when he's doing his Metal Claw. Like, and then Mew just has a whole bunch of damage that could secure. It doesn't make sense.
It might not be considered top of the meta, but when you just have players pick their comfort picks and
I think the Miraidon was more of an issue, and I think the Sirfetch'd was more of an issue than they thought it would be. I think they should have banned the Mamoswine. I'm gonna be for real. I think if the Mamoswine was gone, they would have been fine. I think that was like a big issue.
And Amiibo on the Sirfetch'd also having a major moment. I think if Mew is still up from
look at those numbers.
That is a huge secure tool for Fennel. They can try to utilize to take that Kyogre for themselves. That Sirfetch'd getting the ambush in that bottom tall grass. is just so clean. Love that look. So Team
Yeah.
Nemesis with a 2-1
Oh my gosh.
finish over Fennel.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane, and I'm excited to see where this does end up landing themselves in the bracket. They, in that two positions, so that's
interesting.
insane. But congratulations.
Okay,
I think
I'm
we
gonna
need to
end
go
my
here
stream.
from one of the players of Team Nemesis out
Okay,
on the stage.
okay, guys,
See
I'm
how they're
ending
going.
stream. I'm getting food. Yeah.
Alright, thank you
It's,
so much,
isn't
Scott.
that the Moy logo?
Once you
Wait a
really
second.
give it up for
Sorry.
Team Nemesis.